We set our sights on North America for the final regular season showdown of 2026. Welcome to the August monthly finals of the Brawl Stars Championship. This is it, the absolute last chance before the playoffs, and postseason spots are on the line. At the top of the board, Team Electros and Triumph Gaming are separated by just 12 points in a clash for the #1 seed. Meanwhile, KDS and Vatic are locked in a down-to-the-wire brawl for the final LCQ ticket. I'm Sunny, and I'm your host today, joined by the voice of hype, Uber, and the original NA caster, Ready Set. Looking across the bracket today, we've got everything from Bobby's emotional final run with KDS to Tribe finally trying to shake their silver medal curse. Gentlemen, what's the one storyline that has you at the edge of your seat today?
I'm thinking a lot about finally getting Diego Gamer to land with his team. No more stand-ins, no more Diego standing in for another team, having him at LAN with Tribe at Worlds, and maybe even in the top seed. That's going to require a couple things, though, to go Tribe's way today.
Yeah, and a part of that formula also for getting Diego Gamer to LCQ last year, he was alongside some of the players that are trying to make it to an LCQ spot today, but it's between them and Bobby and Patchy and Sands to make it to the postseason. It's a very, very close race today.
We're having a look at our first 4 matches of the day. Team Electros versus Utopia are going to start things out. Vatic, Lexi Esports for quarterfinal number 2. Tribe Gaming versus Momo. And then KDS versus FA Homeless. For me personally, I think that quarterfinal number 4 is actually going to be the closest one. I definitely am already excited for it. Do you have another one that you two are looking forward to?
I think that Vatic versus Legacy Esports game will be interesting. I'm hearing very good things about what Zulan's team have been cooking up. Obviously, Vatic have a lot to play for today and hopefully are very locked in, but there's upset potential in that game.
I'm really looking forward to see how Tribe Gaming and Team Electros are going to do. Separated only by 12 points currently. We see it here in our leaderboard. They are both still fighting for that #1 seed. Now that we know the format for the World Finals, we know how important this is.
Yeah, making it as #1 seed allows you to pretty much avoid an entire day of competition, sit back, absorb, download your opponent's strategies, and get more prepared. There is a bit of discussion about whether it's actually advantageous to go ahead and get your LAN legs, but it never hurts to remove one more possible point of failure.
The other thing we want to keep an eye out for today is that LCQ ticket that is still on the line. These are the 2 teams that are fighting for it.
Yeah, KDS Esports and Vatic very close in terms of points. And listen, it's kind of do or die for both of these guys. KDS, I mean, Bobby especially has said that this is probably his last year as a competitor. I think he'd love to cap it off with at least an appearance at LCQ. But given the strength of this region, it's possible they could even make their way out of that. And there could be even more runway left in this year for them. Vatic also feel like they deserve that spot. They've actually had some pretty tough matchups. Like their road through brackets in NA has been quite treacherous. They've often gone up against some really brutal quarterfinal games, and I have high hopes for them. They've got a lot of talent.
Now, my dear colleagues, I'm excited to see who you believe will make it through to the semis. And oh my god, it's kind of boring. We all align on quarterfinal 1 through 3. As I said, the quarterfinal number 4 is probably going to be the closest one, and it shows in our predictions also.
I'll say for my part, don't worry folks, my predictions get a little bit more interesting when it comes down to the semifinals, but we're not just there yet. It really comes down to how things are going to transpire after Vatic and KDS get through this first stage. In order for Vatic to get ahead of KDS, they have to win one more match than them today. And by our predictions, they're probably going to face up against Team Electros, which means that they will have to win that match. They will have to win a match that they have not been able to this year.
This year on eventtheprocess.com, we have some wonderful rewards for you. And don't fret if you're not just quite there yet. We have, as this is our final weekend of the regular season, a 3x multiplier for all of your points for every single vote you get right. And we have a couple more of our button presses. So whenever we believe a play was super crazy, you get 200 points on top. If you're watching over at eventtheprocess.com, you get these rewards. That one over there always reminds me of Ready. I don't know why. Can't explain it.
Which one
one?
exactly?
Over where?
Is it the
The one.
Oh,
with
the one
one.
down the
Yeah.
end. Okay.
Down at the end.
Down
okay.
in.
I
I mean, you're
unlocked
either
it-
a clown or a
I
monkey.
unlocked
so-
it
I would rather be a
yesterday.
monkey.
Okay.
Did you guys already pick up the profile icon?
I'm still working on it. I need my predictions to go properly today. I think the quarterfinals should be fairly consistent.
Yeah, I think so. I missed the first week of this month, so I have some catching up to do.
That's fair.
Our viewers once again decided to make Tribe Gaming their team to watch for this month. Last month, it was a really good omen for them. They made it all the way through to the grand finals, where they got stopped yet again. They are the eternal second of this region.
It's always nice to see Tribe Gaming make it to the grand finals, except that they've done it 4 times out of the 5
Getting a
monthly
bit
finals
old.
so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we like switch it up real quick? But Tribe Gaming are still grappling with this problem that they just cannot finish the job in the grand finals.
And they are right now fighting for that #1 seed versus Team Electros. They're going to play in that quarterfinal #1 against Utopia. And for Tribe Gaming, they of course hope that Electros stops out early on. But they are #1 seed currently. It's only 12 points that separates them, but they have already won 3 monthly finals. They had a great run so far in the summer split ready. I kind of don't think they will drop out in the quarters.
No, the odds are really, really stacked against Utopia here. Team Electros is a team that you can observe them and think they could probably actually just outdraft and outplay the team on intuition. It makes Utopia's job very, very difficult here. They have to do something that just a couple of teams have been able to accomplish this year, which is take down TE.
And ready, you also had the chance to sit down with Doin ahead of the match. Let's hear it if they're excited for it, if they feel confident.
As you are #1 seed in North America right now, you guys are still pretty fresh in the competitive scene. I want to know who, as players, you guys still look up to.
Like, what do you mean?
Like, are there any players that you look at as examples of, I want to be like them?
Oh, probably Tensai, because his mindset and like personality is like great. So his gameplay, yeah, and he won Worlds 3 times, yeah.
Duan, I want to ask you about the other teams competing today. So if Vatic win their quarterfinal and KDS also win their quarterfinal, it means that Vatic are going to have to beat you guys in order to go to the LCQ. Who between those teams do you think is the better team right now?
I would say Vatic because their individual skill is like really great, and I feel like their team synergy is like way better than KDS. When I screamed them, I felt like that, so I would say Vatic, 100%.
Yeah, well, now moving beyond just the domestic teams into the rest of the world, now that you guys are locked for the World Finals, y'all will get the chance to boot camp internationally and play against some different teams around the world. Are there any teams in particular that you're the most excited to scrim and eventually play?
Yeah, I am looking forward to screaming Foot, because they're the strongest team in the world, actually, I think, yeah.
Team Electro is already with 3 grand final wins under their belt. On the other side, Utopia, who are not an unwritten page in our book either. They have qualified for 3 monthly finals now, which is already a great feat, but they're out of postseason contention. Utopia, as the lower seed here, got to decide if they want to go first in the map draft. They do, with a layer cake as our first map here out in the open. Dueling Beetles, Kaboom Canyon are our picks, and then Pinhole Punt, our random decider. Now, for the global bans, do you believe we're going to have some targeted bans towards the teams? And what would that be for Team Electros, for example, already?
Yeah, for Team Electros, I'm looking to see if maybe we see Memen's Mina targeted. We see, actually, for Utopia, they do target the Berry, which is a Duin specialty. And Damien is just kind of difficult to deal with. They don't really feel like playing into the Ashe. You can see that Team Electros actually were thinking about this. Ashe is famously quite good into Damien. They don't want to deal with any Bolt Cheese either.
I think the Berry ban is pretty heads up from Utopia. And you mentioned like these guys haven't made a huge impact yet this year in monthly finals. They're not in contention for postseason. But I feel like in 2027, I'd be looking out for these guys. They've stuck together for most of this year. They're putting in the work and they've obviously done their homework here a little bit. So that makes me feel good. But I don't really feel like there's potential for an upset here. And it looks like everyone at home agrees.
Not everyone. 3% are believing in Utopia, and it wouldn't be the first time where Team Electros unexpectedly drops out of a quarterfinal to then not even make it to
crazy.
Brawl Cup back then, and now potentially drop down to seed 2. Again, Tribe Gaming is only 12 points behind them, so they only need to make it one step further than them, make it through to the semis, for example, if they now drop out in the quarters, and they would be through. Now, first up is going to be Layer Cake. What do we expect to see here? Maybe that Mina you mentioned?
Yeah, I think also we're going to see a bunch of player on the walls. Of course, that is why it's called Layer Cake. You have different layers that you have to advance beyond. Just play around the blue star also. Plenty of aggressive brawlers that should be available here to get it first. And then, as with most bounty maps, it's going to be about getting the blue star and backing into spawn. If not, finding a way to break the enemy defense and get in and get that first kill.
For our first map for the first quarterfinal of the last monthly final of the season, Layer Cake. No more regional battles after today. North America to round out the summer split and also this 2026 regular season. After that, we're going to Challengers, LCQ and Worlds. Layer Cake, our first map here, first pick here for Ethiopia.
Yeah, look, you're looking at Ali and Kazi. I think they're two of your highest priority brawlers here, especially with Shade and Brock both being banned out. 8-Bit has also shot up in the popularity as well lately. And Rico also is pretty decent on this map, and it's been a Utopia pick. They have shown that already in scrims these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, speaking about the Rico specifically, he's going to be great around walls. It can be quite troublesome to counter. Now, Utopia do have the last pick here, so they can opt to go for a thrower, but there are still wall breaks in the game, and Rico's really not that bad if the walls are broken down because he is a pretty well-respected sharpshooter on the lane.
Willow, a brawler that Team Electros had shown often in scrims, especially when their Barry was banned out, who he is here in the global bans. Since we're in NA, in scrims, I actually noticed we see a lot of Jessie in the monthly qualifiers as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too surprised if we get to see her today again. I believe she was only picked up a single time across the other 3 regions we already witnessed. Maybe not on Layer Cake, but later in Hot Zone, definitely a pick here for the right side. Now, they usually really like the Pearl, and combining a Pearl with a Max would be an insanely good choice because Pearl also is a really good counter to her.
I like Pearl Max a lot. That would make this team pretty just broadly effective. They can play a poke game. They've also got determinism in the late game with the speed, the Pearl forward, and also being able to feed those hypercharges is pretty important when you want to just overload a little bit of damage. Sometimes, like, you know, if you're thinking about wall break, Griff is also a pretty reasonable option now. His wall break gadget is far more reliable, and the hypercharge cashback does go through walls. So you can obviously ignore that aspect of it. But yeah, something to dive here. The Kenji's picked up, but this is kind of already prepared for because the Willow defensively here is pretty good at mind controlling the Kenji and just sending him back to his side of the map.
Yeah, a huge part of this is going to be getting that Kenji forward, getting him the blue star, and then backing away. Then having Rico reflect his shots off the walls as they play defense. Now, there is a method for Team Electros to get in here. They have that last pick in their back pocket, but also the Willow will be able to fire over walls. They can play around that to punch through the defense, and they fully intend on it. I've seen a lot of gameplay of Ruffs from Duin specifically, so I wonder if he will be the one playing it, but wall break is a huge factor here.
I kind of wanted to see like the alley plus mansions of Meeple like combo where you can actually jump over the mansion if it's like, you know, in the bush. It can be a little bit hard to land because the bushes are only layered here, but that would have been fun.
Since you have the Willow, you do have something to make sure you benefit out of those mansions of Meeple. Good comps on both sides. I don't know how much value that Kenji will actually have on the right. We said he's kind of already addressed on the left, but go for it. Utopia, if I were in your shoes, I would also go for some comfort picks here if I played against the #1 seed in your region. First match of the day. And we're on Layer Cake.
All right, after the races, there's going to be an early blue star here for the Kenji as expected, but Memin is more than happy to take the fight. And Nerf is going to have to very quickly pull the plug as Mantis of Meeple comes down and does exactly that to that middle section of the map.
Yeah, it'll be breaking open the walls. It's really the main objective here is that Utopia can't managed to fight their way back to TE's side once they've lost that blue star. So how are TE going to crack it? They are able to throw down some asteroids on the left side to further pigeonhole everyone in. Utopia thinking about how they're going to get out of here. It will be a gadget for Nerf, and Snoy just dodged every single one of those shots. Juked every last one, and Junie caught on the right side, over-aggressive, dodges those shots beautifully, and the body block from Nerf looked quite solid. They got a kill to trade, and Utopia remain in the lead.
Yeah, not too shabby there. Nice center by Utopia as Wink on that little off angle, at least able to take a 1-4. Hossamaki healing, pretty darn good gadget in a pinch to get you back fighting fit, but much of the map has been given up here by Utopia. Wink drops a little bit low. Nerf trying to clear Memen, has to TP back to safety. Now caught inside that mansion. Doyen can throw some shots.
Okay, and there's the first kill for TE on their offense. They'll get to slowly slink back, but they're going to do it one layer at a time. And they'll punish any aggression on the right side if possible. It's going to be a lot of hesitation from Willow, but eventually goes for it. Tries to feed this Kenji over to Memen and Snoy, and it just goes perfectly for TE.
Yeah, and that's like the main value proposition for Kenji being invalidated in that brief exchange. You're picking a Kenji straight into a Willow, so to a degree you have to understand that that's a risk you're going to take, but it's kind of hard to bait the mind control out because it's still going to get used to feed you up as a free kill.
It's exactly that. Junie will have some invulnerability with the super on the right side. The Sashimi slashes aren't going to do too much for him, but Snoy is deathly low. With 10 seconds to go, Utopia need to push in now. It's a hypercharge for Wink on the right side. Would love a super to combine with it, but won't be able to do so until now. Has it. 1, 2 kills, and they need one more onto this Willow. It's enough defense to keep TE alive. What a photo finish after just game 1.
TE are so good at these control comps, right? They don't really want to draft anything overly flashy. They'd like to bring throwers in here. We saw them pick up the Willow, and that was almost to be expected. But they are so good at making these rather unflashy comps look good on an individual level. They're playing Ruffs and Meeple, and I'm enjoying this thoroughly nonetheless.
The TE, the synergistic-based comps sort of have become their trademark here in North America. They just play it so well. They have excellent team play. They know how to body block for each other. And that's why they're able to play something that doesn't get the blue star. They just trust in their ability to eventually get it, and they have a few conditions to do so, especially around the mansions. If they had one now, it would be amazing to use onto Nerf. Going to almost go down. He was just down to 200 HP, and the mind control on the right side will nearly, yes, get that kill confirmed on the Nerf, and now the match is back in TE's hands.
Yeah, devastating. Only 4 shots required for the Kenji to find the elimination on the max there, and even though Nerf 7 is going to be able to find one, it's traded out instantly. This keeps Team Electros ahead by a hair. Max Super is still available here, but TE once more can think to play around the cooldown of these Ruffs and Meeple gadgets and make use of those here. Another super for Doyen means Junie is going to be held in place. It almost ticks down to the poison.
Yeah, very, very close, down to a sliver of HP. Thankfully, he was able to get away, hold this blue star for Utopia. They're still down by a single blue star at the moment, and Willow's ready with her hypercharge on the right side. Junie keeps on trying to force the issue. When he did this in game number 1, it led to him being taken down by both Snoy and Memen on the mid and left lanes. But so far, everyone just poking to get their utility for a final push. Utopia maybe working towards those last 20 seconds when they'll fully commit.
Kind of downside of being the blue star carrier because you're also the one that needs to be going in. Junie knows that blue star is going to get handed over a couple of different times, but it just involves a level of volatility that can be hard to play around. Still, it's a slim lead for Team Electros. The map's starting to get broken up a little bit. That's a big mansion to Meeple, and the super that comes down. Not a whole lot Wink can do about this. He's going to be blown to smithereens now, and Nerf doesn't have much to do. He's going to try and go with the hypercharge here, but there's a supply drop being picked up, and now Utopia have to go for it. They need a full team wipe to get back in the game.
Well, that's one. Could be onto Memen. They will get 1 kill confirmed, but they needed 2 more in order to mathematically get it done. It is set number 1 over to Team Electros. That game number 1 was pretty dicey, also quite impressive from Utopia. They show up every single month as 8th seed, and then they get slapped around by number 1. But they always put a pretty good fight up.
Yeah, I really do think that Utopia are a team that next year I'm looking out for. In 2027, they'll have gotten to the point where they've done that critical mass of work to start to become true competitors in this region. That's exactly what Electros did last year. These guys were Maturino merchants for the longest time, and honestly, they're young, but they have so much experience behind them as a team. It's LAN experience they're still looking for, of course, after not playing at that Brawl Cup. But these guys have been around and they really understand how to play through these scenarios.
In the end, they still made top 8 of NA yet again, 3 times out of 6. That's a great success already. And as you guys already said, I can't wait to see them again next year. Even if they're not playing for a postseason spot right now, they can still play. Huge spoiler here for Team Electros.
Yeah, I'm primarily looking at Junie here because it wasn't the greatest show for him. He had a tough matchup where he gets the blue star. He has to hold on to it for the team, so he can't really go aggressive. And then there's always a Willow waiting for him. Of course, she's really putting on a show here for Team Electros. But we've seen Wink and Nerf play together so many times over the last 3 years. Their third seems to change out quite frequently. This time it's Junie. So that's who I'm putting the spotlight on for this match in Utopia's perspective.
Yeah, and we already saw coming into this that the Kanji probably will be addressed quite well by the side of Team Electros. So maybe a just tiny little bit of a draft mistake here on the right side. The picks for our next map are already flying in here. Mex is going to be picked up on the right once again. Pearl to address the Mex, we mentioned it already. Really good counter against her because of her wide shot spreads. It's easy to hit your shots, and once that Pearl has the heat built up, she dishes out so much damage. Now also with a healer in the back, great composition so far from Team Electros.
Electros play this same comp basically constantly. The pipe has been banned here, which is very much intentional. Utopia know this is one of the picks that Team Electros like to go for. Another brawler that TE build into this comp pretty often is Charlie. They can also go for Brock, if that's still available to them here, but this is like very much TE's bread and butter. There's so much data on this team. We very much know what we're expecting here. And Mandy is the top performing brawler for Utopia on this map in scrims. They could round this look out with a Jaeyong potentially alongside the Max as an option, but they also like to play the Pearl. They've had that denied for them.
For Utopia here specifically, out of the 6 times they picked it in scrims, they had a 67% win rate with this Mandy. It's a little bit off meta right now. It's not so much in the conversation, but that super is still going to be pretty serious. A Meg to round things out should give them some defensive potential, also just great survivability, and the chance to rebuff any aggressive pushes in by Team Electros with at least the first use of the Meg gadget.
Both those two teams not really trying to get into the map over the left-hand side. No water. They do have some wall break on the left, which I really rate quite highly on this map. So with that, Team Electros is going to have an easier entry in that second round, whereas Pearl has broken down those walls. Squeak coming in here as last pick. He's very squishy, but we don't have anything too aggressive on the right, so I quite like it, especially into the mech. With her bigger hitbox on the mecha, Squeak is going to do an insane amount of damage with super especially.
Okay, I mean, this is the slot that Brock could also occupy for much the same reason, right? This is another brawler that...
Oh, he's not bad.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, I mean... this is probably just a stylistic choice. Brock is reasonable, does the same thing, right? It just blocks up the choke with a lot of those incendiary fields and denies that space, but it doesn't give you a... Without the Brock, you don't have that free way to get into the map here is the only concern I have, but I think it's fine.
I just look at the compositions for both teams, and I grow concerned about what story Utopia's comp is telling, because you can't use that max speed on the Mandy so effectively. It can be useful for the Meg, but she's actually going to get broken out of the Meg on the left side. Utopia have been entirely pressured out of here. It'll be a TP for Junie to get over to the other side, trying to be a playmaker solo on a Snowy, but he needs some assistance from the rest of the team. Otherwise, he's going to get pinched. Wants this advancement around the left side to regroup with the team, and it's actually worked quite well in getting them back control of mid.
I like this map control that Junie's been able to get just by doing an even impression over the water side and throwing some shots in. So we're able to dodge that super, though, that comes in from Wink. And now it's a bit uncomfortable, for the Mandy. Wink paths in the wrong direction, probably needs to get back to that bush side, and now is going to take a lot of damage to correct that positioning. An overextension there, though. The knock-up prevents any super use from doing, and that actually leaves Electros for a time down in numbers. Now Stowe's got to tend to Memen's wounds, get them back in fighting form, but this is much better from Utopia.
Memen in with the super, no contact. This is looking pretty meaty for a pinch, but no one comes around the right side. It's just Junie, but he knew he was going to TP back. Leave you cross-eyed out here shooting at the trail behind him. What excellent play from Junie here, as everyone from Utopia was spawn trapped. He TP'd over. He's playing around this new Max gadget so intelligently.
Hyper from Nerf, and the swing catches Memen, but the healing's going to come in there from the Byron super. Junie pulls up short, tries to go forward, and that's the TP back to safety. And now both sides will have a chance to heal up. It's going to be Byron and Squeak again up against Wink and Junie.
Where is Wink going to place his Hypercharge Super? Ideally, they survive until the last few seconds, and then he's practically guaranteed hits. Everyone on TE preparing themselves for this. Junie even with the TP back.
That's an
Get out of the way.
choice to get that space up, but because he was caught inside the residue field, didn't want to hang around and take any further shots. So it's very important exchange there.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of room gained by TE here. Hypercharge out, double contact,
Big
going
hit.
for another, but they find the gap in between the projectiles. Wink looking for the kill, and Junie's the last one alive once again, but this time he's slowed on the right side, just gonna try and save the super for the next round. Snoy also in possession of that Hypercharged Byron Super. It's going to be excellent for staving off one of these aggressive pushes from Utopia.
Generally insane use of that super there from Snowy to heal his team up after getting hit by the first iteration of that Mandy super. It does obviously get cycled, but they dodge that second shot, and a beautiful residue field there from Memen to secure the win at the end of the round. Snowy's now going to take some of this map control. But again, you definitely have to worry about this Byron Super, which functions like thrower in situations like this. If there's any kind of follow-up, it's Curtains. Junie knows it! He's trying to get away, but no, he's caught by some of those splayed elements of the Byron Super. And this is going to be an easy lock-up for Team Electros.
He was completely bombarded on the right side. Focus fire from Team Electros. Again, this is their trademark in North America, is how effectively they combine forces as a team. Still, I saw moments of greatness there from Utopia, Junie standing out as an individual, but that's a problem. Brawl Stars is a team game. You cannot carry the entire team on your back. Also, just how the Max Super plays around this, because when I look at TE's composition, I see like, you can just grab a fistful of Skittles and it's always going to taste good, but you grab a bunch of jelly beans and, okay, like the s'mores don't really mix too well with the lime. Utopia have some good, solid flavors in there, but I'm not sure if they work together so well.
Yeah. I think Junie getting them back into the map is a pretty big deal, but this area denial that the Squeak is offering, especially with the residue gadget, means that you're forced to give this ground up more often than not, which then forces you to kind of play further into the Squeak in the Pearl strategy. Wink does get hit by that overcooked there. It is going to tick down very low, but Snowy just ruined there by Nerf, who's only desuited for his trouble.
Yeah, huge heads up there from Nerf. He's even going to get his mech back because that was from the gadget on the right side. Very aggressive in from Duin, looking for even more. Will be able to get some burning action on and an escape plan over towards the right side. Meanwhile, it's Memen's job to hold things down on the left, but they're very, very wary of Wink's position. Duin's going to have a tough time dodging this super. It means that Wink's going to get half of it back as long as he makes contact. Going to go for it onto Memen. How much of a difference is that going to make? Huge knockback on the right side, and Nerf has now made this possible for Utopia to win in mid.
Okay, Wink reveals himself here, but Memen takes another shot. That's nicely done from Wink. Able to string them together beautifully, and again, Utopia start this round with a win.
Utopia show up every single month as seed number 8, and yet this is a gameplay they are putting on. I can't wait to see what they have next season, or for the remainder of this match. If they can get a game win in here, it would be absolutely massive. They have Wink hanging in the back with a Hypercharge and Nerf pushing up aggressively on the left side. Nope, that trick's not going to work again, my friend. You cannot hit Duin with that mech once more. TE were ready for it. They have Snoy in position to bombard. Memen also with the Hypercharge equipped. Once he gets a super, they can pull off the same move they used to end game 1.
Very aggressive here, though, from Electros, and Memen almost got taken down by Wink's gadget, but that super's going to do it there for Snowy. Dumps that in on top, and Memen also has a nasty little super bomb. Nerf out of mech in deep trouble now. It's on Junie, and that'll be Electros taken around back with a couple of Hypercharges built.
Utopia have some utility of their own. Still hanging on to the Hypercharge for Mandy. Looking for a target. Junie going very aggressive, but it's because he has that guarantee that he'll TP back with the use of the gadget. Hypercharge out for Wink. No contact. It's going to be devastating for Utopia.
But Hypercharge thrown out by Electros and no elimination as a result. And it's hope yet for Nerf and Junie. Of course, that Meg Hypercharge means a big range increase on that swing, but Junie has to recall that and they're pretty darn quickly. Going to take a lot of damage from these bombs, and Duin's going to start, or Memen rather, going to start cycling these supers for the amount of connections they are getting. This one is all but over now. Wink with a super that field goals, and Duin able to shrug off some of this damage thanks to the healing of Snowy.
Man, Wink just barely off the mark with these shots. He almost got a kill onto Duin earlier, and now Snowy shuts him down. It's a second set locked away for Team Electros, and yo, just sipping the coffee. It's another day. Go ahead, get hydrated, get caffeinated. It's quarterfinal number 1. It's a long day ahead of you, TE, if you plan on taking this grand final alongside all the other ones in the summer split.
Giving us good games are Utopia. I think it's a great warm-up for Team Electros as well, going up against, honestly, a relatively quality team. But again, Electros remind me of an EMEA squad. Like, they will just pick safe compositions with control brawlers, but then, you know, Dwayne will do something like just walk straight through that choke and fight someone one-on-one with that gadget. So these guys have insane skill expression. And this is a team that also can pick up those, you know, Mortis-esque brawlers, those Minas, and also look incredible. They've got depth.
Even Snowy played quite aggressive at times, despite being a Byron. Usually wants to stay back and just heal his teammates from behind. He also the one with the most kills. Byron, actually kind of an underrated brawler at the moment. Not really picked up to get kills. He's just there to heal teammates, picked up more often with a mech, for example. But once he has a super available, it's super hard to win a 1v1 against this brawler.
Yeah, he has Memin and Duin just providing the pressure because you don't want to really approach the squeak lane. It's tough to break out of the chokes. Duin is always going to hit you with fire if you like overstep your position. So Snowy with that super is going to be getting the kills more often than not. He needs to be the one to start things off. And you saw he was able to get a pretty much round-winning hypercharge in both games number 1 and 2. It was a combination with Squeak throwing over the wall. They used the same move twice. But if we see Utopia hang back so far, it's pretty much a guarantee that something like that is going to happen on out in the open.
I mean, and Byron obviously is the kind of, I talked about EMEA, right? It's the kind of pick that like Humble, for example, would show us all the time because you've got someone who has anti-heal, can heal teammates, has a self-heal, has a super that doubles as like a thrower ability, can sort of, you know, ignore those walls in general. Just a brawl that can kind of do it all in the right pair of hands. It really empowers a team composition.
This was Team Electros' map pick. We're now heading over again to Utopia's map, Dueling Beetles. And they have quite a successful run in scrims on this map. So it makes a lot of sense to me that they also picked it up. Now in this one, I mentioned it earlier, Jesse could finally have a showing. Not really picked up in any other region, but so
Ban Jesse.
He had a Bonnie yesterday in SA, picked up a couple of times. She has a 100% win rate, and she's completely rated as one of the worst brawlers across the game in every other region.
They're begging for it. Every time I see Jesse played, it is into an 8-bit.
The extra credits.
Yeah. just has a potential to delete a team if you can lock the extra credits. Team Electros are fully capable of playing it. Might be a little bit more difficult with some of the premier wall breakers taken out of the mix. Now Colonel Refs is still here. He can break walls, so maybe they'll opt to pick that up on their 4-5, but things are still up in the air at the moment. Right now, they're just dangling the possibility of Jesse in front of Utopia.
Can I just say, I'm happy Gray is banned out.
Yeah.
For once we see these comps.
Oh my God.
There is the Jessie that we've been talking about. Again, an absolute and a special. You don't really see her anywhere else. In the monthly qualifier, she was picked up so often and had an abysmal win rate. For this team, though, in Utopia, it's their most picked brawler, and they would have a 100% win rate in scrims.
Just play Lumi here. I think that plays really nicely into this. You can control those side lanes quite effectively. You've got a super that's going to be important to lock the Star Nova down, potentially find easy damage. Obviously, you know, Jesse's shots do bounce sort of off Scrappy, right? And now you can do the same thing as 8-bit and punish anyone who gets too close to that turret. So Stu here seems plenty reasonable. Someone with high mobility. Jesse's projectiles move quite slowly, right? Very easily dodgeable.
And Stu also just one of the most popular brawlers in the meta right now because he's playing good. He's hovered around like the high A tier for quite a long time. And he's going to supply the wall break that 8-bit needs to succeed on the left side. So Kenji to continue to push things forward, get on top of that Jessie is going to be quite helpful. Now she does have the little friend. She has Scrappy that will be able to slow things down when she pops her gadgets. So that's her counterplay. But still, I think that Kenji will be enough to keep her back quite consistently, allow 8-bit to set up the turret, and exert dominion over the left lane.
Try Maisie here, maybe? Something with decent range.
That would be a crazy shout.
I mean, it is a Utopia brawler. I do like it because obviously, you know, you can sort of chain pretty powerful hypercharge like super. Okay, Charlie, I can also sort of see the thinking behind that here. Something that can sort of keep both the Stu and Kenji at bay should it be required. It does mean that, like, you know, you haven't picked a side lane that's overly dominant just in terms of like having that really solid range, but 8-bit can certainly provide for you.
Charlie's especially strong against that Stu. He has a super slow reload speed, so with the gadget alone, you have him controlled for a bit. Jesse is targeted towards that 8-bit, and then Starnova is actually quite good at keeping that Kenji at bay. So not the worst of comps, but we don't see it too often. Now, does that mean it's just not meta, it's just not good? Or did they actually find a solution to this very strong comp from Team Electros?
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine right here, because we've seen the Jesse work so well for Utopia, but for other more seasoned teams actually playing Jesse and 8-Bit, we saw it for KDS in the qualifiers. It almost led to them losing their upper bracket finals match. On the right side, the action is already getting kicked up. Junie trying to defend against Mem, and he's chasing him down in the back lines, but this has provided so much pressure for TE. They've already gapped by 40%.
Yeah, look, that's just a massive lead to have. And Doing wisely sort of steps back a little bit, sets up another speed booster there, knowing that Snowy would eventually get taken down. There's a Sashimi, is well apportioned here, and Junie's going to be able to use the catch to get back to safety. But Memon just heals up and is ready to fight yet again with his star power once again active.
All eyes on Duin on the right side. That was filthy. Cleanup from Snoy, looking for one more onto Junie. He's trying to play intelligently around this, but will end up getting staggered. Actually does manage to trade. That is good value for Utopia. They at least have a 2v2 to fight at mid here. But once Stu comes back, it's going to be a little troublesome. 2 hypercharges ready for Utopia. This would be the moment for the retake.
Wink getting nuked down here by the Snowy damage, and it should be easy enough to clear Scrappy. Johnny trying to dive deep and pressure that 8-Bit position, but pulls up a little short. And here's Memon hitting from that backside. Nerf trying to shut him down, but really no one's respecting the Charlie. Even with that hypercharge active, they will fall. And Team Electro still have a very healthy lead. It's just a matter of doing some janitorial work, and it will be back to business.
Hypercharge Scrappy out here. Turns out it loses to a Hypercharge 8-Bit turret. And turns out this is not a hard counter at all, but Utopia will still manage to overwhelm the point. Junie gets one, looks for another onto Memon, who can't take down Wink in time. There's a real chance of Utopia bringing this one home, but they're going to have to endure this Hypercharge from Stu.
At this point, we're just eating onto the point for Team Electros. You don't need to spend much more time here. And Doing was a great distraction to keep Utopia tied up, while the rest of Electros clean them up.
Match point for Team Electros now, and the Jesse has not been enough to slow down this perpetual motion machine that is Team Electros. They pretty much clawed their way through every single bracket to the grand finals. They win it, at least on the other half of the season here in the summer split. They've won every single grand finals so far. Could they go 3 for 3? It starts with this quarterfinal. The only ones who can stop them right now are Utopia.
Okay, Speed Zone placed in that prescribed location here by Electros, and very quickly Utopia are forced back. They don't have any map control, and they don't really have a foothold to play from. Wink doesn't do anything here. He's too easily outranged and kited by the Stu.
Stu on the right side, getting some healthy taps in on Wink, and we'll see the super forward for Junie. Near kill onto Memon. Thankfully, he was able to heal up in time and continue to push in from the right. Junie with an aggressive play on the left on 0 HP. He wanted to get behind the corner on the left, but ended up getting taken down alongside Wink. It is a 60% lead to kick things off. Utopia haven't managed to get a foothold on the point this entire game so far.
Oh, that is a huge Flashini Memon. Should be able to cycle super pretty quickly now, should it be required. Posamaki healing gadget, and there is yet another super built up, but he isn't going to need to use it. 88% and counting. Utopia haven't been able to find a way into this round, and frankly, they haven't been able to find a way into the top 4 of any of these monthly finals, because there's always Team Electro standing in their way, and they frankly have bigger fish to fry.
No reactions here, folks, especially Memon. Just looks the same as ever. Might get a chance to, stand up off of that same couch that we see every single month and stretch for a moment. For Utopia, this has also come to be the expectation. They show up, they face #1 seed, and they get shut down. If they're ever able to make it through the upper bracket, then they would finally get a chance to face a more ideal matchup, or they can reset for the next season. But unfortunately for them, this is where it ends in 2026.
And honestly, it's been some good gameplay. The drafts, I think, obviously been interesting. I'm glad that Sunny sort of got ahead of the Jesse picks. We weren't completely blindsided by it, but you can see how much it suffers against these highly mobile compositions. Jesse is, Memon and Doing just don't need to play within Jesse's range. They can kite those shots, and 8-Bit outranges her ridiculously. For me, what's definitive, Sunny, is watching the 8-Bit turret blow up Scrappy. At that point, I was like, don't be playing this brawler.
I want to actually point out that stat from Stu, the percentage gained by that brawler in the zone, because for the most part, at least in game 1, it looked like Utopia had everything under control. They actually came out on top in most of the team fights, but they just didn't play for the objective they seen as well as Team Electros. That Stu, despite roaming around, getting taken out a couple of times, he was always trying to play in that zone. 53% by him alone taken.
Yeah, the survivability was just absolutely peak from Stu. I think it was really well executed by Duin. Every single player on this Team Electros roster blows me away independently. It's like they're just such cracked players. I can't wait to see them on the global stage because they are locked for World Finals. Still, they're one step closer to locking in seed number 1. We'll have to check in with Tribe Gaming later to see if they really have it after all.
You know who blows me away independently? Welcome, Spoo, to the NA Monthly Finals, the last monthly final of the season. How is that feeling?
It's super exciting for me, and kicking off a game like that where already we get to see so many different NA flair ideas. I mean, you mentioned the Jesse pick. We talked about this a lot during a production meeting as well, that this is a very NA-centric pick, and what a better way to start than to see Team Electros just completely brutalize and just rip it to shreds. I don't know if the rest of NA is watching, because after a performance like that, where you refute NA's most interesting idea, will they still follow up on it?
Let's see if we get to see Jesse a bit more often, also in a quarterfinal number 2. It is Vatic versus Legacy Esports. We have another team that is fighting for so much today. Their only ticket into the postseason is LCQ. And currently, another 12 points behind their opponents. 12 points behind KDS means they just need to get one placement higher than them. So if they make it through to the semis, they can then hope that FA Bobby, now KDS, is dropping and don't make it through to the semis.
Vatic are going to have to hope that there is the hard route. If they want to enforce their own destiny, then they're going to have to do something that they just have not been capable of doing yet, which is beating Team Electros. It is proven to be pretty much insurmountable by even the other best in the region for Tribe Gaming. But if you want to make it to top 3, then you've got to be pretty close in performance to Tribe Gaming and Team Electros.
It's the last chance for them to catch up, and throughout the entire year, look at the trend that they've just faced. They've literally only had to face off against Team Electros or Tribe, and I don't know if that's considered fortunate or not. You do get a lot of experience playing against the best of NA, but as a result, your points are a little bit lacking behind, and with the injection of points from Brawl Cup that KDS has, they've been able to maintain the lead.
Still a very good showing from them, and for example, unlike their direct competitor and now KDS, they actually qualified for every single monthly final. KDS didn't show up last month. This has hurt them badly, but they're still ahead of them. Now, once again, Reddy had the chance to talk to Livy. Let's see how they're feeling about this matchup.
Livy, talk to me about the adaptations that you've made between last month and this month for the matches today.
Yeah, this past month has been kind of weird. There's been overall less scrimmages, I think, as a whole in the region, just because people don't want to give away strategies against teams they may be playing in the monthly final. And so there's been a lot more non-gameplay preparation as opposed to just scrimmages. So I guess that's kind of the main thing for us.
And that applies for the entire North American region or just for you guys?
I mean, I could be wrong, but it's definitely for us. I'm pretty sure teams overall have scrimmed just a little bit less.
Wow, that's really interesting. I don't know if I've ever observed that before also. Now, Livy, as we look to today's matches, odds are that you guys are going to have to beat Team Electros today to make the last chance qualifier. Now, last month in the semifinals, y'all managed to take them to double match point. So how's the team feeling now, knowing that you're that close to beating them?
Yeah, we know they're not unbeatable. To beat the best, you have to, or to be the best, you have to beat the best. So all we can do is give it our all and play our best and draft our best, and hopefully it's enough to beat them, and hopefully not another double match point, because I can't take that.
Yeah, and good luck also, because you guys have had some pretty tough breaks this year, facing Team Electros 3 times previously, and now this is number 4. How do you grapple with that mentally, facing this one team so many times?
Yeah, the brackets this year have been kind of annoying, but I mean, it's in no one's control but our own. For playing the best team in the region over and over again, you do learn a lot from them, and it's always a good match. It's always fun to have that type of challenge and that mentality to, if you beat them, then that means you should be the best for at least that month. So, I don't know, we'll just have to see.
They're still behind KDS at the moment, despite KDS not qualifying for one of the monthly finals, but KDS got to go to Brawl Cup. And those Brawl Cup points now come in handy Team Electros didn't go to Brawl Cup instead, and now Vatic might have to beat Team Electros to still beat KDS. So there's so many implications in this bracket today alone. And as Livia has said, many brackets this year have been, he said, annoying for them, a bit unlucky, I want to say. These are the maps for the series. Pinball Dreams to kick us off here. Legacy got to pick first. They always come out in the top 8. They did beat Team Electros once though, so Legacy can play huge spoiler today. They can act as season killers for Vatic.
Yeah, Zulan and the squad here have kind of shown up multiple times, and they've mostly finished inside the top 8, but that 1 month that they did manage to snipe Team Electros out was what doomed their run for the Brawl Cup. Indeed, they played spoil sport, and they will be able to do it here as well. And with the global bans coming in here, have they studied up what Vatic have prepared? Lou and Glowy gonna be two coming out, and the Glowy is something that really strikes me as a little bit of homework done for them. I didn't see it too much played in qualifiers, but they must have spied something in the data, in the scrims for them to make this ban.
So Legacy is the reason why Team Electros didn't go to Brawl Cup, is why KDS now has extra points, is why they're 12 points ahead of Vatic. So they are truly the season killers for Vatic overall.
Yeah, what I'm hearing also is that Team Electros, this is all your fault. Like, why did you sell in April? And why did you screw up all the points? Everyone who went to Brawl Cup got such a healthy pad. Vatic have Team Electros to blame, but they also have to make it past this match if they want to place a little bit more blame on them, because then they can say, well, why'd you beat us in the first semi-final? But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. It is about Legacy. They did manage one time to get an unexpected victory. Everything else has been a top 8 finish.
It was Team Electros at their weakest, though. This is something that we have spoken to Team Electros about on interviews. They said that was a month that they kind of, skived a little bit in that spring split. They won one monthly final there, and then afterwards, they kind of just felt, you know what, we don't need to scrim as much. Then Zulan did his Zulan thing. He won.
Can Vatic keep the dream alive? One last shot at the postseason. They need to make it out of the quarterfinals against Legacy. Pinball Dreams is our first map. We don't get to see Brawl Ball too often currently, I feel. Pinball Dreams is our first map though, so I'm already excited for it. You can play some throwers here more often than not. It's Willow. Sirius is going to be the first pick here instead. Barley banned out. So Willow is still technically an answer, but doesn't have the same amount of range as Sirius. So I do believe that's a fairly good first pick and a pick that Legacy plays so often. Usually want to pair it with a Lou. They're having global ban, so let's see what they will show us later on instead.
Yeah, this is a map that is outside the Vatic comfort zone. I think for me, the comps that they like to go for are usually very tank-centric. And I think, yeah, that's why they've kind of leaned into these two very, very comfortable picks for them. Cordelis is a weapon that can indeed work on Pinball Dreams. I'm not too sure about the matchups up against the Sirius, though, because you do have to run the gadget that allows you to jump over those walls. And if Sirius spaces you properly, it could still be a problem. The Rico, though, that's something that we saw a lot in South America and throughout a bit of East Asia as well. I'm really convinced this is one of the strongest brawlers in the patch right now. It's very difficult to beat this guy. It's a lane demon. Even when overtime kicks in with Robo Retreat, it functions very similar to what Max can do.
Yeah, you have quite a bit of range also at mid. As long as you just bounce your shots off of the boxes that you spawn in between, you can reach deep into the enemy base and keep them back quite consistently. Meeple is going to be here to deny any of the aggression that can come in on that last pick, but is it going to be the mid? Because I think he'll actually have a tough time breaching the Rico with the range being a consideration.
I do think we're going to see something aggressive here. I quite like the Mo on a lane, or also Ash, a brawler we saw quite often yesterday, can come in to a map like this and wreak some havoc on lane. There he is. They have a well-rounded comp here with a mid, a thrower on the right, and then a Ash on the left. Now, Larry and Laurie coming in as the last pick, just here to address Sirius. We saw him yesterday once already. We all didn't really believe in him because we haven't seen him in such a long time. But these twins are actually better than you'd expect.
I believed in it, and I saw the Rico plus the Larry and Laurie pairing. I believe it's just the pinching potential that comes out. And the reason why you go Larry and Laurie over Willow is just the sheer damage that he can output. Unexpectedly so with that hypercharge as well, it becomes a decent matchup with the Ash.
I think yesterday Barley was open. That's why we were like, why you pick Larry over Barley? He was banned here though.
LCQ on the line right here. Vatic need to finish ahead of KDS, and they're playing against a Legacy who have denied the top team in the region from going to a LAN before earlier on in the season, but Vatic are already off to a great start. They have a deep push on the left side. A pass up to Ducky gets him a guaranteed goal within just the first 23 seconds of the game.
This is what the Vatic comp is perfectly designed to do. You just pinch onto silence, and that's why you're seeing the immediate lane swap coming out here. Zulan gonna be going up against Bilal on the left, but with that super coming online, he has to immediately fall back. Yeah, just spent so many shots. Bilal's even gonna pursue for with that gadget. That's just so much pressure they have. And yeah, Legacy, they're confused now. They're just saying, you know what? That lane swap didn't work. Let's swap again, but I don't know if it's a good idea.
Bit of musical lanes over here looking for the ideal thing as Livy's going to get boxed into the mid. Zemp also looking for the punish, but he's going to let Zeus have these shots. It ends up just getting as Livy down to minimum HP, and he has so much speed to work with right now. This is the best situation for him, in fact.
What a save from Ducky there, throwing Zemp into the Shadow Realm, saving his captain as Livy from the surety of death there. It will allow them to reset here, but Zulan is beginning to aggress here. There's a Shadow Realm there from Ducky that can immediately take him out of the equation, but they rather put it on the series. They're rotating Bilal over, some more musical lanes going on here. You see Ducky just still looking for the target. He's got that Hypercharge Super. That should be enough damage to go onto Zulan. It's a tough matchup, though. He's going to be a bit careful here. And for the time being, just not forcing the issue.
Ducky bounced in while he was in the Shadow Realm, and Zulon closes in around the left side. Bilal doesn't really have much he can do here except for play for super. Legacy converged on Vatic from every single angle to secure this very first goal.
The miscommunication there didn't really communicate the Shadow Realm positioning there of Zulan. And with as Livy going down there was just no easy way for them to defend. It's sort of the weakness of the comp here. Once Zemp comes online with these mansions of Meepo and gets those critical supers online, he can do a lot of pressure.
Well, Bilal's coming in with a double-pronged Hypercharge Super. Now, the clone's coming in from the left side. Zeus is the first to fall. Some angles from his Livy around the right. Need to take down Zulan. He's gotten him down to very little HP, but Zemp has the defense, and there's not enough health from Vatic to finish.
Rebel Retreat will secure him out there. We are headed to an overtime where, in all theory, as Livy should be the strongest brawler on the map, I'm expecting him to maintain the speed, keep up that Rebel Retreat, don't heal up just yet. The ball's nicely positioned, but Sam takes down his Livy there in the nick of time right before overtime. Mistakes to start this one off.
It's going to be challenging in OT. It's 1 and 2. Ducky needs his pass over to the left side, and he has to put someone in the realm. It's going to be a tricky and delicate execution here as Livy also ready with a hypercharge of his own. First hypercharge popped. It's Zemp on the left side. Zulan also trying to block shots with the rats of his own, and Ducky closes in for the kill on Zeus. It's a full team wipe for Vatic as they slowly pocket this in the right side to get game 1.
Clinical there from Vatic in that first goal, but a bit sloppy with the second. For me, personally, that overtime there as Livy was well positioned with Robo Retreat, but just went a little too close there to Zemp. I don't know if this is early signs of nerves. You know, Vatic knows that all the marbles, their chances at LCQ still rides on every single match they play, and I'm sure that they're feeling it in this match.
Yeah, a win is a win. For a match that Vatic are really heavily favored to win, it can be a little concerning to go to overtime. We'll see the initial interactions. Zulan soon to fall on the right side. Zemp is positioned perfectly for Ducky to take him down, and the last one to go is
beautiful.
Once again, if they hadn't hesitated right there, it would have again been on the 23-second mark, just like they did in game 1.
Absolutely beautiful for me, and that's the early game power of this comp. When Mansions of Meepo not online, no critical role from that Meepo, no shadows there from Zeus on this series. This comp really suffered, and then a slow there onto Zulan plus the Shadow Realm. Wow, just throw the whole kitchen sink at this Ashe. That's one way to take him down.
Vatic still holding on to defense. Meanwhile, Bilal gets cozy on the top right side. Zeus can't rotate over because as Livy is suppressing him, but the box is going to help a good amount. Still, no one really to take this matchup versus Ducky on the left side. And the musical lanes have subsided for now. Ducky going to get that initial bit of damage in and help finish off the kill onto Zeus alongside his Livy.
Surely.
It's crazy position. Zemp down as Livy just needs to walk this one on through. And that's set number 1 over to Vatic.
That's the strength of the Cordelias. You just change the equation, change how defense is made there. Send Zulan to the realm, and Ducky literally just stood there by the wall, said, you guys got this, right? 2 versus 1 here. There's no way to stop this. Is Ducky praying with the spike? Like, doesn't even look pleased with himself after that game.
That's his little helper. That is actually the Vatic drafter.
Oh, the Spike is drafting for Vatic.
He's a plushie of few words, but he makes really good contributions. He's more of like a mental coach if you think about it.
Well, the data tells me he's never been picked before. Maybe he doesn't like the self-insert. Maybe let's bring Sunny back in to tell us a bit more about what she thought about that game.
I mean, I love how Ducky's cuddling his Spike. I do think he's probably the drafter, and he's doing great so far.
The
Vatic
Spike.
had a really good draft in this one, as already mentioned. Rico super strong in the current meta. Cordelius, one of Vatic's most picked brawler on this map, worked out wonderfully. That Ash pick might be a bit too early in the draft, and I believe it was also after Cordelius, so it probably didn't work out as intended here for Zulan.
Yeah, I just wonder, what are we so concerned about with the Ashe? I mean, he's fairly decent in his own right. The hypercharged robotic rats are great for steamrolling to the enemy side, but is Damien too much of a consideration right now in the Ashe matchup specifically?
Perhaps. I mean, I don't know if I would really go Damien like that into a bad matchup. I mean, you pick up the Ashe to block out that pick, but even then, like, you've already got two matchups that are pretty bad. You mentioned this Meepo versus Rico mid matchup, and yesterday in South America, something that I did say is when there's a Rico on the map, you really need to have a mid that can just play equally passive as him. This is not it. When you don't deal with the Rico pinches to the side lane, pinches with this Larry and Laurie, pinches with that Cordelius, changes up the equation of all these matchups, and suddenly you're in for a lane collapse situation here on Pinball Dreams.
Yeah, didn't mind the draft too much, though. I don't think it was just that. Vatic played it really, really well.
So clean.
Hideout now up next. This is Vatic's map pick, so in theory there should be 2-0 up already after this one. Let's see if this is actually gonna be how it's played out, as their opponents here also have quite a decent win rate in scrims at least. First pick here just to snatch up that blue star. Mina is gonna come in with more to spend out of the way. Kaza is really the only one that could be faster still.
We'll have to see whether there is a race for the blue star. Mina is going to be kind of the first contribution to that conversation. Pearl is also going to be coming in here as a way of deterring any overly aggressive pushes in. It still can be played around that blue star. Also, potential with the Byron to synergize. We saw Glowy is actually a ban here, and I think there is potential for the Glowy to do some really good stuff on a double up lane on Hideout, but he's not the only one that can do it. You can still, as I said previously, do it with the Byron. You could even have a match on that lane too.
Treat. And they're going to snatch it up. I think they also realize they can't afford to let that Byron slip into Vatic's hands. It's another very, very comfortable brawler for them. Aside from Mina being, you know, this pocket pick that they seem to pick almost everywhere on Hideout, they do pair it up a lot with Byron. They pair it up with the Grey as well. I don't expect to see it here on Hideout. But if there's something that Vatic have shown me is that they're really, really good at picking up these balanced compositions. They will almost always never, you know, go for like something cheeky like double tank here, for example. And so with Brock right open, I think they might consider, the sharper option there. The queen of sharpshooters itself shows up this Piper matchup. It punishes the Byron, it punishes the Pearl. That's very skill testing.
I'm surprised we're not seeing a Pierce earlier on here. Still one of the best snipers. Piper did receive a damage buff, so she's now fairly strong as well. We have a bit of everything now on the side of Vatic here. It's not long range, and also that blue star as first. I would like to see something a bit tankier, maybe also a healer on the left side. But
there we go.
There he is, the healer.
Yep.
That's tanky.
Yeah, exactly. And he'll be able to pull some brawlers out of position. Pearl, not oftentimes the brawler that you want to pull, and the damage could be a little bit lacking for Vatic, but not really the worst option. Also gives them a lot of pressure. They don't have to worry so much about whether there's going to be a thrower that comes in. Of course, Piper can break open those walls, so there's counterplay there to begin with. Something I want to point out, there's a specific interaction here, is that Piper is able to two-tap this Byron, but now Bolt comes in as a final selection, and I just don't see anything for Vatic that can deal with this. You do have a jump for Piper, you do have knockback, but she probably wants to go homemade recipe even still, and Gene is able to blow people away with the lamp blowout. But once he uses that super, there's not all that much.
It scares me. It really, really terrifies me. You're a Prestige 3 Bolt, and you look at this comp, and it is a juicy one to play.
Yum.
I mean, really. And as you said, it forces gadget changes. It forces this Piper to ruin her own game. You know, without homemade recipe, those matchups against the Byron, against the Pearl, it changes so much. So, very good last pick here from a Legacy. It is one of the few brawlers we neglected to mention. It's faster than Kaze, gets the blue star so quickly, and it allows Legacy now options. Do they want to go aggressive here, try to sneak in some some pickoffs here with that Bolt, or do they opt to play defensive for the rest of this round?
Problem for Legacy is that Vatic has so many ways to break this defense. They're able to poke around these walls quite effectively, but 2 shots gone awry for Bilal. will just barely miss Zulan as he's hiding behind the wall, healing up Zeus and keeping Zemp alive as well. Bilal also ready with his first wall break. He's had to work hard for it and now has the potential to break open the back line. He's going to go for it. Perfect jump into that safe and sequestered space on the left side and away from Zemp on this bolt.
Then he's gonna go straight, jumps in there onto his Libby. No way for Lamb Blower to save that one. But unfortunately, with the blue star, yields it right back to the easiest tap there of Bilal's life here. But I honestly think that's a pretty good trade there for the side of Legacy. They're a comp with the bolt that should be playing aggressively throughout this match.
Yeah, now they just don't have to worry about the blue star going over to Vatic. It's no longer on Zemp, and he can play with this super. Need to see Unstoppable come into play. It'll give him 1 full second of immunity to CC with only a couple of exceptions in the entire game. So who's he going to go for? Bilal can jump, Ducky can dash, Ducky could be close to a super, and his Livy has a pull. So which is going to be first? His Livy could try and snipe him with that pull, but just having the pressure is actually worth not using at all, at least for the time being.
They are still behind of that blue star and only 30 seconds left to make a play happen. But I'm with you on that. I don't think he should be the first entry of the team. He needs Zulan to make plays first, get some taps before going in. And that's the homemade recipe that's going to miss here. Zemp is just basically going in by himself. He should get traded out here. No! Bilal didn't have the ammunition to bring him down. He's going to be able to escape there.
Ducky looking for a huge play. Some respectable damage onto Zeus. It does keep him in an overextended position. A hypercharge in, but his Livy still has a chance to get a pull. It's 1 kill for Vatican, 3 seconds to go. A pull onto Zemp. No, completely misses. With a 4-star lead, game number 1 of set 2 heads over to Legacy. And might I add, Zulan's rocking the beard. I've always seen him clean shaven. Do you think that's the buff this month? Is that the upset beard?
Is it the Angel Boy beard? I mean,
yeah, well, he's also copying Zemp, I think.
They're all rocking the beard.
Upset beard, I love them.
Well, I mean, Reddy, you should take some notes on the way Zemp is running this vault, by the way. This gadget selection by him is just absolutely brilliant. It's one where you can dodge homemade recipe, you can fake out the lamp blowouts, and that's why I think Vatic, they've got to make some adaptations here. I think you just can't afford to really play defensive into a ball, even when you're ahead. I expect to see them just still continue, keep up the pressure, go for trades. Not nearly in that fashion. They should be able to chase this one down, though. I mean, he's pinched out to both sides of the map. He's starting to be able to heal up, though. Okay, it's his Livy over there with a lamp blower. They're going to be able to get this one. But Duckies was sacrificed there in the back. 1 versus 2, he went down.
It turns out okay for Vatic, okay? Because they still have the lead. Legacy have no choice but to play into them. Got too aggressive versus Zeus, and Zulan finishes off the kill on his Livy. If it's Legacy ahead by 4 stars once more, Vatic have to play aggro. It's far from ideal, as Livy's going to have to switch up his philosophy around these pulls. Used one really hastily to try and get Zemp. It didn't go his way earlier. Might just want to go ahead and try and pull Zeus, even Zemp on the right side, if he's able to snag that correctly. He's looking, he's tracking, trying to get Zemp with the lamp blowout. Now finishes off with a pull to get them just 2 stars closer to equaling and surpassing with the blue star Legacy.
That's still just so much pressure that he was able to get, though. Bilal now super duper low with Zulan coming with the biggest hypercharge of his life. He's going to catch 1, 2, 3. It's a complete team wipe there for the side of Legacy, and a very, very, very big protesto going down there. They know with this last pick, they might just have this one in the bag.
Narrow margin for error for Vatic right now. They can only afford to lose one brawler before it's a guaranteed game over. The next brawler that dies. Zeus is exerting so much pressure with his hypercharge and super, and Zemp is in with the super. Vertical super for Bilal, but it's just a gimme for Zeus with the burn. It's going to come down to as Livy on the right side, but he's gone in solo. Could we see some stunts? A missed pull, but Zeus can still fall. Zemp could go down too. One more shot for Ducky, but it's going to take more than that. The blue star keeps Legacy ahead alongside a near 20-star finish.
Yeah, that's pretty painful there for Vatic there to drop a set. Zulan's pretty pleased with himself that one, but if I'm going to be real, I think us here on the desk,
cheeky.
The whole of Vatic, we all forgot about the ball. The ball was very much open there throughout the entirety of the draft, and looking at the setup there, love the Byron Pearl 2-3 that came out from them. Pearl there to really just block it out, and Byron to support Zemp when it was needed. These are 3 brawlers that I don't think, are the worst into the ball, but the fact that they all have to change their kit, to change for Spirit Slap, to change for homemade recipe out for that pin, for the auto aimer there, I think it's pretty painful for the draft.
We saw that Byron twice today already, and after watching Zulan and Snowy on those brawlers, I kind of have a twitching in my fingers. I want to hop on Brawl Stars and play Byron. He looks super fun. And again, I called him underrated before. I will say it again. He's so strong, not only as the healer for Zemp, he didn't actually get the most kills here, despite being constantly healed up by Zulan. It was so fun to watch that Bull just roam around, getting low, goes back to spawn to get healed up, goes out again, gets low, goes back to spawn to heal up, and so on. But the Byron actually with the most kills here, Zulan, of course, also with that triple kill in game 2. Really well played by Legacy overall. And now we're heading over to yet another map pick here by Legacy. The map is called Jesse. I mean Ring of Fire, sorry. Did I mention Jesse? It's Hot Zone. Jesse.
Okay, we'll see if 8-Bit is in play because it's the only context in which I've personally seen Jesse played, with a few exceptions that I don't think should have happened to begin with, but you know, there is room for experimentation in Brawl Stars.
Sorry.
This is not the place where you want to do it, folks. Ring of Fire, could it be home to the Bolt once more? I do see potential.
I think it's home to Jesse.
You think they go the Jesse?
Has it been mentioned?
8-Bit is bad.
Oh,
but
no.
Jesse could be a pick
Jesse.
here. We're in NA.
We're in NA.
No, 8-Bit is banned. Go next.
Charlie's open. That's what else is picked into.
That's very true. Bolt.
Lola.
It's not great. Come
Lola
on,
is
guys.
one
Drop
of-
the act here. I mean, we're all here from other regions. Only Reddy seems to be on the train here. I'm a Jesse player myself, and I love it. But I don't think that it's that great. I think it's an NA idea that has emerged as sort of a pocket pick that does work into some picks. But if we look at the win rates across the board, it's only working into lesser teams.
Lola is one of the most picked brawlers from a Legacy on this map, and Jesse's really good into Lola, so don't give up that Jesse hope just yet. We saw her once today, didn't perform too well though, so I wouldn't be... yeah, I personally wouldn't pick her, but I would love to see her because we don't ever get to see her a lot in Monthly Final. Mac coming in here on the right-hand side. That is a Ring of Fire special. You could pair it with a healer in the back. Chloe's out of contention here, but our Byron would still be left open. Poco too.
Mid selected already for Vatic. You usually would stack a couple on mid here on Ring of Fire, so it's not going to be totally remiss to get something else. But also Stu has been banned out. It's one of the more popular ways to keep a distance from Meg. Nothing too much revealed just yet. Meeple is going to keep things at long range, also deny aggression and keep things open. Just really a safe brawler. I don't think it reveals too much.
It's also just two brawlers that also make bolts very uncomfortable to think about.
Yeah.
I mean, we did see it in East Asia, I believe, played on Ring of Fire. That was a little bit of a pocket strategy to just go on the side lane, just be really annoying, roll around literally the Ring of Fire, and then flank around when your teammates are pushing up. You buy a lot of space, and that's why this Meeple and this Meg both are proactively dealing with that. But Vatic, they don't have to really go for it here. They could punish this Meeple just purely by virtue of range, and that's why I think they've gone for the Pierce here. I was thinking whether Byron could have also been a good shout, given that this is Hot Zone. And now looking at these two brawlers, I think they need something a bit more tanky, just to stand in
Not
the mid.
necessarily. I would like to see them play some wall opener. Now, together with those two snipers, I think a Griff could come in handy, and is also really good into the map on the other side. No, it is going to be a aggressive pick after all. Kenji coming in here just to cover those lanes. They have two brawlers now to stand in mid, but two brawlers to stand in mid, and Finks and Pierce are very rarely picked together for that reason, because yeah, they both kind of fulfill the same function. On the right side now, we have a bit of everything. That Meeple and Meg could also be something aggressive now, honestly. For them as last, Damien would be open.
Damien is wide open, but Sirius is the method to this madness. It's going to be able to get some shades off of Ducky over here on the Kenji. And in the range game, it should be able to take down Bilal quite respectably, utilizing open range. You can fire over walls. You know, you got a little obstacle to hide behind. What do you make of this split?
I'm worried, right? I'm worried for the side of Vatic here because a lot of their team's potential seems to ride on this Pierce. He has amazing matchups. If he plays like Lukey or if he plays like Guesty here, I think they could pretty much crush Legacy here. But a couple missed magazines here, and that could leave themselves wide open. That's my concern.
Headed in here, it's 1-1. Vatic and Legacy tied up, and Vatic is the one with postseason dreams on the line, but they were denied a chance to get even closer in the last set. Zimp is already going to be kicking things off at mid with an early gadget onto his Livy to gain the position for Legacy. The shade from Zulan is going to be troublesome to deal with for pretty much everyone on the squad. Ducky doesn't want to get close. Bilal and his Livy are single target brawlers. It's going to be a challenge.
Ducky here can't get value there against the Meg as well. He's trading it out there with Also Maki healing here, but Zem literally can just outlast him there. He's even got a mech here going forward there, tries to bring it down there, goes into the small bomb. There's a Slashimi that just goes into the air, doesn't really connect with anything, and Legacy have already 50% of their name.
Not really much that Vatic can seem to do to get in here. The Mansions of Meeple are troublesome for his Livy. He can't shoot around them or through them, but Bilal can slow down some projectiles. It's going to be the time warp coming down, speeding up his Livy's shots, and all of a sudden, there are no targets to shoot. Everyone's back into the bushes, and there's no vision on anyone.
I guess be patiently as well. With his Mansions of Meeple coming down here, and Zem does have that gadget online, plus the Hyper Charge, which is pop it for the stats here. No, just going to be going in there. A little bit too aggressive there from Zem. Some mechanical misplays coming out. Shot one shot too many. Didn't have one left over for the mech. But the Sirius is just doing so much, getting so many free shadows off Ducky.
Ducky, he's having to assess whether he can even go in on the left anymore. Bilal trapped at mid, boxed in, and piercing through the walls as Livy still on this pierce at mid. He will actually be able to avoid a shot from Zip, but cannot seem to make contact with these shots. Zip is so fast and wiggly, he can't seem to get anything landed, and Bilal and Ducky won't be able to contribute much to this mid fight as Legacy count up to 100. I agree with you, Spoo. The series was just too much. Kenji wasn't really able to do anything there. And then when the Shades did make it through over to mid, they were too challenging for Pierce to deal with. But the mansions more than anything else, it seemed like there was not really much that Vatic could do around them.
Yeah, they only had Pierce, right, as a long-range brawler here. And, I mean, I don't even say as Livy played bad there. Landed so many shots down to Zem, so many supercharged shots as well. But this is the power of the mech. There's so much staying power. Look, he can just take one shot over there, easily over there, goes back into the small form here. Even takes up another tap that. That's such a tanky brawler.
Ducky on the top left will assist as Livy in pressuring Zulon into a kill. Another one with a super from his Livy on the right. Now Legacy could stand a chance of getting spawn trapped here on Ring of Fire. It's a very real thing, and it can hurt you. Ducky's going to make his contribution as well. D-macking Zep on the left side, and another super is ready. Meanwhile, Zeus on the left is just trying to get those first taps in on mid, but Ducky is absolutely slaughtering everyone in Legacy spawn.
This is what the Kenji was intended to do here. When he's not feeding the Sirius, when he's able to shine there with these sashimi slashes, it is capable of staying alive. There is no rage quit there out from Zulan with a hypercharge there from Ducky. He's going to get so much value. Now running it down with a second sashimi slash there. But in the mid, Zulan tries to clap back there onto as Livy, hoping a second hypercharge there just to stay alive.
Zulon now hypercharge, supered onto the right side where he's able to walk on water. It's fine. You know what? Vatic say, we'll just keep on spawn killing the rest of your team. Ducky is up in Meg's face, and on the left side, Zeus is on his last legs. It's 15% to go in one final shot for Legacy to attempt to push in, but it's going to be completely stymied from Vatic. Yet another team kill to finish off game number 2 and equalize our third set.
It all just came down to that early game. As I said, if they can de-mech Zem cleanly for the first time, if Ducky on this Kenji can just get into the back lines, bypass that one slow that Sirius has, and dive the backline, dive the Meepo when he doesn't have any of these abilities online. Remember, there's no rage quit to stop this Kenji. So even though he does a lot of damage, he can heal out most of it and basically out-sustain this entire comp.
It's a trade-off that you make. Zulon is going to have to trade those close quarters defenses for the long range and large area control. So far, it's worked out quite well. Zeus wins the 1v1 on the left side, pushing back Ducky, but he still has to be mindful of the gap that he keeps between himself and this Kenji. Zulon is able to get one tap on the left side. Zeus completely defended, and yet another box onto mid, whereas Livy has no choice but to back away and wait for Ducky to try again in getting into these left lane bushes.
A miss super there from the PS will be really painful there. Zem there though eats a big shot there from as Livy should be able to buy space for Bilal to get back in. And that's where Ducky is also trying to make some space for his team. But with Zulan pinching him out there, he can't seem to get into that prime position that he wants to be in.
When are they going to switch it up? If at all, Ducky's going to keep on bashing his head against this left side until it eventually works. He knows that Vatic can get the spawn trap if he's just able to position himself on the left. Or maybe if his Livy gets a big kill on mid, but Zimp's shield is going to keep him alive for a moment longer. Ducky now decides, this is the opening. I'm going over to the right side, and Zimp is waiting to use his super as a result. Perfect timing for Zulon to box on the right side and get piercing damage through the obstacles. Bilal also falls, and his Livy is the last one standing for the roster until Ducky spawns and tries yet again to interrupt this left lane.
As if he's just literally running in with 150 health, knows he's got the range advantage. A big Pierce Super will go out to regain some semblance of control here. But with this mech coming back online and the Manchester people, once again, beautiful catch there onto Bilal. Ducky's gonna just run it down here to try and keep his teammates in this game. But that's such an easy toolbox for the mech to rebuff.
As Livy needs to hit some shots here. 9% to go. Legacy staying alive. Zep popped out of the mech, but he's got the jukes just straight lining over to the right side. Zeus tries to walk in, and Zulon wants to do the same. He's going to be alive by a sliver of HP, and Bilal cannot shoot through these walls. Zulon just needs to dip his toe onto the point, but he'll let Zip do it instead because it's just easier that way. Set number 3 headed the way of Legacy. Could they once again deny a team entrance to LAN at the 11th hour?
One more set will do it. Zulon could be the ultimate kingmaker here in NA. He'll send Bobby prematurely there to the LCQ without much of a fight here. And Vatic, man, I mean, this comp coming in there, there's some promise. I mean, we saw in game number 2 when it really went pretty perfectly for them, demecking Zamp early, getting Ducky in the backline. There's some promise, but afterwards, I mean, they just ran the same comp the second time. It didn't hit anything.
Getting Ducky in the backline, that's the key words. They managed to do so in game 2 and game 3. How often did Ducky die?
Yeah.
They controlled him so well, as you put it, Reddy. He just bashed his head into that left lane, was taken out by Zeus and Zulon pinching time and time again. I would love to see the kill-death ratio here of the brawler right now.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see for Ducky specifically just because, again, he only had to break through one time in order to make it work, but Zulon was ready by getting some shots in from the mid lane. He was really quick and smart with the rotations. Zeus, also, you got to give kudos to this guy because he was the playmaker for his tribe squad last year, and he comes onto this team as well. He's able to play this delicate matchup with Sirius versus the Kenji quite effectively, pushed him back a lot of times, and the shades that resulted from it got a bunch of pressure on the point too.
If only they had chassis. I'm just kidding. I don't think that would have been better at all. We're heading over to Kaboom Canyon now. We have a heist map. This is once again Vatic's pick. They need to win it now to prolong this one into set 5 and keep their postseason dreams alive. Otherwise, this is the last time we get to see this Vatic play.
And they're not looking too fresh for me right now. I mean, the morale in the team just seems to have dropped after 2 sets there, where I don't know if they really will agree with us when, you know, thinking that it's a drafting problem. In the gameplay department, it was suffering as well. A lot of pushes from Bilal and his Livy just not really coordinated there. Ducky going in there, as you said, bashing his face and not getting space for his team. And now, I mean, the whole team, they look pretty demoralized.
It's quite rough. I know that Ducky tends to feel the pressure quite a lot. He was fresh onto the roster after month 1. In fact, they dropped Rafiki to bring him onto the squad. Bilal wanted to play with him, so they're very much a duo with as Livy's experience commanding the helm. Now as they come into this very 4th set on Kaboom Canyon, once again, if they lose this set, that's it. There's no LCQ, there's no light at the end of the tunnel. Their season is over.
A Carl could come out here on the side of Legacy. Quite like this brawler, have a pretty decent win rate with him too. Kaze is usually what I go first. She's spent out here just so strong on a map like this one. Easily makes her way through to mid, and with the super, a lot of damage onto safe. She is banned here, so not an option. Now this is an interesting one. It is the most picked brawler for the side of Vatic. Legacy picks her away here, and could just follow up with another damage dealer here. Again, Carl could come out here. We saw Finks very often as that mid-control brawler. He's out of the way, but Lumi, for example, could come in to do that same thing. Just hold down those pushes in mid.
The Chuck is still open as well, and that was the weapon of SA in their choice as a last pick here. Don't know if that's something that Legacy Esports will want to set up. Now they're going to go for that Lumi instead, as you gladly mentioned. Now on to Vatic though, they have shown Jesse in the past, it is in their repertoire, and these matchups aren't the worst. It's decent into the Lola, it does outrange the Lumi, but you know what it loses to? Better players. You just dodge the shots, guys, and just walk up the mid. Will Vatic consider it?
I mean, it's possible. They're definitely thinking about it right now. The hitability of those shots has been helped out by her projectile speed being buffed. That's why she's even in the conversation at all right now. Bonnie, the SA special from yesterday, and now makes an entrance. She'll be able to diff the range. Oh my.
Sonny got chills for that.
I got goosebumps.
Hair standing up on end from a Bonnie. And it will provide a lot of pressure. But getting into mid, I think, is going to be the tough thing. She is quite slow. She'll have to use a gadget to get in there. If she doesn't win it based off of that, it's going to be a slow and painful lane game to grind your way to the enemy side.
And I like it. I think the way that Vatic are approaching is they see the Lumi. And as Livy literally says, guys, backs against the wall. We've got nothing else to play for, nothing to lose. What do you guys want to go for? I see a good matchup there. I go for it. Sonny, you called out the call earlier going into this Lola. This Vatic comp, it's all rounded. It's really, really what they're comfortable with, but is it going to be enough?
I'm so curious about Svetic comp. They never scrimmed with Griff, even once. Their most picked brawlers are Lola and the Lumi that are now picked up from the right side. They pick up Griff. Their most picked brawlers are picked up by their opponents, and then they show us Bonnie, also never scrimmed. It's clearly picked that from the book of SA. Meg now coming in for some mid control here. But yeah, Vatic, why did they kick things off here with the Griff?
I think that just being able to get into mid is definitely advantageous for them, but again, you say that this is not something that they really scrimmed. As Livy said in the interview, that everyone's been really cagey about playing their ideal brawlers in the scrims. People not sure about playing scrims against certain teams, whether they're going to play, what they're going to do on game day. Everything is being concealed, and you can see that Vatic needed every last drop of that secrecy. They could be upset by Legacy. It would be Legacy's second upset of the year.
Coming into it in Kaboom Canyon with this comp. Their dreams, their LCQ hopes are still alive here for the side of Vatic. Well, Legacy want to play Kingmaker for their boy Bobby waiting in the wake.
Initial interactions favor Legacy as they're able to get into mid, but the utility earned has been on the side of Vatic. Zimp's looking pretty damaged as he moves backwards, and Zulon also has to move away from this lane. He does boast the range advantage versus Bilal, who now looks for the switch up, handing this over to Livy to try and clip the shots around onto Zimp. But when this first super comes in from Livy, that's when things are about to get interesting.
Legacy's comp is purely based on control. They have to secure the mid, and that's the toughest part for them right now. They are landing more shots here on this Lola, and Darky's making a really aggressive move there onto Zeus. It's similar to the Kenji all over again. It's just a match that's just not working in their favor. Now is Livy going for a big jump there onto Zulan. It's a mad scramble for the mid, and no one really having any staying power for the time being.
Bunch of trades just going back and forth, but Vatic seems to have gotten the upper hand. Ducky on the right side. Zeus doesn't have any counterplay. He's going to look for that kill, and once again with the super to get out of the way. Oh, but Dindok's behind the obstacle. I'm not sure what was the thinking behind that, but nonetheless, Vatic will be able to slink back just a little bit into these bushes after getting some pretty healthy damage on the save.
Nerves, man, nerves. I mean, Ducky's got to chill here. He's got a pretty good comp here going into this one. Zulan's got a nightmare matchup to go into, and that's a beautiful hypercharge super there from Bilal to just shove Legacy out of the mid. Vatic now, they're looking absolutely dominant, as Livy's even got this hypercharge online, and Zulan's most certainly the prime target.
Zulon on the left side, he's alive and healthy. Here comes a hypercharge dedicated specifically to him, and as Livy's gonna keep this one going with a bit more damage onto the safe. It's definitely blocked by Zeus, freezing his ego in front so as to prevent that crack. Really, really nice play there from Zeus on one of his signature brawlers.
There's still a ticking time bomb here for the side of Legacy. They've only got 30 seconds left to get back mid and equalize this. With Bilal throwing out a super here just to zone for the time being. Even chucks the piggy bank there onto Zeus. Really want to get them off the point here. Ducky's going to make an aggressive move forward there just to buy some time for the team. And with 15 seconds left, surely Vatic got this.
Yup, it's going to be the crack for Vatic right now. They've dropped this down to 74%. Could be a chance of Legacy bringing this down and then even hitting the 75% mark, but it's just too long of a distance to go for. As the clock ticks down, Vatic will stay alive in this match with a game #1 victory here on Kaboom Canyon.
Ooh, this Lola Lumi core might have just exposed a critical weakness for them. But I also think that they rounded up the comp in a weird way. This mech coming in to fulfill a similar role for the Lola, where it's literally I walk in the mid, I have a lot of health, I walk in, I spam auto aim, and I just force my way in. But you're trying to force your way into a Griff and a Carl, it's just not really working out for them.
Huskarl is going to be taking that early positioning, looking for the ideal matchup onto Zeus, where Zulon was very much expecting this. Ducky just trying to absorb some of the shots, keep Zeus low on HP, and he doesn't really feel like biting. Zeus gets to migrate into the bushes as a result, and Vatic have to fall back quite a bit into this ego from Legacy. Zulon on full HP, and Zimp similarly so on the right side.
This is a terrible position that Vatic are in. You don't want to be in a spot where you've yielded full control of the mid. They get Zulan out there. It's a good pinch from them. They're stymieing the bleeding for the time being. Getting a big shot there from Bilal that almost brings down Zeus, but with the ego in play, they keep him alive. And Zemp now, he's trying to snipe Ducky out of Oblivion here. The little pawn will get the crack here, and that's Legacy in the lead.
Legacy stand firmly in mid. They have Zulon with the super. Could be concealed information. Vatic don't really want to make the first move. They know that Zulon has this ability. If they can get his Livy onto the Lumi, that would be perfect. Bilal gonna get stuck on the right side. Near kill on a Zulon. His Livy's gonna go for it. And right back into the cannon form. A gadget popped immediately to get some damage. Ducky also with the kill. And now Vatic have a real chance of setting up an outpost at mid.
Full control inside the mid, but with most of the bush broken up, Legacy still have a shot to break back in. Zeb commits the toolbox gadget out there, and that's the goal time for Ducky. Goes in with the spin, gets down one. He does fall down to Zeb though. These trades are still positive for the side of his Livy, who will jump in there, tries to get the crack. One more shot, surely they can get this. No! That 1% differential just might break Vatic here.
Vatic might be hitting themselves now because a hypercharged Griff Super could have done it, but they've got plenty of time to get back there. Still, they just don't have possession of mid right now. Bilal with his hypercharged super. It's going to be a big deterrent, but Legacy aren't really that focused on getting forward as they are holding mid. It's the most defensible position on this map. Bilal with a super forward, not going to do too much except for get them some spacing and a piggy bank as well. And meanwhile, on the right side, as Livy's getting his shots blocked by Zeus's ego. 20 seconds to go. Legacy in for their final move now.
Livy goes in there, deletes Zulan there, but they are still down by that crucial 1%, and only 14 seconds left on the clock. Hypercharges will be committed from both Bilal and Livy. It's literally a mad dash for the Legacy save. They need to get someone on it. Ducky goes in, the pickaxe goes in, a 1% differential comes out here, but it's still too little. 68% on the Vatic save, as they will lose this game, tying this up 1-1.
Match point for the upset Beard. It is one more game, and Zimp knows that they can make it to a semifinal. Zimp has been grinding so hard to make it to a grand final this year. He seems to decently often make it to the semis, but just can't finish the job numerous times, only being one game away. But taking down Vatic, eliminating their dreams of making it further in the Brawl Stars Championship season would be a huge badge.
And now once again, Zem, the power of the mech just running in there, forcing out the entirety of the Vatic comp here, while they're desperately trying to get this lane swap online. They're waiting for Ducky to get back flying out, waiting for his Livy to get the jump. He does have it now, but Ducky prematurely going in once again. Gets one though, maybe spoke too soon here, gets another there with the pinch from Bilal. And that's full control for Vatic, much better for them in game 3.
Really nice. Bilal also finding the angle to get a couple of projectiles from each barrage onto the safe. He knows exactly how he plans on doing maximum damage with the Griff onto the safe. Now Vatic sinking into a comfortable position. Some of their bushes have been broken open, so it's not as easy to defend as it would have otherwise. They do have some utility. They have a hypercharge and super for Ducky. Bilal with a super of his own. They want to get forward though. 9% is not going to cut it.
And an interesting choice there. They're opting not to break that central wall. That's something that they're doing differently here. That does leave only 2 choke points on the map. It makes it easier to control the pathway into the mid. Zempia will still be able to force his way in just by virtue of how much health he has. But Bilal's immediately there, just committing the super, zoning them out. Vatic, they have a very, very small lead right now, but as long as they control the mid, they will have this one in the back.
Vatic look really healthy on HP. They have a couple of hypercharges right now. If Legacy make the first move, Vatic are ready to punish. Zemp's going to get his mech back on full HP pretty soon as Livy on the right side with the hypercharge stun onto Zeus. And Ducky knows that it's his signature time to move. On the right side, looking for a kill versus Zip. In close range, will be able to snag it. Has a super to rotate away from Zeus. Meanwhile, on the left side, Zulon's making a desperate push in. And as Livy doing as much as he can to defend, will be able to pinch alongside Bilal. The Brawl now moves back to mid once more as Livy with the super aggressive push on the right side actually rings true. And the last-ditch effort from Legacy is going to be getting a hypercharge in from Zimp. He will get his super back while in the hypercharge, but 20 seconds, that's not enough wiggle room.
They need 20 seconds to get a full crack of the safe here, plus a little bit more, but Bilal answers Zulan immediately there. A snipe there onto Bilal. You can see the nerve there from Vatic. They're literally throwing everything at the kitchen sink. Tries to get down Zeus. They're just running bodies, running down the clock, running down the time. Hypercharges there from Bilal. 5 seconds on the clock, and Legacy do not mathematically have a way to claw back this one. We are going to a set 5, ladies and gentlemen.
One more to decide it all, and for deciders, it's the one map that no one chose, a random one. It's going to come down to everyone's general preparation here in Brawl Stars. We will see how it turns out, but man, what a finish.
And what did Livy say earlier? He said, can we please not go to set number 5? Like he said, my heart can't take it. Look, my heart on this desk can't take it. Poor guy grinds so hard. Yeah, well deserved. Take a sip of water that the whole team, please stay hydrated.
He knows
here.
ball.
He knows ball, yeah. I mean, for sure. That's a well-deserved sip. But this is what I want to see from a team that's been behind this entire set. You're now going into this set number 5. Yes, it's nobody's map, but surely, with all the pressure on your back, you need to convert that, turn into a diamond in this moment, and go into that set 5 with some confidence.
In the interviews, as Livy mentioned something so interesting, the region seems to just not scrim. They do not want to give away any secret picks. And I can confirm that. I actually saw that, for example, Tribe Gaming, who had almost 600 scrimmed sets, 580 or something in the previous months, is now on 230. Not even Tribe Gaming is getting the scrims they usually want to have. It's really, really interesting how KT everybody is. And then I look at what those two teams have shown us in scrims, and once again, Vatic's most picked brawlers are Lola and Lumi. Both of those have been picked up by their opponents. They're like, oh, you actually scrimmed, so we're gonna steal your brawlers. The thing is, if you play this comp very often, you also know the weaknesses, and they abuse those.
Yeah, the Bonnie was, again, pretty heads up. It was, yeah, once again, brandished so frequently in South America to kind of like occasional success, I would say. And it was used beautifully here. Just a brawler that's been off meta for a very long time, still in his Livy's repertoire. It got him victories versus the Lola on the right lane versus a brawler that Zeus is really well accustomed to. So you're watching high-level Brawl Stars right now, folks. If there were any question about it, but it's going to get more dire. We're moving into Out in the Open for the 5th and final map. Everyone gets one life. The consequences are serious too. It's postseason on the line.
Hence my goosebumps, by the way. I just loved seeing that come full circle. Bonnie, the brawler that we mentioned so often as the SA special, now picked up also by Vatic in a very desperate time where they really need to lock that set down.
Half the Water Walkers immediately banned out there by Vatic. They are cooking something. I've not seen an Ali ban here out in the open in ages. I mean, the Angelo and the Naja bans are a little bit more characteristic for them. And me on the side of Legacy, they surprisingly took out the kit here. I think they respect the combination of this kit Lou a little bit much here, but that does leave Vatic's very comfortable first pick here in the form of that Byron.
Byron's comfortable, but it has counters. I still see the potential for Piper to be picked here as a response, as we observed a lot yesterday. I think Brawl had particular trouble as he was two-tapped repeatedly by a Piper, who's in the conversation right here. It's not going to have that cozy 8-bit matchup that it could go into. You can see that Legacy actually decided that they don't want to play into Brock, but you can't just ban Brock. You also got to get rid of 8-bit at the same time because no Brock makes 8-bit way too good. So they've gone for a big commitment with their bans. Pearl's going to be taken away as a possible combination for this Byron also.
Would have also been my shout here with Brock out of the way. It's the best possible option to break open those walls still to get an easier pathway into mid, at least in round 2 and 3. Piper coming out, as you already mentioned. Really good answer here to the Byron. Just the better sniper when it comes down to pure 1v1. Byron, of course, offers a lot more support for the other strong brawlers in the comp though. Let's see what these brawlers will be.
I don't know if Ruffs is going to be in consideration there for Vatic. Just get bags on the ground there to really deal with this Piper. There's also this little bolt consideration that both teams are still thinking about. Is it good here out in the open? I don't know. Technically, it does function as a decent wall break for yourself. You can break open your own walls inside your base, enable the Piper there. It's a cheeky last pick if Vatic don't have the damage to deal with it. And this Eve, it's so old school. It feels like as Livy's leaning back into the good old days almost, banning out Water Walkers and just thinking that it might be enough. I don't know. I haven't seen Eve win in a very long time.
Just don't put the hatchlings on the spring pad. and we'll all be fine.
Don't send your kids to space, folks.
We have seen it before, everyone. Mina is going to be cranking up some of that momentum. Also, she'll be getting some early game pressure, probably throwing down that bubble shield that the rest of her team can play around. We'll see if it's enough to keep Legacy inside their own spawn. Zeus is going to be ready with the Pearl for as soon as it breaks down, but he should be able to establish a bunch of positioning. I'm a little concerned in the damage department, however. Does this look boltable?
It
Yes.
does indeed.
Okay.
And there he is. I was thinking the same. The comp of Vatic is just, missing damage.
Look at my face. Like,
And
I'm like...
can't really deal with that bolt at all, unfortunately. They do have the Eve who
One
can
stun.
dodge him on the water, right? But yeah, the Baron is going to struggle. The Mina, I guess, is fine if she can dodge out of the way, but they can't take him out.
And it changes the clock.
In this one, if the Spike is drafting, that little plushie for Vatic, I'm sorry, you had better drafts than this, but hey, Vatic, lock in. Last chance for your ticket to the postseason. You get to go to LCQ if you make it through this match.
And such a grueling game mode to finish things off as well. Knockout, ridiculously punishing. If you're the first one to fall on your team, you've practically doomed them to a lost round. A 2v3 is difficult to win here in Brawl Stars. And Legacy already have the Bolt up and running. He's doing circles around the back left. Ducky wants to help out with his pinch onto Zeus, and Zulon's ready for the 2-tap. It's going to be an attempt at an escape from his Livy. Only a drive-by, and that's the tap from Zulon onto Bilal. This is dropped to a 2v3, and Legacy have the advantage.
Let me break it down for you, folks. On the side of Vatic, with this Bolt coming online, they wanted to play a much slower game, get the Eve packs online, and then maybe just chew them out inside the endgame. But once the Bolt is out, they basically have no way to win the endgame. When the map closes in, this Bolt at max speed will definitely chew a hole through this Byron, through this Eve. That is why you're seeing Vatic play so aggressively there. It's not an intentional effort there to feed or anything. But this is what you mean. You see the Bolt just rolling over his Livy. He can even jump out of there, but you're jumping into the path of roadkill there. And is this really the way that Vatic are going to lose their shot at LCQ?
It was really well timed by Zemp, by the way, because he knew that Eve couldn't jump back. She'd be going into the poison. And he did also, admittedly, escape with just a shred of HP. Hatchling's going to go down. Should get a little bit of position for Vatic. Zulon and Zeus have to shrink back, but everyone from Vatic needs to conglomerate together because they have to put together enough DPS to deal with Zemp, who has a super, by the way. A super from Bilal wouldn't be able to change the outcome of that 1v1.
I call out here that Zulon does not have any protection there. He is using the homemade recipe plus the ambush. So this is the most sneaky Piper that you can do. And it makes sense there. Combining that with a Bolt run over could be a kill. Now, the question is, who is the target there on Legacy that Vatic have to push into? They're currently looking at Zeus, trying to get him down through this Byron matchup. Big jump there from Zemp, though. Is it a little bit too overzealous there? A freebie there for Bilal.
And well done from Ducky with the super down to keep Bilal alive alongside getting the kill onto Zemp. Zulon and Zeus going to get crunched around the top right. And this should be an opportunity for everyone to farm up their supers from Vatic. They're looking pretty good right here. An Eve Hypercharge is going to push back this Piper so much as Livy pops it immediately. And they're going to try and punish right off the bat.
Yeah, they know that they do not want to get into an endgame against this pull, against this Bolt. Hatchling's going to be going out there. Zemp might just sacrifice himself to roll in there once again. They've gotten so much positional advantage here going inside the base here. Zemp almost launched himself to space there, but Zulon immediately pops the hypercharge there, but Darky spies one there onto Zeus, tries to get him down low with the hypercharge. It's a nice position for Vatic, but no advantage garnered just yet.
Yeah, Ducky might be wishing that he actually had that super for when Zemp pushes in. He has the hypercharge for Bolt, which means he'll be able to go through walls on the right side. Bilal gets a huge pick. Zemp knows it's go time. In with the hypercharge and super. Ducky reduced to low HP, but not down and out just yet. And Zulon's ready with a homemade recipe that's not going to go anywhere. Everyone from Vatic fell back. That ambush wasn't going to make any impact. It slowed down once more, but in the 3v2, this one is Vatic's to win. They just got to get a couple more kills here to go on to match point. And Zemp is rolling away. Zulon backing into the back left corner. He doesn't have a play here. A hypercharge out for Bilal. And yes, in fact, we are going to match point for Vatic.
Thank you, Zemp. Thank you for not being the world's best Bolt.
Crazy.
It's not infallible. I mean, Legacy, let's be real here. This comp from them, it is brilliant on their regard. It is absolutely brilliant. But Vatic are the one, as Sunny called out, they've really got to lock in. And I love the fact that they're punishing these mistakes. The moment that Legacy makes the slightest of missteps, the slightest of openings, Vatic just chew on it and go in all the way. In that previous game, it was them just feeding a freebie for them. A hypercharge converted down the line into pressure in that second and third round, net them the win. Will it happen again here, though?
It's quite Bolt-centric story here for Legacy, as Zimp needs to be their playmaker, but also Zulon can get an upset pick as an individual. Vatic are going to contribute Bilal quite confidently into the bushes. Around the right side, Zoom's ready to punish with a gadget. Bilal just dashes forward, had that super ready for Zimp, didn't manage to get the stun, but the deterrent is all that mattered in the end. A 3v2 for Vatic.
Legacy still the villain here in the matchup. Vatic, our main characters of today, could still play for the last chance qualifier. And to win this round, they would be one step closer in doing so. Zemp will still attempt to try and play spoil spot, though, but 1 versus 2. He gets one there, burning it down. It's a dicey endgame. Zeus 1 versus 2. He's been in situations like this before here, but with 2 members pinching from there, no chance for him. He's got to yield to the smoke here, concede the round. Vatic can smell it, they can taste it. They just might get out of this one.
Need to eke past Legacy or become their food, their second upset of the year. Match point. One more round is all that they need, and Zemp has a super. He's ready to open things up. Zulon would love a gimme to start things off as Livy with the jump away, but no way to escape from Zemp now. Tossed up in the air, and it's a beautiful response from Vatic. 3 versus 2. Legacy have Zeus with his super on the right side, and Zulon would love to back into these bushes to make use of the ambush once more, but he cannot afford to give it the room.
Vatic are so close here. It's a 2 versus 3. You can see the call there made by Azlivi saying, chill, play it slow, play it slow. Don't get too aggressive there. Bilal's got a hypercharge. Ducky has got a super. I have a super myself. The end game is coming. The end game is nigh. The only way that Zeus wins here is with the taps of his lifetime here. And with this hypercharge coming online, I don't think he has it.
Hatchlings in, Ducky and Bilal swarm alongside all of these space fleas. Zeus has no choice but to back away, and Zulon already knows that it's over. Celebrations out from Vatic as they have once more secured their way to a semi-final. Postseason is alive. They're ahead of KDS now. Now it's your turn, KDS. Win your quarterfinal. We'll see if these two go toe-to-toe in the semi-finals across different halves of the bracket.
What a way to finish. The look on our faces when this bolt came down, it was horrific there. Thinking to myself, is this really the way that Vatic are gonna go out? No, spoiler alert, it isn't. Legacy here, once again, another set 5 from them ready throughout this entire year. They always put us on the edge of our seat. How many times has this happened already?
Yeah, it's happened so many different times. I mean, I don't have the tally for you exactly, but Vatic, in the most recent monthly final, okay, back in July, they went to set 5 versus Team Electros, and they went to double match point. It actually looked possible, but it looked like an outdraft as well. I wonder if they can do it again. They're going to have to do it in the first semifinal later on.
So many 3-2s on the ways to the point where Slivy even says, please no more. But they actually managed to win this one. Insane. First with a Bonnie on Heist, now with a Eve on Knockout. Brawlers that we haven't seen in ages, Boo.
Old school is the way. You got an old school. Is he old at this point? Can we call Azlivi old school? I mean, he still looks beautiful, still looks young. I think he's one of the most handsome players I've ever met.
No, he's not old.
He's not?
He's not old.
He's not old? He's not you.
I'm not old either. Neither of us are old,
I
guys.
want to say, this last set, once again, goosebumps all over. Absolute cinema. It was beautiful to watch. I absolutely loved it. Thank you, Vatic, for that. I'm sorry that you had to go through another 3-2. Also, huge GG's here to Legacy. Once again, a top 8 finish for them. But what a run from them still. Really good year. I hope none of them is retiring, that we still get to watch them next year.
I mean, it is Zeus and Tyrant, who've been around for quite some time. I think disappointing not to see them part of the postseason at large, but changing of the guard. We see teams like Electros here, players like Zamp especially showing some promise. So hopefully the veterans like Zulan and co are around next year to lead the youngsters into the future.
Now, because we got to see some crazy plays, because we have one of the first 3-2s in a while, outside of Vetic matches, actually, we didn't have 3-2s in NA for quite some time, and because it's the final weekend, I want to press the button.
Okay.
You want to help me?
Can you even reach it?
Let's do it together. I can lean over, it's fine.
I have to do my leg thing.
200 points for everybody on event.brawlstars.com. If you haven't finished the reward track just yet, we have some beautiful rewards for you at the very end. One that looks like ready, if you know what I'm talking about, so you better want to get it. Now, let's have a look at our predictions. We all keep right here so far. It came close in that quarterfinal number 2, though, if I'm honest.
I mean, we did, I think, in the pre-show mention that that's a danger matchup for Vatic. It's a potential upset. So, okay, we're all intact so far, and I don't think any of us are going to diverge in this next game. We all feel confident in Tribe. It's that last quarterfinal 4, which is extremely contentious and extremely dangerous for KDS.
KDS, they can still make the LCQ. Remember, folks, the condition is they just need to tie with Vatic. They're not at any pressure to surpass them. They are holding the lead thanks to those wonderful injection of points from the Brawl Cup. And that's a pretty painful thing to think about.
I mean, I like that there's some reward incentive for turning up to Brawl Cup here, but I believe in Vatic. They can go further.
Let's see if the quarterfinals now still are coming as close as this number 2. Tribe Gaming versus Momo, potentially the best logo in all of the Brawl Stars esports scene. Tribe Gaming on the left side, currently number 2 seed. They are locked in for the World Finals, but as we established before, becoming number 1 seed is such an important task they have today, because you just skip day 1 at the World Finals.
Yeah, it's huge. It's a massive edge to get. I think in order to achieve that, though, Tribe are basically going to have to win this monthly final, right? They need to finish 1 place ahead of Electros, and the way that Electros are looking, these 2 teams are likely to go head-to-head in that grand final, notwithstanding anything bizarre and any big upsets occurring.
Yeah, I'm with you for that. I mean, not counting out Vatic against Electros just yet, but just looking at past performances, looking at the way that Team Electros have been playing here, it is most likely that we will be going to a grand final. Tribe are very similar in that sense. They've made almost every grand final this year, just haven't won it just yet.
Tribe stands out to me as the team who is scrimming more than any other team across the entire globe. Now we just heard from Levy that the region actually didn't scrim too much, and this month even Tribe didn't scrim more than a measly 280 sets. So let's see what's that all about. Reddy got to sit down with Luffy as well.
It's a lot.
Now, Luffy, you guys have made it to the grand finals 4 out of 5 months so far, and you lost the last couple of them to Team Electros. Is this a grand finals problem? Is it a Team Electros problem, or something else entirely?
I think it's preparation. Like, we don't prepare well enough. I think it's that. Like, when every time we get to the finals, we don't manage to like be one team. We are always like in different ideas or opinions about raps, and yeah.
Well, now that you've recognized that issue, is that something you'll think you'll be able to correct on today?
Yeah. I think we should be more of a team today.
Sweet. And now, moving into the preparation for today, you guys actually have a kind of a different approach to coaching. You have both Reladu and Killer drafting independently from each other. Are we going to see 2 different drafters operating on matches independently?
Maybe.
Maybe? Okay, yeah, I can't give away too much just now in case anyone has the preparation ready. Now, after this season, you guys have been at the top of the region bar 1 team. Team Electros has consistently made it beyond you. What does it mean to you guys to be 2nd place in this region?
I think it's like a good achievement, but I don't satisfy myself being 2nd. Like, I want 1st place.
Keep in mind here, those 2 are also roommates, Reddy and Luffy, and even towards his own roommate, they're being so secretive. So what we see here in scrim stats, this region barely scrimming this month to not give away any secret strategies or picks, it also shows in our interview.
I think Reddy ate his takeout fridge.
Yeah, I think there's something going on between them. I think he doesn't want to give him...
replace the toilet paper roll.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you room with Reddy. I mean, I had 7 days experience that this week. I can't imagine what Luffy goes through.
We're looking at the maps now. Momo got to pick first. They're going with Pinhole Pond, yet again, a Brawl Ball map first. Open Business, Layer Cake out in the open. A couple of those maps that we've seen already quite often today. We have some favorites here. Out in the open seems to be a map that this region really likes. Kaboom Cannon as our random decider. Pinhole Pond, we haven't seen it yet so far. Is that a Brawl Ball map that is played a bit different? For example, we saw Pinball Dreams before. Rico was the star of the show in that one.
I still think you're going to try and lean into a lot of like the powerful brawlers at the moment. We are looking at NA, so expect to see Tribe like try and draft a potent tank if they can get one amidst this. The global bans allow Ashe through, for example, which is definitely an RBM go-to and kind of something I really hope that this team have adopted. These guys abused the heck out of Chester in the past as well. Like, they really like any sort of mid-range control brawler. Otis might make his appearance here just as a safe first pick. But Max and Crow, as well as Lumi, have also been taken away. Tribe really targeting control brawlers with the globals.
It is interesting to see this Crow ban come out here. It's not something that's been overly prioritized. Maybe it's something that they think that Mobo have especially prepped a lot about. I mean, Crow is still a brawler that is easy to draft around. And I think for Tribe in general, there's nothing that's really stand out to me about the way that they draft. They always have you set a tank. They always have some kind of control. They like to pick very, very balanced comps because they know they are technically the better team. If they just get a 50-50 kind of draft, they can win any matchup.
Just like us on the desk, the viewers are voting very one-sided today. In Vatic, it was just as dominant, but in the end, it came out to be one of the closest matches we've seen all weekend. Let's see if this one is a close one as well.
Momo, to my knowledge, don't scrim a ton. I don't have a lot of data for them here. I don't know about you guys. This month, I don't know how many times they've scrimmed, but I have like 36 scrims worth of data, so...
Well, if you think about it, Momo is kind of the retirement home of NA, right? They've got a retirement home that made to top 8. Sunny is an up-and-coming player there joining 2 retirees, but 36 scrims for a retired bunch of unks, I think it's pretty good.
If you say so, bro.
Not a lot of scrims versus the team that scrims the most in the region. Let's find out who comes out on top. Pinhole Pond is our first map. Very bushy map. It's all about mid-control. The retirement home plus Sunny here on the right. Best logo in the scene versus Tribe Gaming, who's fighting to get that #1 seed coming into the World Finals. As we already talked about stats, I also want to point out that Momo haven't scrimmed a lot. This is one of their more scrimmed map, and it's a red blanket. They haven't won it even a single time.
Well, it's a low sample size. I have 2 scrims to record for Momo on this map. One thing, though, that I've seen Tribe... Oh, 3? Okay, thank you, 3. I've seen Tribe go for the Clancy on this map. A brawler who excels in the longer game. Clancy and Griff. Griff being banned out by Tribe here, though, and they still opt to bring the Mo in, something that I haven't really seen them dabble with as much recently.
Yeah, they have 2 brawlers that are very, very tribe-centric on this map. Mo is one of them, and Clancy is the other one that you mentioned. In this case, they did trade it out in the qualifier, so this time I think they usually never pick it together. This is going to be the RBM brawler of choice here. Usually you will see him go on something like an Ashe here, but whenever they pick up the Mo, they kind of just have it functioning as a pseudo-tank. Yeah, Ashe is going to be picked up here, so I think that's going to yield that Mo over there to be Luffy's brawler here on the team. It's a very tribe flavored comp that I'm seeing.
Yep. Ashe, obviously in the hands of RBM, is going to be fun to watch. See how we round this composition out a little bit further here now on the side of Momo, which I suspect means Mo Money. Less scrims, Mo Money. That's the full team name.
Sure. I mean, if they win the grand final today, they still get a significant significant amount of cash for their account, I guess. But not playing for the postseason spot themselves, they can still play spoiler here for Tribe Gaming. Again, they want to reach that seed 1 to skip the first day of the competition at the World Finals. Just watch the others draft. Rico coming in alongside DMs here. Again, for me, Pinel Punt is all about mid control. I love the Rico on lane. I like DMs on mid. Really decent draft so far. Lack a bit of range, but on the other side, with the Mo and Ash, they don't really have to be too concerned about that. I would like to see something like a Meeple, I wanted to say, come in here with a bit more range. Otis, now another brawler, just catered towards keeping Ash under control.
This is something that Momo, I mean, having 2 retired players, they don't really have a lot of new tech when it comes to brawlers. And that's why I think they lean back to very comfortable things like a very back in my day style of comp here, right?
That's true.
You've got Ems here that's been buffy to the moon. You've got Rico is buffy to the moon. But fundamentally, the brawlers haven't really changed that much. They both answer this Ashe. It's literally 3 brawlers that are hating on this Ashe. 3 anti-tanks there. And it does leave that Meeple open there for Tribe. And I was a bit worried about how they're going to break into the mid, but Mansions of Meeple, where there's no wall break, is absolutely deadly to play into.
I wondered if they were going to consider bringing a Poco last pick in here just to really help the Ashe out, especially against like the stopping power of Otis. But I think Meeple's really quite effective here. Someone who can break those, or basically, clog up those sight lines for the Rico, and also potentially, catch people out and leave an open goal with that Mansions of Meeple. It's such a skill-expressive strategy on this map, but if you can isolate your opponents away from their defensive goal, it can be really hard for them to respond.
For Tribe Gaming, this is the last chance at making sure they are the true #1 seed of the region. They need to make it further than Team Electors, so at least now pull up and get semifinals, just like Team Electors already did in quarterfinal #1. For Momo, hey, they can still get some money. Here is on the line for the grand finals if they make it all the way there.
It's also an audition for the 2027 season. I mean, I make a joke here to say that this is a retirement home for these players, but there is one of them.
You love mentioning that. We're not that old, by the way. They're not either.
It's OG. It's a guy who, I used to play against, and we're best buds.
Man, I mean, if the younger Sonny is in the retirement home team, what does it say about you?
That's a good question.
That's a good one. That's a good way to get us fired too as well, Uber. Yeah, I don't want to go too deep into insulting Sunny here, but I can talk about the Sunny on the stream here.
I think he's scared of you.
You should be too, honestly.
Nah, I'm him. It's alright. I'm good. I got the aura. It's fine, bro.
I'm just gonna hide behind Uber now.
You tell me more about Sunny.
I mean, up-and-coming player here for the side. He hasn't really found a home here inside of North America, but from what I hear, he's a tier 2 player that is just, streaming quite a fair bit, looking to find his mark there in the scene. And what better way than to get that experience from, 2 of the longest-standing players in from OG and second best.
Yeah, and broke into the top 8 in the region quite often. So as we said before, this could kind of be an audition for next year. This is also a player that I would like to see again next year. And that is not just because of the name. Obviously, I'm a bit biased here.
Sunny.
Sunny Y?
Sunny Y is good. Yeah,
Sunny Y.
We go with that. Let's jump into Pinhole Punt, folks. It's Momo on the red side. Tribe on the blue side with the Mo in the mix. Diego Gamer takes early position through mid, and look out for RBM on one of his signature picks. Momo already respecting a fall back to within their goal range.
Oh, Mansions of Meeple will block out Sunny and OG here, but there isn't any follow-up from them. There's no critical role coming out from Diego Gamer just yet, but this is, as you said, a total spawn trap from them, and they genuinely could just wait here for another Mansions of Meeple, wait for another opportunity to break in here when critical role comes online.
People aren't really moving about. They actually remind me of the bots in terms of how they've sort of moved back and forth very small amounts. That's because Momo can't take any risks by overextending out of their goal line, and Tribe are looking for the perfect conditions here to convert. Little helpers might be part of that, but they are going to be relatively comfortably cleared. It's Sunny they're going low, and as is OG. They've got to give that space up, and Luffy says, okay, well, I'm just going to go do the thing now. I'm going to press my super and go.
So patient there from Tribe. They didn't want to give a single bit of value there to the M's. The Manchester Meeple committed there on the left side, isolates out OG, will allow RBM to go forward, but that's going to let Sunny go inside the mid. Second tears through Luffy on that right lane though, but a pass over to Diego Gamer allows RBM to change this forward. Should be a goal coming in here.
Diego Gamer sets up that super now. Sunny has to respect it, but second best is warding the Meeple away purely by the presence of that Rico. RBM's going to take his time. Knows that his little helpers are pretty easily dealt with by M's. Exhibit A. And Luffy also taking his time moving up mid. It's about getting that Mo Super online to dive into the mansions for Luffy to clean up these eliminations.
Once again, Manchester Meeple can't really capitalize on it. Luffy somehow wins his matchup against second. I don't know, man. I don't know how that really happens. That's a real skill dip from him. And RBM flattening out one more. It's just second against the wall here. Pops the hypercharge there. You might have to just walk into these robotic rats. Pops out the hypercharge to try and drive out RBM, but it's Diego Gamer with this hypercharge online. It's going to be breaking into this base.
Yeah, the gameplay is slow, but this is definitely a spawn trap setup. Nice little friend zone there by Sunny to knock Luffy up against the wall, but here comes RBM. Diego Gamer's the one with possession. So RBM is just going to keep the M's busy to secure that first round.
It's so methodical there from Tribe. I mean, there's minor slip-ups in terms of the mechanics here, but I just want to point out it's a Mo into a Rico matchup. On paper, Rico completely crushes that, outranges him completely, but where there's difference is just really purely in that push control. Luffy's allowed to just walk up in the mid thanks to this Manchester Meeple and dominate most of this matchup.
I mean, this is a flowchart for All-Stars composition, though, for Tribe Gaming. Mansions of Meeple in Mo Super really is a situation that Momo are going to struggle to deal with. Also, eventually, Luffy's going to charge Super just by poking down this Rico. Doesn't need to hard win that matchup unless Momo starts to play more aggressive and full commit second best in towards this side of the field.
Second best is managing to push in very harshly. The multi-ball launcher is not getting value here. We'll be able to clip Luffy inside the base. That gets a second there onto Diego. And there's the second best we know and love. The thumbs down pins will be coming online. But RBM shuts it down. No more pins from him and secures the defense for Tribe.
Yeah, this Meeple gadget is such a huge part of getting RBM in a position to succeed. He can break line of sight, move up the map, get nestled on that left-hand side, and even the mute button comes too late to save OG.
It is a terrifying prospect going down to RBM here, but at the very least, it's a better start there from Momo. Big hypercharge there from second. It's going to clip two, but no kills from him yet. Still got time to throw out more protestos here as they pinch out RBM inside the back. Looking a lot more promising for Momo here.
Diego going to break this little combo up, but needs to worry about OG, who can just walk it in as Meeple lacks the damage and doesn't have the rage quit to strip the ball.
This is the worry that I have for Tribe's comp. I mean, on paper, Momo have a fantastic control comp. They do have the answers to deal with RBM. Game 1 only looked as strong as it was because Tribe mechanically were just playing so well. Here, they're slipping up a bit.
Second best is looking really impressive on this side lane, though. The amount of time that he's able to basically counter two brawlers as one has been astounding. Okay, nice little super here. This should allow for some mid control. Sunny, though, that little buffy giving him the invulnerability frame lets him live long enough, but RBM might run away from second best. An easy score after a deadly Mansions catches two.
Good trades there. 1-to-1 for both sides now. Gonna be looking for Diego on that Manchester Meeple, but he doesn't have any supers online. So that's a really big source of utility that they're missing here to take back this mid. Tribe seem to have slowed down a little bit. I think it's mostly due to the fact that second is just really popping off on this Rico, really keeping the whole of Tribe back.
Yeah, RBM, though, can convert a hypercharged super into some big map control here against the Otis. That's why maybe Sunny's being moved into position to try and fight the Ash, but I don't want to get too close to them. Nice use of the friend zone. Here comes those little helpers, though. Sunny's got to be forced away. They have super to clear here. But now in overtime, the ball deep in Tribe territory. And second best is looking scary despite having no walls to bank the shots off of anymore.
And Meeple does catch out OG, and RBM wins a matchup on the left. It's going to allow for an open goal. That was so easy there for Tribe in the overtime. Just when it was starting to look promising for the side of Momo, they just literally dropped the ball.
Manchester Meeple warps Brawl Ball game modes especially, just completely out of control. In a pinch all of a sudden, not only are you prevented from like moving forward on the map, you could be trapped inside, or you could be prevented from actually defending the ball from the goal. An ability like that is virtually a stun, and virtually a multiplayer stun if you can land it correctly. And in Brawl Ball, such a punishing mode, that is more than enough to secure the victory. Look at this placement here for Diego Gamer. Probably just wanted to force OG and second best into the corner. It actually caught one of them and allowed for an easy goal. And yeah, you got Meeple, bro.
Sunny's not pleased with himself for that. for sure. Going into RBM though, I mean, I have to say, kudos to him for trying his very best there. I mean, the Ems-Ash interaction is so cutthroat to play. Yes, you have Friend Zoner to maybe push the Ash back, get some additional value, but Ash has just so much HP. You can survive 3 taps from the Ems, and when you're at max range, 2-tap him in return with the damage gear. So it's a very intricate matchup to get, and RBM, I believe, won every single interaction up against this young rookie.
Yeah, most of the times. There was one point he walked away with maybe 900 HP after being friend-zoned back, but it is difficult. It's the only way that their composition, though, could easily clear Little Helper, so Sunny was being rotated into that lane when they saw Ash flash in the super. Let's move on to open business now. We've got Griff, Meeple, and Ruff spanned out by Momo. It's going to be Lou, Surge, and 8-Bit taken away by Tribe.
And I enjoy that immediate adaptation, right? They recognize that this Meeple is just too much in the hands of Tribe. They take it out of them. And it is one of Tribe's most played brawlers. In qualifiers, they played this a grand total of 8 sets in their run here. They are so comfortable with this. Let's take it out here. Momo opened with the quintessential, literal, most easy first pick here in open business in the form of that Meg. And it does sort of block out some gray ideas that Tribe are known to do.
Yeah, they are a great team for sure, but they are heavily indexed into picking these tank brawlers, so you can expect to see Ash and Damien at times being considered. Max has shown up for them on occasion. Lou is normally a brawler they want to go for, but I think giving it up as first pick is just not where they wanted to be. But there's Barley options, there's Kaze options you can also work with.
And there's the gray, yeah, immediately from Tribe, no hesitation from them. They're not aiming to set it up, and yeah, just pairing it up with the Ash. Percentage-wise is something that they practice a lot. They really understand the dynamic between these two brawlers, and I think the nice thing about picking your gray Ash into 3 is you leave that last pick to really deal with any potential hiccups that could come in. If Momo opt to go for, a thrower or Cordelia's, you can punish in one direction. If they go for wall break, there's still ideas that you can do to compensate for that. So I like this order of picks for them.
I think these M's also might have been Momo. I don't know. It depends how good their data is, but quite often Tribe wanted to round out their comp with that third pick M's, just have a control brawler here to really complete the trifecta. But there are other options here. If they're worried about a tank, given there are no good picks remaining with, Damien globally banned and Ash taken away. We've seen them fall into Cordelia's here. We've seen them also go in the serious direction at times, really just try and bully him for control. Now seeing Frank, you might think a little bit more about your last pick being designed to target it.
Oh, I feel El Primo actually could work here, but I don't think that's really Tribe-centric. Clancy could still come in here as their little pocket pick. They do really like it, and it does synergize with the gray. And yeah, I mean, it's just so typical of Tribe. You see this big bullet sponge, Frank being picked up, but that's a free hypercharge, a free, did you like my impression? Free level 4 on that Clancy. That's absolutely going to tear through this. I mean, this is really a Tribe comp.
Also, El Primo would definitely have been Tribe Gaming coded. Plus, he's plenty disruptive against the Frank, but having someone over like a longer game that you can really see outscale Frank and eventually start to shred him, I think is a great look here. So you've got the Grey, you've got the Ash, you've got someone who's good in the long game, a bit of an anti-tank answer. It's a very well-rounded draft here from Tribe. Let's see what this Meg, Frank, and Ems look from Momo can show.
The way that Momo might have to play this is just to deny that, TP from the Grey. The dimensional doors, the longer they can hold this one back, the better that they can perform. But the rest of the Tribe roster are just winning matchups. They don't even need the TP. It gets sets up as well, and only 19% for Momo. It's a horrible start for them.
I really would have liked to have seen Momo either ban Grey or first pick him in this matchup, because it is going to give them so much time on the point. RBM is just going to get thrown into the mix. Luke is almost level 3, by the way. There's definitely something to be afraid of, but a powerful super from Sunny gets cycled into a second. But here's the Diego. Yeah, he's just inting, bro, because he knows again that time on the point matters.
And a flying hook there to cancel out Second's gadget as well. OG's been forced to the corner there by the might of Luffy and RBM, who's, as you said, he's already at max level here. Sunny will pop a hypercharger to push back the entirety of Tribe Gaming. It's a good retake from Momo.
Luke's going to go in, knows he really has a face full of damage, but the Meg is waiting for him. This is a close one. Still, the Grey super is in play. You'll notice that they're able to double super and get the shielding off the hypercharge. So Dimensional Door allows Tribe to cross the gap very, very quickly. Luffy, in theory, will be able to beat second, but maybe didn't have the dash gadget available to jump through the Frank there. It's on RBM. Again, this is just inting from Tribe Game.
Situational inting, but a good telegraph stun there from second will be able to bring him down. Momo have the staying power right now with the comp to count up to 100 here. Tribe Gaming, they had everything delivered to them in that early game, but a bit of catastrophic, messy team fights in the mid allowed Momo to just take a little bit too much on the point, and that's not how the Grey Comp's meant to go.
I don't think the Tribe are really accounting for the mech gadget there, because on multiple occasions they're actually getting multi-stunned or just heavily disrupted after TPing in. That's the kind of problem with these Grey comps, is that it is telegraphed. If your dimensional door's already active, it's not that hard for OG to wait and set up for a nasty gadget hit.
Tribe need to not get fully team wiped. The nature of Grey Comps, the way it functions is you cycle the constant aggression, not send your whole team into a Frank Super and M Super. So they're gonna have to try to adapt here, but with a beautiful gadget toolbox they're catching out to there. It's only Luffy left up against second, and he should fall here as well. Great start there from Momo.
Not bad there from Luffy, trying to use the gadget to evade second best, but the Frank is just a little bit too healthy. It looks like second best doesn't mind feeding Luffy the credits as long as he's able to win that fight out. Yep, pretty high fire rate Frank has when he's down to 1800 health. Luffy's eventually able to prevail, but Momo have not been cleared on match from the point in quite some time.
70% now for Momo. They're firmly inside the lead. The Grey Comp is really far behind. They're going to need multiple team wipes here to keep this one alive. And I love what Second's doing here, holding that super, not opening up the map. It's going to allow Momo to get an easy retake with Sunny, the Hypercharge leading, start pushing the whole Tribe Comp back as they take more and more of the zone.
Young Sonny's having a pretty darn good game so far. Luffy struggling to break it onto the point, and RBM is straight up being chased off the map by Frank. Here's OG, with Sunny being able to clear those little helpers. Finally, Tribe have their moment in the sun, but just how long is it going to last before the eclipse comes?
8% is all that Momo need. They literally just have to split up as a team, walk it in. But Tribe, they do have pretty good resources to defend this one.
The
RBM on the right there, but a nice gadget from second will clean this up. Luffy with the Hypercharge is the last bastion to try and stop Momo to get on the point, but it's not going to be enough. Momo dismantle Tribe's Grey Comp and tie up the match 1-1.
And in the end, that last pick for Tribe was not enough to answer both the Frank and the Meg, especially with the M's constantly clearing those little helpers and zoning that left-hand side of the map constantly. Great composition in the end here for Momo, but I've got to say that some of the individuals at the wheel made the difference. Second best looks great here on the Frank as well.
It was a pretty decent anti-Grey Comp as well, I think, from the side of Momo. The response there with the Frank and the M's is a very direct response to Grey. You're okay to actually feed dimensional doors as long as you have an equally powerful retake in the form of this M's, in the form of this Frank. And as you mentioned, the toolbox from the mech gives them just so much staying power in the mid. And it's really showing in terms of DPS. Luffy did so much damage, 531 DPS on the point, but just couldn't get this Momo roster off the point.
Yeah, and basically, it was constantly 3 versus 1 here for Momo as individuals were dimensional dooring onto the point, or they were coming in 2s and 3s and getting caught by these mech gadgets, which again, there's no disruption on that Tribe comp whatsoever. Let's advance here. Let's head over towards Layer Cake now. It's time for Bounty and Tribe licking their wounds a little bit here as they're also concerned about what waits for them later on in the bracket. They've got their eyes on that first seed. These are not the opponents they expected to give them so much trouble along the way.
Yeah, Layer Cake, it's a map that both these teams have very vastly different ideas about here. Momo really likes their meeple, they like their penny concepts. So really just very old school control ideas. Whereas the side of Tribe, they've got 2 directions. You either go up with the Griff and just tear open the entire map here, which it is left open here, or the alternative is they play something very aggressive. They're open to things like Buzz, they like the alley, they like the Kaze, even a little bit of Mortis could come in here. So plenty of versatility that Tribe has.
Some of the best looks we've seen from Tribe on this map have involved Barley as their thrower option, so keep an eye out for that one as last pick. And Momo again, it's small sample size from the scrim data. They've unironically attempted to play GG here and won this set. I don't know who that was against, but it was a Brock 8-bit GG composition. Again, any kind of brawler though, that can close that gap. Expecting that Edgar and Ali priority to be here, but maybe not picked up immediately, as none of those brawlers are actually banned here. With, notably Willow and Meeple taken away, Meg also being removed. Neither team wants to do the gening.
This one slipped through though. I mean, the Surge has just gotten so much attention in the last patch, but so far in most of these monthly finals, they're banned out or just completely ignored by the pros here. What's interesting to me is that a map like Layer Cake can kind of be completely stripped apart by the Brock, and as a Surge, that's a bit of a dangerous spot to be in. If you are stuck at that level 2, you never have the range to really compete. You do have the move speed though to just push in and play very aggressive. So Momo here are kind of hinting that they want to go for a very hyper-aggressive comp, and there's the Mina to come in to back up that theory.
Yeah, so much about their comp is going to be about making the Brock uncomfortable. Yeah, just trying to play a bit of a suffocating push forward here on Layer Cake. And something that rounds a comp like that out really well is obviously a thrower, right? Being able to just punish your opponents for being forced into a very small sliver of the map could be quite dangerous. Still, Tribe might be looking for like decent amount of sustain here. If they want to hold their ground, having like potent healing is going to be important. Remember, Damien is global banned out, so they don't have that option. There's a world where like you could attempt to play Mortis here, dive down on them. They're going to go for Sirius pretty early on here in this draft. It's going to be their thrower pick, giving them something to dissuade the all-in, because those shadows, when they gang up on you, can be a bit of a problem.
One thing is still thinking about Ashe. No, they're going to ditch the idea completely. Just send Arbium on the Stew instead. And this is another Tribe special for them, but this comp, they are lacking a little bit in the damage department. Yeah. And I do believe they can get fully run down by all kinds of aggressive ideas from Momo. I mean, last pick for them, lots of ideas still on the table. I mean, the GG would be kind of wild here for them to go here, but like, maybe. I mean, it's actually not bad. I mean, there's nothing to really charge super of, but on top of that, I mean, Assassins in general could be really good here.
Yeah, I think like having some degree of sustain though, especially if you want to be so aggressive and you're going to be subject to a fair bit of poke damage. Only in a small amount from Diego Gamer Sirius, but this is a very powerful pick for Diego. He's kind of known for that Sirius and abused the heck out of it when he first was available in the BSC. But also that Brock now with his buffies has that like empowered shot on a pretty short cooldown that has like extremely long range. If Tribe can keep Momo at arm's length, poke them down and then go in for the kill, to be in great shape here. But Momo have made it very clear that they are here for a good time and not a long time.
All eyes on the gadget selection there by the Brock here. You can have two options here. Open up the map there or keep it close for that Sirius. There isn't anything on the side of Momo that can attack over the wall, so it actually might be a good idea to just take the rocket lasers instead. And yeah, I think that's what we are seeing. Luffy's not taking apart any parts of the map that you traditionally would immediately see to break up their own side of the base.
So second best is playing a diagonal that won't really be subject to any of this poke damage based on when Luffy's standing. That means that he can get forward, but it doesn't mean that he can't really get any free levels. He actually has to wrap around and make these fairly aggressive plays in order to do so. OG there, okay, pops the healing for Sunny. Shadow's really starting to become a little bit of a nuisance there, and second best is overwhelmed on the right side of the map.
It's interesting that Momo are opting to play this comp anti-synergistically. They're not really grouping up to get that speed from the JL to really run at this Brawl. They're opting to play 3 lanes, which is really what Tribe wants to do. I mean, they've got superior matchups. You can see second on that right lane gets completely tortured now by Diego Gamer, not even being able to land a single shot.
And Diego Gamer doesn't need to hit the direct portion of his shot to gain shadows, right, to build them up. So he doesn't mind if he's only doing small amounts of damage, because his super is going to be a deterrent in and of itself. Second best pops the gadget there and is rewarded for it. OG forced the double back, but look at where the shadows are being told to go. Control that right-hand side of the map, and all of Momo are bleeding out, barely able to get back to safety.
What a defense there from Tribe. Each and every member there going to where they had to be positioned perfectly to not get caught by anything there. They'll be able to push back the entirety of Momo. I'm surprised that no one really fell there. I thought RBM could have gone a little bit more aggressive to catch someone out here. But Hypercharge available from Luffy, that's another big resource. Yeah, nice pinch there onto Sunny, and Luffy is looking for more.
Yeah, this is really good for Tribe. They get to play the game at their pace, and this Surge idea hasn't really panned out at all. Second base makes a lane switch to try and find a way to get levels, to get some damage. Bro is still level 2. It has been slow going out there for this Surge, and Diego again always seems to have some shadows to cover his retreat as he falls back. Sunny is very deep here, likely to give up their life. At best, it would have been a trade, but 8-1 in stars means Tribe have this comfortably tied up.
just looks like Momo a little bit lost, if I'm honest. Like, there's no kind of idea that's developing from them that's creating real pressure. They've identified that, yes, Luffy on the Brock is kind of a weakness. They want to stick the mean on it, but a great gadget swap there from him to opt to take the rocket lasers actually makes Luffy not the greatest of targets. I'd much rather see Second and Sunny try to punish Diego Gamer instead.
Yeah, and clearly there's no need to open up the map too much, as these diagonals are very good for Luffy. You can interact with any of the 3 lanes, even if it requires some repositioning to do so. RBM's putting some serious pressure on purely on virtue of being hard to hit as he surges forward in the map.
They're happy to leave Sunny there on Luffy, and they want to swap OG onto RBM, but it's still leaving Second to play a torture simulator up against Diego. He's just feeding so much, and the shadows, as you mentioned here, he's not happy. That's not BM. That's just him being frustrated at this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Diego Game is using his shadows defensively just to block the surge shots, deny, any of the level ups here, and also allow him to bully a bit and get good position. It's going to be tough to break. Second best takes a face full of damage to come forward, forcing the heal out of the Jaeyong, and Luffy respects Sunny, but might be... Yeah, you got to be mindful at least of this super. Sunny is fighting it constantly, but can't find a sightline.
OG tried to keep him alive there, but the heal was just too little too late to save him. Now he's just running it down, and so is Second. This is okay. It's Momo basically conceding the round more or less here. I mean, Second's going to be coming back here shortly, but I sense the frustration coming out from the side of Momo. They're playing a comp that they, in theory, would make sense, but just completely out-trapped here by Tribe as they rip them apart with 2-3 more hypercharges. Momo's like, can you please just end us?
Yeah, I mean, Luke's doing his best Finks impression right now with the hypercharge shots that create 2 little rockets on either side of the main one. Pretty hard to miss them in that case. And now one more elimination would end this map. Tribe Gaming confident here in a very, patient setup. But they are playing hyper-aggressive behind some of these safer brawlers, and Second best now will wait his judgment. A Protesto thrown down, and that is going to be it. Tribe Gaming, strong showing here in Layer Cake.
There was a very clear moment that Momo realized that this comp was unwinnable, and they decided, you know what, we've discussed about this, let's just go to the next one. I mean, as players, between OG and Second, OG's pretty chill, but Second does get tilted sometimes. When he plays in these impossible matchups, just goes in and he just starts like believing that, yeah, this is unwinnable, guys, what are we doing here? I want to get out of this game. And I don't know about mentality here, but going into Tribe, the fact that they've taken 1 set already, I think you should tell them that in reality, with a good draft, they could really take more sets here. But I think here they recognize they just didn't have it, and they want to tap out as soon as they can.
I am very scared to see what the stats are for this game. Yeah. I think Second best struggled in a big way. I think Diego Gamer might have outplayed him so comprehensively that he's just ended his career. I think he's able to use those... Okay, yeah, it's rough. It's rough. We knew this, though. We did know that there were no eliminations on the side of Momo, but importantly, such a solid defensive comp, right, with this Sirius that can block damage, Luffy staying out of line of sight, RBM being impossible to hit. Just a masterclass here from Tribe.
And there was no way to deal with RBM as well. Actually, looking at the comp, it just feels like there's perfect matchups across the entire board here. You've got Sirius to really make Second best question his existence. Sunny on the Mina, his one job, your job is to get the blue star, and then you chase matchups the whole game that you're never gonna get. That was a pretty easy draft there from Tribe. Nothing really that inventive, given the fact that they had the first pick. It was really Momo that kind of just tried a little bit too hard, tried to be a bit too creative there.
Out in the open is going to be our next map in this series, and if Momo aren't careful, it'll be the final one too. Tribe Gaming have got their eyes on the prize in this last monthly final. Of course, a spot in that grand final and a victory over Electros. Not only give them their first championship of the entire season, but that first seed heading into Worlds. So a lot to play for, but their sights are set further than just this game. Here, it's a matter of keeping it clean, drafting well, and so far, Spoo, if those first sets have been anything to go by, they're well and truly on track.
They are looking like in form here. The bans will be coming out, and Tribe are not giving any easy pickings there to Momo, taking out all of their firepower. Brock, 8-bit and Pearl, some of the easiest brawlers to first pick out there, but that will leave the nausea open, and Momo snap it up immediately. The bans though from Momo, I mean, there's a Slither Leon in there, there's an Edgar, there's a Sprout ban in there. I hope these are real bans.
Okay. Look, my data doesn't really indicate many of these brawlers being prioritized by Tribe Gaming. But the Luffy Leon is a thing. Well, we've definitely seen it from time to time. In terms of the brawls that are available, though, it's all of them. All of the good ones, anyway. So Charlie is going to be available. Pearl was actually banned out by Tribe, but yeah, snap up the Charlie first and foremost here. You can index into a Jean. You can go after the Byron here as well. It's just going to be control brawlers for Tribe. They're going to play a really methodical game, I think.
Meepo is left wide open, Meg as well. These are Tribe Gaming-centered brawlers. But here on the open, they are also capable of leaning into stuff that's a bit more aggressive. They've already shown that Stu is something that they can play. Mina is that version on this map that I think could work. Now, they set it up with the Byron first here. They don't reveal that aggressive option yet, but seeing Charlie, Byron come in, this is very typical of Tribe. They just want to make sure they cover all their bases. You've got Charlie there to make sure nothing aggressive comes in. You've got Byron to make sure you've got the range. Whether they decide to go for synergy or speed in the end is up to them.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be like an Ollie pick. Just to round things out, right? Someone to be a good outlet for the Byron healing in general, especially because they don't have access to Pearl, as they didn't want to give it over. The fact that they're banning Pearl means that they might have an all-in brawler in mind. Like they want to close the gap here at some point. So could be Ollie, could be a number of other options. I think like Mina is still open, could go that way.
I like how they set this up as well. This 8-bit and the Pearl ban really just allows RBM's brawlers to all come online. You mentioned the Ollie. Another thing that, you know, is pretty old school is this Daryl pick. It used to be the hate pick, honestly, up against Meg. And I think even against Toolbox, it is still actually viable. If you land the first roll onto the Meg, your second roll can be committed directly onto that smaller Meg vulnerable in there. And that could be the play here for them as Momo round up this comp with D'Angelo. It's a pure control comp there from Momo, but it's not that's really inspiring here for me. And there's the Daryl from Tribe. Love to see it. RBM snap picked that one. He said these are 3 matchups for me, and it's classic Tribe, right?
There isn't a whole lot here that does much to Daryl. You have the Meg gadget to disrupt, but Naja and Angelo don't do anything to slow that guy's roll. It is going to be painful. It is also going to mean that Tribe Gaming, just on virtue of the threat of activation of their comp, are going to be given map control. So it's just as well that Momo are playing Angelo that lets them sort of traverse the waterway on that, on that far side of the map, that they can never be fully locked out.
There's a timing that Momo have to capitalize on. If they want to upset the Titans here, it's going to be in this early game. The Meg and D'Angelo have massive pressure while RBM does not have his first super. But can they capitalize on it, though? It's a little bit of a spawn threat that's coming out here. Big toolbox committed there by Sunny. And just like that, they have to run for the hills. They've got no more pressure.
Yeah, so they just give up map control because they didn't catch anything from Sunny. Sunny was going to get brought down anyway because Diego's tapping him up a little bit. I'm not going to lie. On the lopes, this guy is hitting hard with the Charlie. OG here, fully charging that shot, but Luffy's going to be able to shrug it off and just push up with a super. And this is how we drew it up, right? Eventually, RBM is going to get a super. Eventually, it's going to be go time.
And now he has it. And now what did you do with your Momo, right? You literally have no way to deal with this Daryl roll, and they're so confident. Look at them, just sending Diego Gamer in, and there's the interaction. RBM double rolling there onto Sunny. Can't get knocked back while he's in the roll. Second's gonna be the next one to go down here, and it's just going to be OG left here on his lonesome to deal with OG here. Diego Gamer's gonna be going in there, and a jump from there will seal the deal. That was record time for me for Tribe to just send Momo packing.
The problem is when you are first pick, your comp is going to be sort of finalized first, and if you pick 3 control brawlers, your opponent's going to say, okay, well, we're just going to gap close you. We're going to play diving. It's your control comp. This is like fundamentals of drafting here in Brawl Stars. I only have 1 scrim's worth of data from Momo. I know I'm kind of beating this kind of drum, but like, unless they're like, super top secret scrimming, they haven't really tested a ton of different looks here, and they've walked straight into a classic Tribe Gaming trap.
They're forcing the issue here. RBM's going to be falling low. A great opportunity for them, and they're going to be able to get down Diego Gamer. They capitalize on the one crucial timing that they had. Sunny is trying to keep his mech form alive here, pinching out here up against Luffy, but that was an excellent, picture-perfect start there for Momo.
Yeah, pretty sick little gadget there from Sunny, just to catch on to the Daryl and pick him up. And this is what we were trying to see Momo go for in the previous round. But when Sunny missed the gadget, they all gave up the map and the rest was history. So if they can follow things through, just like we saw, they're in with a chance.
how did he deal with RBM though? He's got that roll online now. You can see Sun is just kind of hanging back. They were thinking about utilizing that jump pad, maybe play a bit sneaky here. But yeah, they don't know where RBM is. OG's gonna be falling low and one caught out there by Diego. You're right, it's over. Pack it up there. Oh my word, it's just gonna be grinding out Sunny here. Who are they gonna feed the super to? It's gonna be Diego Gamer that picks it up here. Gets a hypercharge online as well.
Yeah, there's just so many ways that you can win the round. You can go for the Daryl win condition, or you just catch someone out with a Charlie. Diego Gamer took like 5,000 damage to line up that shot, so it should have been clear to Momo that that's what he was looking to do. The scary part is they just couldn't do a damn thing about it.
Okay, they got a hypercharge online for Sunny at the very least there. That should be some sizable damage that will go into RBM. I can see some way that Momo could potentially win here if Second just basically taps Diego a million times and then has OG follow up there with some poison tip arrows. They could get a pick off here before RBM catches anyone.
RBM's into the map with the hypercharge, and he's encroaching. Oh lord, he coming.
He's a chunker. He's coming.
Okay, OG pops that super down, needed the healing. Luffy causing some degree of issue there. It's the Naja super, most of those urns being broken. And okay, Diego Gamer did fall, but a parting gift, he's able to catch a cocoon onto this Meg. Luffy though is in a bit of danger. It's going to be a hypercharge here, but might be able to secure elimination. No, Sunny's going to be knocked out of Meg, but makes great use of the last vestiges of the Meg's health to get a gadget off.
This is the chance for RBM to really show why he's the Daryl Pro as it's a 2 versus 1 matchup, but he most certainly could win this one. He just has to be patient for them. He's going straight for OG. That's the first row. Interrupt Sunny. That is the interaction. He's just too good. That is why we call him the Lord of Tanks here in NA. An easy clutch for him as he adds 1 to the record. Try and move on to the semis.
That guy's absolutely dirty, bro. You can't be doing that to them at this level. You cannot be dragging them out of the town square like that and humiliating them. There was a Meg resuit there as well. She was back inside mech and still it wasn't enough.
And he baited him. He went for OG Sunny and thought, yeah, this is the perfect time to wait. He's got 2 rolls.
Yeah. This was the first time that we saw the very straightforward Daryl strat, which is just RBM go kill. That was one of the win conditions here for Tribe Gaming. The other one, though, is around Diego Gamer hitting those cocoons. Now, if the Charlie's picked off early, given her range makes things a bit awkward, then this Momo comp can look quite oppressive. Unfortunately, they just couldn't replicate the success of that round.
They had 1 round. They basically had 1 round to pull it off. And yeah, we're going to see this RBM Momo once again there. The fake out there onto OG. And I got to say, I mean, that's just so rough. OG wasn't even running Flying Fletchling there to get out of there. He was using the jump there. Could have evaded that roll, actually. But I think it was on cooldown, or OG was just maybe a bit slow then. As a result, yeah, 7, 1, and 5. That's RBM for you guys.
You picked 3 control brawlers. You got what you asked for, if, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, if you're this Momo team. I think their bans as well coming into that last map. I'm not really sure like what the idea was from there. I hope they haven't given up. I hope they're, you know, willing to give a little bit more time to their run here. But going up against Tribe in the quarterfinals can be a demoralizing experience. It's tough. Tribe will blow through them.
We now know 3 out of 4 of our top 4. Tribe Gaming still fighting for that #1 seed. They need to make it further than Team Electros or beat them in the grand finals if they are fated to meet yet again. We're now heading already into our quarterfinal number 4. The evening is going by very quickly. KDS versus FA Homeless is the match that we were looking forward to all day long. Could be the closest one. Yet we already had a 3-2, so does it even get closer than this?
Not than that. That was very, very close. I would be happy if this game, though, was as close. This is the most recognizable team in North America going against the team that knocked them out of the monthly qualifiers last month, basically destroying KDS's hopes of being at Worlds.
Yeah, it took them down from the upper bracket in the qualifiers last month, so they have been able to do this before. And also, the race is officially on. KDS need to win this match in order to stay in the LCQ race with the victory of Vatic in the the second quarterfinal.
This could be the last dance here for 2 out of 3 members of KDS. Both Bobby and Patchy have announced the retirement at the end of the year, and KDS have suffered a massive setback by missing out on the last monthly final. Can they still steer this team into one loss, the legendary postseason run, getting that LCQ ticket? Or is the clock running out on their career and today is the last time we get to see them?
It's tough, I think, finding the right way to go out, the right time to go out. I'm quite sure that Bobby and Patchy at times have questioned whether this is the right idea. Patchy doesn't he doesn't seem that convinced that this is definitely his last outing as a Brawl Pro, but who knows what next year's going to be like, boys, you know what I'm saying? And they could always use a few heroes. But there's some poignancy to this run for them here as well, especially if LCQ is out of the question in the end.
It's true, yeah. It's going to be quite emotional also because they've been in Brawl Stars for so long. For Patchy, he's been around for years and years before he even came into playing Brawl Esports. So he was supposed to be a prodigy coming in, and now he's more of an older player compared to some of the teammates that he's played with in the past. It's
been
just
3 years. It's like 4 years, guys.
But it's been a great run. Also, I wonder if Patchy will unretire. He's done it twice.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if it happens a third time, but for Bobby, I feel like it's final.
Talking about emotional, Reddy did also sit down with Bobby, and this is one of our longer interviews. Let's listen in.
All right, Bobby, to my knowledge, you're one of the most superstitious players in North America. So you want to tell us about any rituals that have gone into today's preparation?
I just listen to the same music I always listen to before I play. That's really the only ritual I got going on. And I also have a lucky pair of socks, so those are also on.
Have they been washed ever before?
They have been washed. Yeah, they definitely get washed. They would, especially on game day. You know, they kind of get the smell in a little bit, so they have to get washed.
You're gonna wash the luck out of them, man. Well, okay, evidently the magic has not been washed out just yet. Now, talking about, Bobby, the future, because obviously you've announced your retirement. You and Patchy have both announced your retirement. So Sans is going to be left over. I've heard that you guys are working on some ways to set him up the best possible for the next season. So walk me through that too.
Well, both in Brawl and out of Brawl, I mean, we're all really good friends. We just want each other to succeed. It's, you know, been me and Patchy's time. We've had a good run, and now we just kind of want to set up Sans in the best way possible, like you said. So that's doing good in this last tournament, making it to Worlds, showing the world that he has what it takes to be a world-class player so he can get the best team. And then out of Brawl, we do whatever we can to help him out as well, get a little bit further on in life.
Yeah, have y'all been incorporating him in the drafting? Because usually that's your and Patchy's responsibility.
Yeah, so when we didn't make it last month, me and Patchy took a break, a pretty lengthy break, and then Sans has just been all in Brawl Stars for so long. So we kept playing, and since this was his last chance with us, or his last month with us, we kind of decided that he's put in more time, he's going to get to draft, he's going to try and use his knowledge and see where that can take us.
Sweet, and also with that break, are you guys feeling fresher than usual after you've taken some time away?
Yeah, I feel like I normally get a balance in extremes, so being able to take a break for a few weeks and then that kind of just resets my mind to come back and grind as hard as I can for this last tournament.
Heck yeah, man. Now, I want to also talk about the afterlife, because obviously you're going to continue content, but about your career's legacy. You managed to achieve top 2 at the World Finals in 2023. It's the furthest that North America has ever made it. But beyond that, what do you want your legacy to be as a Brawl Esports pro?
I just want to be remembered as someone who cared a lot, who always gave it their best. You know, no matter what the outcome is, you can't control, you know, if you're going to win, if you're going to lose. But I just want to be remembered as someone who gave it their all, no matter what the circumstances were. And I also kind of want to be remembered as one of, if not the best from North America or even this side of the hemisphere. So I just, want to be remembered as a good guy, both in and out of the game.
Now, Bobby, my last question for you is not really a question at all, because here's the fact. Unless you win today, this is going to be the last time we ever hear your voice on a broadcast as a professional player. So the floor is yours. Anything you want to share with the fans and your family watching?
I just want to say thank you to everyone, like my ex-teammates, my close friends, my family, and just all the community that supports me. I actually do get emotional about it because when I started playing, I was 16, 17 years old, and now I'm 26, so half my life I've devoted to basically fully playing Brawl Stars and giving it my all, and it's kind of like closing a huge chapter in my life, and there's so many people who supported me along the way, and everyone knows who they are, so I just want to say thank you to them because I don't even get close to where I am without the support I've had.
He played Brawl Stars for almost half of his life, and what a legacy he leaves behind, an iconic career. The only thing he's really missing, and he said it himself, is a World Finals Champions title. They came second, but never first. This would be their last chance at glory now, as Mina already knows, whatever happens today, this is the last year.
Look, I think if you want to compare what Bobby was able to do that year, I think it's 2023, right?
Yeah.
With what any other team in North America has been able to achieve or how close they've been able to come, it's so far ahead of them. And in fact, many other regions have never put a team into that sort of top 2 spot. So yeah, it's a huge achievement. And honestly, you've got to respect someone who obviously wears his heart on his sleeve and cares a lot about the game, because we're all here to show each other why this means more than just a game to us. So it's a poignant message to leave on.
Yeah, it's tough to see him go because this is going to be his last chance. We'll see how it plays out today. We have the map selections in. Homeless could put an end to their journey right now. It would keep Vatic ahead. Pit Stop is where we're going to start off. And KDS going with actually some of the most picked maps in the entire game right now. I see Pinhole Punt. I also see Dueling Beetles. I think these are at the top of the most frequently selected maps within their modes also.
They want to set up Sans, so they still want to give him a nice finish. And an LCQ would be nicer in the end than dropping out today. So for them, they need to be at the same step or higher than Vatic to secure that LCQ slot. Now that Vatic actually made it through to the semi-finals, they need to make it to the semis, then maybe even grand finals and beat them there to lock in the LCQ slot that they're sitting in at the moment. Global Bends, we already saw them. Now to the votes. One of the closer votes we had today, I must say, but still a 90 to 10. You were ready, I believe. Was it? Or was it Uber and Spoo? Two of us has said Homeless is going to win.
Yeah, I and Spoo had them winning. I think this is a really dangerous game, and there's not a lot of pressure on Homeless. They can kind of play Kingmaker or decide, like, you know, who makes it to LCQ. And KDS have fallen foul of this team before. I think, you know, hopefully the break has been rejuvenating for, you know, Patchy and Bobby, for example. But these Homeless guys have not stopped. They've been grinding. They've got a lot of scrims in this month. There's plenty of data to sort of look at. And I think they're warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah, in the end, they are the reason why we didn't see KDS in the July monthly finals, knocked them out in the qualifiers. Now today they can play Spoiler yet again. And if KDS lose this one, now that Vatic pulled ahead, they are out of LCQ contention. So they must at least win this exact match.
It's going to be a challenging one. Homeless, as we have said before, have been practicing very hard for this final month. KDS, they don't just need to win this, okay? Because they need to account for the fact that it is entirely possible that Vatic do win their semifinal. It's going to be very difficult for them to accomplish that, but it's still possible. And KDS, as with any month, do want to make a run at the finals. They managed to do so in March. It was very cool that they were able to do that. But the trajectory for their team has looked a little bit troubling with them not making it to the monthly finals last month and almost taking an upset loss in the upper bracket this month.
One final stop before we either see KDS, at least 2 out of 3 players, go forever, vanish from the Brawl esports scene, or make it to LCQ and have one last legendary post-season run. First up here, Pit Stop. This is going to be FA Homeless here, and they have a wall of green, as this is one of their most successful maps in scrims. Makes a lot of sense to me that they also pick it up here. Coming in with a little bit of a wall break here. Many of these pesky assassins out of the way, playing against the Shade and Nico. Annoying in particular. We're gonna see a bit more of a range comp here from both sides so far. Both have now a wall break. Could follow it up with even more Ricos of the world, even more range brawlers here. Carl, for example, as well.
Yeah, obviously, like a more broken up map means less chokes, so less opportunity for like Rico, who's banned to be fair, and Lumi to be quite oppressive. I think it's also heads up KDS.
Also banned.
Taking the Miko out of the picture. Yeah, Lumi's global here, which should say a lot. Max and Lumi, I wonder if that's got anything to do with Sans' take on the game right now. Kid's got to be picked up here, though. This can be extremely impressive when it gets rolling.
Yeah, you're going to be able to play around these walls quite effectively. I think there's the possibility of synergy also. Might not be the worst thing to pair up with the Melody if you want to get on top of that safe. And yeah, that's exactly the goal. Now with the Griff defending, it will be quite complicated. They can also pick up a defender of their own as their last selection. I don't think that's entirely impossible.
They're signaling Kit Bull at the moment, which I think is going to be pretty devastating. So that's something you want to be aware of if you're homeless. You're going to take the Edgar in here. Obviously someone who can really run away with the game. I don't know about you, but like a Bull seems reasonable there. Like stopping that Edgar makes it kind of hard for him to win that matchup.
Edgar, BB and Bull are kind of the only options left here with the amount of aggressive brawlers that we have banned out. There's not too much left open. As I mentioned before, we could still see a Carl as well, offers a bit more range in this widely open map if the Griff and the Colt both decide to break those walls.
First aid fury!
Buzz coming in.
Know.
Yeah, they are going to be accounting for this possibility. 2 aggros, by the way, so it's just going to be Griff defending in all likelihood against this Colt. I think that he can get some tabs possibly versus these guys, but it's going to be challenging. He will be trying to break down the walls, but they should still be able to get right on top of him. I like the matchups.
Oh, I feel like KDS are a little bit hedged now. They're kind of forced to go with a tank option here. Someone has to be able to leverage. Yeah, you've got to be able to leverage the kit. So you are walking this Bull headlong into a potential counter pick, or at least some raw stopping power in the Buzz.
Yeah, I don't mind either of these two comps, honestly. Both can very well work out. So we're already in for a nice ride, a hopefully close set in this one. For KDS, it's a last shot at glory to round off the run of Bobby and Patchy with yet another LAN event in Guangzhou for LCQ.
Yeah. These guys at LAN are a different beast. I always want to see them make it out there.
LAN Tigers, the LAN Warriors, we called them in the past.
Yeah, I call them LAN Dragons. I kind of just like
LAN
the
Demons?
ring that it has. But yeah, look, I mean, would have been nice if they'd done a bit of that against Humble at Brawl Cup, but that wasn't to be. Here's Bobby trying to find that super, and hey, Tyrant is all alone. It's an easy pickup.
Sands on the Colt. It is a pairing as old as his career in competitive Brawl Stars, but meanwhile on defense, Patchy's going to be the defender. This is a tough one to interact with, and it is a base race through and through, but Patchy just needs a single kill here. He could get Cycle on the respawn, but he's going to get one, and he's looking for 2 onto Rafiki, but doesn't have the damage to get that one accomplished. But so far, KDS ahead on the damage front.
Yeah, so it takes him a while to farm super because there's no one there defending. And unfortunately for Bobby, the Colt is taken down. He's got no one to attach to either, except for Tyrant now, as Patchy should be able to walk up on him. There's a hypercharge. Patchy's going to be very hard to deal with. A mutual stun between the Buzz and the Bull, but Patchy's still able to get another shield knock.
Here's a combination. Sands and Bobby join together. Bobby, the kit for the squad, just knows how to synergize with Sands, but that's going to be the stun, and the synergistic play from Homeless might just be enough to get them a victory here in once more with the Edgar, and a stun from the right side. Ekes out a victory by a breadth of just 11%.
And KDS knew that they were walking into this. They knew that they were going to have to deal with the Buzz at some point. Remember, a stun from Buzz on someone that Kid is attached to is stunning both brawlers. It's a literal 2-for-1 special, and it's pretty hard to bounce back from that. We're seeing more of the base race here in Pit Stop, whereas actually in SA, to their credit, they're playing it out a bit slower, right? They're trying to play this map a bit more methodically, but look how volatile it gets when you have 2 brawlers attacking the opposite team safe on both sides.
The struggle at Pit Stop is that it's so quick to get to the enemy side, so you just have to get the first crack, because if you find yourself behind, now you have the responsibility of defense in addition to offense. Meanwhile, the enemy team just has to play on the opposing side. KDS now in a defensive position. They would love to get a stun on Ducky and combo with Patchy, but they know that they have to defend first and turn this into an offense. Big laser from Sands on the right side, and Rafiki has to be defended. 1 and 2 jumps, could get him the jump on Bull on top of the safe, and he's able to jump right out of there. Ducky once now for his contribution on the safe will work together with Tyrant to drop this down to 50%. It's a total comeback for Homeless in momentum.
This all starts because Bobby tries to dive aggressively with the kit and is taken down by Tyrant. It ends up being a 1-for-0 trade favoring Homeless, and they've been the aggressors ever since. Here's Ducky trying to play defensively with Lava, another super, and it doesn't quite connect. I think that might have been a gadget activation. Either way, can't deal with Sands, but the Colt doesn't go very far, as now Edgar is in position, and to Rafiki's credit, he just holds off, takes his foot off the gas before diving in, and respects the kit even.
They can keep them up here for a little bit longer. It'll open the doors for Ducky. Going for stun number 1 onto Sands. Gets the kill, and Rafiki from the sideline. A little bit of damage in from Tyrant, and now Bobby and Patchy have to join forces, doing anything they can. What a laser from Sands to defend, but Tyrant has the hypercharge cycled to get even more damage on this point. Now it's down to just 5k HP, and it'll only take one more push from Homeless to seal the deal.
Okay, that's a little bit aggressive from Ducky there, but ultimately, if your kit is defensively supering on this map, you're in trouble. Not a good sign here for KDS. It's 76% place 6, and this set is about to fall by the wayside. Another dive from Bobby that lacks the follow-up from Sands as he didn't have the line of sight, and a catch pack from Tyrant should almost lock it up. Only 1% on the return here, but Bobby will fall, and Tyrant gets a free salvo.
Really well played here for Homeless on that last push, by the way. You have Edgar going in, rather Buzz going in as a distraction. He knows he's going to die, but it forces Sands to defend him, allows Grip to come in around the left side. You see Patchy doing his best to body block, but Pit Stop, it can just spiral out of control so quickly, and it continues, case in point, to earn this reputation of a underdog's team weapon to take down the favorite team.
It's like, is there a way to hide the fact that you're drafting a kit comp before you make that selection, right? Because the buzz comes out, like, this is a complete out draft. I'm sorry. I mean, Sunny said she felt like both the comps looked pretty good, but the buzz stopping power in this instance especially, it's clear why it's so powerful. And Tyrant did a very good job because Ducky got dove by Bobby a couple times, but the Grip always hung back to make sure they cleared the kit and then started to move across the map. They just had the correct protocols for answering that brawler.
I don't even necessarily think the bus was the biggest issue. We just have no defense on the side of KDS, so they want to purely base race, but they decide to spend a lot of time in their own spawn defending instead of just going ham, what the comp wants to do. Waiting for that kit ult and then getting stopped by Ducky. As you can see here, Patchy had so many kills, but it's just simply not the objective of the game.
Yeah, I think that happened a lot in game number 1 where we saw Patchy getting all of that value on defense, but it just took a solid defense from Griff on the other side to shut all of that down. You also saw KDS sitting in their own spawn trying to get a defense before they go for offense, but they're just not geared towards defense. So they won't be able to get the comp there on map number 1, but this is their map choice here on Pinhole Punt, one that's been played to death.
Yeah, I was about to mention that as well. In all fairness, this was Homeless map pick, and as I mentioned, in scrims, they had a almost 90% win rate, so they are really good on pit stop. Now this is KDS map pick, and it kind of looks swapped. This is one of their most scrims maps. They feel really comfortable on it. You'd really love to play something like an Otis, Meg, and Lou, and Lou is actually left open and gonna be their first pick here.
I think they're giving over Meg in... Oh no, Meg's our global here, excuse me, so that's not going to be a factor yet. No worries about going straight for a Lou. Otis still available, a very safe first pick here. And Stu, very heads-up ban here from KDS. No Max, no Stu available for Homeless. Takes away some of their most powerful tools. So they opt into the Griff here, who's definitely seen some degree of success on this map.
It's pretty popular as a way to sit inside of mid. You also see that M's ban. It's going to be one of those popular picks to utilize the bushes to get forward. Griff is just really comfortable right now. He's quite versatile, can use that piggy bank, and you can swap off of it if you don't face a threat. But I think this is going to be the method. Leon will also give them access to the mid, so Griff is going to fulfill kind of a similar role to what Ims would traditionally do alongside the Leon.
As I already mentioned, they love to play Otis. Would be a great pick here also to destroy that lollipop drop behind the wall, thanks to the Otis gadget. We also still have a couple of a bit more aggressive options open, of course. Shade is banned out, but we still have Damon in the run here, for example. He is not global banned as he was in the previous quarterfinals, so could finally have a showing today.
Kenji as well is available. We're already seeing the healer Poco picked up, and now all that's really left is for KDS to combine this with something that actually makes good use of that heal. Reminder, no Star Nova, no Meg. Both of those globaled out here by Team Homeless. We don't really see like a ton of tanks outside of the Damien attempted here by KDS, and it honestly hasn't had a lot of success for them. Sunny pointed out this is actually quite a oft-played map by them, but that particular strategy hasn't really shone in their hands. They're going to go for it anyway, though.
Okay, and do we see a response of Ash? It seemed to be the surefire way of dealing with a Damien. You do have to recognize, though, that you can get frozen by this Lou. Counterplay into the Lou has also been diminished with the ban of Stu, and also the pickup of Poco that can neutralize his freeze.
Really like that Damien pick at last. We don't even notice, we don't really have anything to destroy the lollipop drop from Leon, so we will have Homeless make their way into mid quite easily. But I do like the comp on the left here regardless. With the Proco Damien, they have so much punching power. Zera's coming in now, and Zera's so good into also a Damien. If you have a strong roller on the other side that you can farm shadows off, Sirius is going to shine even more. Once again, I think both drafts are fine. Both have a winning potential. Which ones would you choose if this was your rank?
I'm siding with KDS, personally. I think the Sirius is going to be an issue, but I just believe in their ability to execute with pretty much making the Damien as strong as possible. I see a couple of good counters to the Damien on the side of Homeless. They can break open walls, but they've decided to go for a coin shower, so there's going to be plenty of terrain for Bobby to play around.
Yeah, I like the KDS comp as well, Sonny. I think that the Damien wall is going to be very effective against this setup. It's really only the Sirius that can bypass it. Rafiki gets taken down behind enemy lines as Patchy's able to pick him up, and Sands has developed a super, but needs to respect the cash bag in the middle of the map. Here comes Bobby, and it's going to be dragging his Keister at Homeless quite often in this game. And remember, those serious shadows carry the on-hit effects of the brawlers they're copying, which means they have knockback if they're Damien, they have freezing potential if they're Lou.
Yeah, we saw Bobby get knocked back just a moment ago. Patchy on the left side is able to diff the Sirius, but Bobby doesn't have enough HP to get in properly. It's going to be mid-one by Homeless for now. It's going to be a double stun for Bobby, in for one, looking for two on a Tyrant, but Patchy cleans it up. But where's the ball? It's headed up towards Bobby as he knocks back Ducky. This is going to have to be a punch through for Sands as he's able to get through Rafiki. And that's exactly how they need to get this done.
And all they did was just get a good Bobby super, right? It's out in the open in the middle of the map. He's able to get two people inside the mosh pit. And the rest is history. Bobby goes yet again. This time Rafiki's going to be caught out there and will be allowed to slip away. That could have gone better for Bobby. Tyrant now and Rafiki can hold it down, while Sands is forced to be a spectator for the time being.
Tyrant pretty much wrapped around the entire team. It was like a lasso. He just tied them up in this noose, executed them, sent them back to the respawn, where now the execute is happening. Rafiki on the left side with a hypercharge. It's one down. Bobby and Patchy alive on the right side. No heal from Patchy, interestingly. Maybe they're going to use this for the next pitch and just decide to give away this goal, hopefully roll out strongly. They do have this hypercharge for Bobby alongside a heal for Patchy, so that must be the method.
The coin shower gadget is so degenerate for situations like this. Yes, I think Bobby was hoping to super and not shoot the ball.
Oh no, well that's gonna hurt. He has earned another one on the right side, and he will be able to get Tyrant pretty low on HP, but that is a win con now wasted by a little misplay. Hopefully they have ice. It's not going to get in their heads too much. With 20 seconds to go, they still have this hypercharge and super from Patchy to rely on.
Okay, Bobby's shield though is all but expired and doesn't actually have a super to close the gap, so this Poco super, hyper rather, is kind of underwhelming really. Bobby's pretty low right now, and you got to watch out for Rafiki, who's definitely threatening here off towards the left side. But Patchy's got the damage, Bobby's got the bulk, and KDS have to run in.
And there it is. Sands with that final super to clear out the goal line. But what happened with that Damien super? Just a misplay. Looks like he picked up the ball unintentionally, or unfortunately had it passed over to him. Just slight little things over here. Nothing to latch onto for KDS. They're still as locked in as ever. And the Damien super is the win condition. They have built this entire composition around Damien. They have the faith that this series is not going to be enough to rebuff it. Bobby is actually marching in confidently. He'll be able to walk this one through. That was only 13 seconds.
Just how good is that Damien's gadget, bro? Like, it's insane in this matchup. Leon and the Grip can't do a damn thing about it. Tyrant may be thinking that Piggybank might have been better than Coin Shower if the matchup was going to play out this way. Regardless, hindsight is 2020, but we've got a game to play.
There's a kill for Patchy on the left side. It's going to kick off this breakout of spawn. Bobby in with one, and on the right side versus Tyrant has to abandon ship, and they're able to get the kill anyway. A pass up to Bobby, but do they know where Rafiki is? Thankfully, Patchy about faced, and a messy pass over the right side. Patchy's still able to slide through their legs and clean up this set. It's their map pick, and they absolutely owned it.
Hey, if Sands is the one that's drafting right now, that was pretty straightforward, simple but effective look here from KDS on a map that they have put the time into. We discussed that earlier. They have been working on their Brawl approach. I thought Leon and Griff was enough damage, but Poco plus a tank always presents a bit of a problem for those middling damage output comps.
both of those teams so far win their own map pick, and we keep following the same rhythm, it seems, on Layer Cake, our next map as well. It is another pick from Homeless, where they have a super high win rate compared to KDS barely scrimming it and having a super low win rate. This has been the case for both of the maps we've seen so far, so just in terms of map draft, these two teams are doing the best job so far we've seen all day.
At a point, though, do you come to expect that? I mean, if we have this data, it means that the players have this data as well, right? This is publicly available stuff. And we actually spoke with Livy earlier. He said that everyone's actually withholding information right now and keeping close eyes on each other's stats. So this would be the moment for KDS to be extra prepared for Homeless. But things did not go their way at all on Pit Stop. As we move on to Layer Cake, the second map pick for Homeless, will we see as dominating of a victory?
They did have that Griff first pick, actually 8 kills on him, the most damage as well, so he did pull his weight even though it was the first pick, but in the end it's just not about the kills in this mode, it's about actually getting goal scoring opportunities, and that Damien Poco comp, I would almost say it's a KDS or even STMN back in the day special, where we see Poco double tank or Poco one tank and then a controller, and they're still as good as always with this comp.
Setting our sights onto Layer Cake, though, that is a mode that is about getting eliminations, right? Unlike Brawl Ball. And Homeless have a couple of sort of pocket picks on this map that are extremely good at securing those eliminations. For me, I'm looking for the Mortis. You've probably got to ban it if you're KDS. Otherwise, he's probably going to run roughshod over you.
Curtis the Murtis, that is Sans. He can also play Shade, by the way. That one is never forgotten in the ban phase. All of those counters will, you know, possibly be banned over here by KDS, and it's going to have to be banned out by Homeless because it's just that strong. Yes, in fact, with the last pick going over to KDS. Yeah, Mortis out of the mix. Bolt also going to be banned. Just ways of getting that blue star. Notice that Brock is 100% in this draft. It would be an amazing way of breaking walls and dealing with the 8-bit, but it seems to be accounted for by Homeless because they've gone for one of the things that's countered by it most.
I could see the 8-bit paired up with the Pierce later on would be a almost must pick for me on Layer Cake because of these bullets that's dropped to the ground. You can also shoot through those walls. Otherwise, throwers can also have some showings here. Series probably the best at it is going to be banned out by KDS as well. They already have this Brock. They now have it in their own hands if they want to break open the map and play something like the Pierce later on. But they can also decide to just not do that. Play the Brock a bit more passively, play Rocket Laces, jump out of harm's way in case Homeless is gonna pick something aggressive. So I think it's wise to not also pick in something with range just yet. Wait a bit longer. Now it's a really balanced comp with the Surge. They have something against tanks or assassins as well.
I think like Crow is an option here, something we've seen from Homeless on a number of occasions. They've also tried to play the Penny as well if they want to index into more of a control-based setup. There's throwers and Rico that are still out there. This is not probably what I was expecting to see. The Ali coming out here showing...
Especially against that Surge.
Exactly. His iframe's allowing him to... Oh, God. You think so? That would be crazy.
It's a possibility.
Surge's invulnerability frame's allowing him to avoid Ali, who can be a little telegraphed in how she intends to tear you from limb. Brock will have to make use of Rocket Laces if he wants to avoid her in that regard. That's assuming he's not trying to open the map.
Well, if this is a Doug, they'll be forced to take it. No, Mina is going to be taking up the room in the early game. We saw a bit of cheese in SA yesterday, and it almost wound up working, bar for some over-aggression. But this alley should be pretty good here. Those walls are going to be broken down, but in the early game, it's going to help them get that blue star and sink back into their own spawn. Also, could be quite punishing for the Surge to be playing into a Mina, which he, in theory, should not be getting a super off of. He could be stuck at level 2 for a good portion of the game.
The Mina, just to pick up blue star, makes sense for me, but having both Mina and Ellie, both can't really capitalize on an 8-bit turret. They can protect it, and they can use it if someone actually comes up close, but they can't stay in the back, use the turrets, and do damage far away, you know? I would never pair 8-bit with 2 assassins, 2 tanky brawlers like that usually.
I think they pivoted for picks 2 and 3, looking at this kind of comp, because you're right, it's only going to be 8-bit that can really make use of that turret at all. Still, I think that might be enough given just how oppressive that brawler can be at the moment. But we've got Brock, we've got Griff on the side of KDS. Pretty robust setup that could promise map break or simply withhold those elements and try and make use of their sharpshooter capabilities. But you're up against these two, quasi-tanks here. I imagine, you want to establish some good sight lines.
Bobby immediately firing down mid, knew that Rafiki was going to be coming for that blue star and tried to get some cheeky taps off of him. Sands going to take the bait. Rafiki getting away. Sands has gotten 1/3 of his super. He just needs 2 more hits in order to get it. And get that extra range that's going to be so vital for Surge to make an impact in the later stages. As they don't have the blue star, they got to break this somehow. Rafiki is firing back on the left side. Bobby jumping directly into him. They will end up trading, and KDS with the upper hand.
Sands going to be able to walk away here, avoid that damage coming in from Ducky. It's only a 1-star difference here, but the blue star has gone over to KDS. Rafiki has a super to play with, but those grassy areas are starting to become less and less prevalent across this map. Here's Ducky. Rafiki also looking to try and get forward. Windwall gadget being used by Ducky now to dodge the catchback. Patchy is low, and a lot of space is being given up by KDS. This is dangerous.
Backs against the wall. Tyrant wants to get that first bit of damage in. Patchy is going to get some healthy taps on him on the right side, and Rafiki would love to be the executor, but he doesn't want to jump in just yet. Bobby's going to get a bit of damage on him, but really KDS are fighting for their lives out here. Now Sands does have a way of defending. He is able to jump up to the sky. Bobby should probably have his rocket laces back pretty soon, so there is counterplay. But Homeless are going to try and keep them here for as long as possible, and then rush in when the time is right. They have Rafiki in with a super. Is that a moment for Ducky? Looks like he's able to get it, but should be a punish for Sands with a super of his own. Oh, lasered by Tyrant!
Yeah.
And now Homeless are in the lead.
Nice little extra credits there for Tyrant. Rafiki, though, needs to be careful not to get caught. He's able to back away. Nice gadget use there. Ducky doesn't want to bite off more than he could chew. And now it's a matter with these last 15 seconds of Homeless just staying in the driver's seat. No supers right now for KDS. Sands back down to level 2. He comes Bobby with a hypercharge popped. He's trying to get those rockets connected, but Rafiki's been able to avoid much of this damage. Jumping away now, super thrown out by Tyrant. Look how low Patchy is. A damage booster deployed, and there goes Sands down in a streaming heap. And Homeless start on their best foot.
Homeless's comp is able to do it all. They're able to get the blue star, they're able to defend it quite decently, and they're able to push into the enemy spawn to steal it back if the lead goes the way of KDS. Really well done by Homeless over here. I want to give a shout out to Rafiki for his capability to break things open as KDS were backed all the way up. No spam of shots over towards Rafiki this time. Bobby's just going to try and get his super off of Tyrant, and there's going to be more priority on the wall break from KDS at this time, I anticipate. And they also switch Patchy over to the right side to deal with Rafiki. Curious, because that was Sands' responsibility in the last one.
Yeah. Sands thinking that working this left side might be more conducive to success, but so far none of those shots have been able to connect. The map's being broken up a little bit more, though, by Patchy. This means Ducky now is more so playing out in the open. It is suffering as a result. Windwall gadget being used there by Ducky, and now the pinch from Sands almost did him in. Extra credits also threatened, though, to remove the surge, and Sands has to respect it.
Still Homeless in possession of this blue star. Who's going to be the first one to get a kill from KDS? They're just biding their time, slowly walking forward. They know that they can break these walls around Homeless's base. Rafiki taking a hit there. It's going to give Sands his super. Had a chance to jump in there, going to jump backwards actually. Beating the shot out from Rafiki on the right side. Patchy cycled 2 supers forward. Everyone's definitely low. It's an opening for Rafiki to get a kill on the left side, and KDS still behind by 1 star.
Yeah, that was an even trade for both teams. It's a 1-star difference. Blue star for Homeless now. Rafiki with a gadget pop going after Sands. Happy to fight him, knocking Sands down to just over 1,000 HP. And Ducky has to do a lot of work to stay out of line of sight of many of these sharpshooter shots from Bobby, who's certainly known in the role.
Still slow, controlled for now, but it's about to amp up with only 20 seconds to go. KDS, they don't really have that great of tools to break this defense for Homeless. They do have this hypercharge for Patchy, and now Bobby has one of his own. That is going to be a massive tool. They're going to try and cut off Ducky if possible, and Sands needs to get out of there, but Ducky's able to escape. Now a hypercharge for Patchy. Ducky's still alive. Same for Tyrant on the back left. Nothing onto Rafiki.
How is he
and
alive?
no damage onto Ducky. It's incredible. Homeless with a couple of kills to end things off. And just another time in a flash, they're able to take their own map selection. I'm just blown away.
You are absolutely kicking yourself. I think if you're KDS there, you had so many, I mean 2. Yeah, 2 very low health brawlers on the Homeless side of the map that you couldn't quite reach. There was a rocket rain even being thrown down right at the top of the map that wasn't able to get any stars back for KDS. And honestly, the mechanics on display here by Ducky and Rafiki, able to dodge, duck, dive, dip, and dodge away from so many of these shots is extremely impressive.
Yeah, dodging the Surge anti-grip on the other side, honestly, that is impressive. I thought we have a clear draft here on the side of KDS. We have
Unreal.
a really unsynergistic comp on the side of Homeless in my eyes with the 8-bits and then assassins. All that KDS has to do is not get too close to that turret to make sure that the Ellie and the Mina not also profit from the 8-bit turret. And Tyrant obviously here with the most kills. The man of the hour here for the side of Homeless. I'm a bit speechless, honestly. How did that happen?
Yeah, I was at a loss for words towards the end of that as well, because that was just unreal dodging from Ducky. Bobby was so close to landing that last bit of damage from the rocket rain on him. The execution really did hurt because there were plenty of opportunities for KDS to get in there, but it's like they were all red herrings. There was always someone waiting to snap them up if they got a little bit too aggressive. Especially Rafiki was such a deterrent anytime KDS even thought of approaching one of these bushes on defense.
We now have, again, Homeless winning their own map pick. KDS has to do the same to prolong this one. And just like Vatic, they need to go all the way to a set 5 to still keep their LCQ dreams alive.
And KDS have to bear Mortis again. They have to use a slot on that Brawler. I don't think they can afford to be going up against that. Outside of that, one of the most successful brawlers for this KDS team in recent times has been the Star Nova, but she's been global, so don't expect to see that. But a lot of the regular customers, Brock is going to be a priority here. Griff is banned out by both sides of the end. There's throwers as well we can mix in here. So Sirius has been taken away. Larry and Laurie is going to be an option. Finks still good on this map as a control brawler, just allowing you to have more of that time on the point, and conspicuously, there's no Grey ban.
This is very true. Gray Ems is taken out of the mix, but it's still possible. 8-bit is the first selection for Homeless. There are ways to get rid of this, though I don't think Brock is going to be as strong of a pick. He can break open a wall on the left side, get you some, more sharpshooter play. I see big potential for throwers, actually, to get rid of this. KDS might think about a Barry over here. It'll give them good sustain on the point. Should also be able to get rid of the 8-bit turret.
I mean, we're in hot zone. Could also be another Chessie pick here for
Stop
KDS.
with the
For KDS, it was actually their down.
Oh my God.
Qualifiers. I called it, but I didn't really want to call it.
You like me
Honestly,
with the
I'm not
Mortis call
happy to see
yesterday.
that.
It is their siren song, and as with any siren song, it led to their near demise, actually. In the monthly qualifiers, they picked it a couple of times and nearly let the entire match spiral out of control. It is really here for the 8-bit. And, well, it didn't succeed in the 8-bit in the monthly qualifiers, so let's see if now is different.
Okay, so you can still try Jesse plus a thrower, right? Jesse plus thrower seems good. Okay, good bad things.
Thanks is solid.
I mean, yes, something to take down the 8-bit turret outside of just the Jesse turret. As we learned, 8-bit hypercharged turret actually takes out the Jesse turret before it dies itself.
And
So
the
I like
extra
the
credit
8-bit better.
shots.
It's not even a real counter to the 8-bit, so I'm so surprised, but we are in North America and Jesse has been picked up very often in the qualifiers, exactly into this 8-bit. Has a miserable win rate, but hey, maybe it works out now for KDS. They need to win this one to still keep their post-season dreams alive. It could be the last set we ever see being played by Bobby and Patchy. Today, they could retire if they don't make it into the postseason.
It would be a total tragedy. Will it happen at the hands of a Grey comp?
Oh my god,
Can we just
that's
play
even
Mortis here?
worse.
Can we just play Mortis here and be done with it? Right?
It's possible. It would be a strength of KDS. They're pretty good at this brawler. It's Grey plus Ash.
Imagine, it's your last set that you have ever played in your career of Brawl Stars, and you play Jesse into a Grey comp.
Well, okay, so
There's play for Scrappy here.
yeah, obviously. Okay, look, there's a delivery system here for this Ash, right? We've also seen this comp sort of fall flat earlier tonight.
That's what I was thinking.
Where they ran into a Frank setup and basically got cleared by it pretty easily. So can open up the map here. I think the Frank is a really heads-up pick, and there's not a natural answer to that here at all on the side of Homeless.
Yeah, I love the Frank into Ash. I also like it into Grey comps because you can just stun them right out of the teleport. Is it going to be enough, though, for KDS to prolong this one, keep their postseason dream alive, and shut down Homeless that have beaten them before in qualifiers? Never in a monthly final, though. Today can't be the day where we have to say goodbye to these two players.
I mean, I hope not. I hope to see them hang around a little bit longer. I also hope to see them unretired as well, because that's a thing that happens, right? I just want to put that out into the universe. Here comes Rafiki, though. He's going to have the lane matchup against Patchy. It will be Ash versus Frank, and it is hellish for the Ash.
But what's going to happen once Ducky has this TP set up, because he got it really quickly. It takes 4 shots. He landed every single one off the beginning of the game. The initial wall break for Patchy on the right side. Not even going to think about using it for a stun. By the way, that's a hypercharge for Gray already. It's an extremely early hypercharge Gray TP forward, and it's going to be very useful for this Ash. But Tyron on the right side, in tune with the team's name, is looking pretty homeless. He doesn't have a great spot to put his turret, and he hasn't been offered one yet.
Yeah, I mean, also just the whole touching the point part of the gameplay is eluding Homeless at the moment. Ducky has the TP setup, which is great, but you've got to cycle Brawler presence onto it. Here's Rafiki. Finally, we're actually seeing this, TP used as it should be, but Patchy's already there to deter Rafiki straight away. The Frank's got to go. Finally, Homeless can start to play the game.
Do they get spawn trapped is really the big question. Sans should be able to help him with this time warp on the left side. Delays the rats coming down on the right. Patchy clears him nice and easily. With the super over to the right, he's not going to get Rafiki, but the hypercharge is out from Bobby now. Double slow, Tyrant and Rafiki both at risk of going down. A really aggressive turret there from 8-Bit allows Rafiki to get one and then circle forward for Patchy. But KDS have the clock on their side. They have plenty of time just to get 14%, and they have health as well in the form of Patchy.
Yeah, Ducky's farming damage though off this Frank and is able to build up yet another hypercharge now. Start to play forward a bit more aggressively. Scrappy's going to be deployed but cleared pretty quickly. He was able to slow Ducky down with that Jesse gadget, and now with the Finks hyper, you gotta be touching. It is tough for Homeless now to be forced away. Sans able to make great use of that hypercharge. Rafiki stepped up, but KDS have done enough. Really nice Frank pick there to round out the draft. Sans to be credited for that one, I'm sure. And KDS looked very good in that round.
Yeah, something that Bobby said is that they've been having Sans draft. They're trying to set him up for the best possible future in Brawl Stars after they retire. Their season might still be alive. It's going to be a tough journey. They're down a couple of sets right now. They need to win in set number 5 to finish it off. And the Frank pick has been really nice. They opt to run Patchy on the right side, possibly trying to predict that Rafiki would go on the right so as not to face the Frank early on. Instead, it's going to give Ducky a pretty early super.
Okay, wall open up here. Ducky getting a lot of these shots, able to make that TP play forward. Patchy also low. Finally, Rafiki gets to tentatively come forward into the map. Bobby's forced off the sight line, but Patchy getting some nice little damage around the wall there. Rafiki sees a chance to go after the Frank, but gives up his life for it. Homeless elsewhere doing pretty well in their other matchups, but Ducky is stuck in the middle of the Finks field and has to play at point blank. Bobby able to find the reload speed just quickly enough. Homeless have a slim lead, but that might be about to dwindle.
KDS had their hypercharge. Patchy on the right side, going to eat all of those shots from 8-Bit. And the hypercharge turret is forward. It's going to be troublesome for Homeless to deal with. For Tyrant, he has to dedicate a bunch of ammunition to it. Rafiki is at risk of going down. Patchy's going to look for a great pinch between him and Bobby. And on the right side, the boosted booster has been placed down. Tyrant with a hypercharge out will suppress Bobby on the left. And this is an equal scoreline headed into the middle of the game.
All right, it's getting messy. A little help is going to be thrown out, though, to give Homeless a slim lead. Ducky with another super, so can turn up in an unexpected location, maybe to pressure Bobby down. Scrappy will get the slow into Rafiki, but there's no way to capitalize outside of the big old super there from Patchy, which catches onto the Ash and forces Homeless away. But they happen to concede the point for a time. Ducky hypers forward. What's the plan supposed to be? Is he going to dive on Bobby in the backline? No, in fact, just sets up for Ash to return to the fray yet again. And Rafiki triumphantly deals with the Frank. And now there's a slight issue of this Jesse and Finks setup with hypercharges on the point.
Rafiki has a big responsibility. He needs to win a 1v2 right now. He's going to have another one joining the fray, Ducky, but he goes right on to Patchy, where he's deleted in close range. The final TP forward needs to be a stun. Tyrant's going to be eliminated.
No
and
way.
It's a slim lead for KDS.
No way.
They will barely survive by only 3%. It's on to set number 5. KDS fighting for their lives. They just have to make it to semifinals. But they're going to have to do it the same way that they nearly faltered in the upper bracket in the monthly qualifiers that led up to this. They lost 2 sets in a row. They went into set number 4 down, and they had to sort of reverse the match back.
They just wouldn't be KDS if this game wasn't going to the wire. These guys always need to make it emotional. We're heading to a 5th set, and honestly, the draft here is really nice. The Jesse is, look, honestly, to me, neither here nor there. A couple like Scrappies that were a little bit difficult to deal with, but honestly, the pressure of the Finks cycling so many supers and some really heads-up Frank play here from Patchy, including just solid drafting from KDS, gives him a well-earned, legitimately earned map win.
We weren't too happy with the Jessie picks in the qualifier. Really close 3-2 in the end against Legacy in the qualifier, leading up to this monthly final. I think what made the difference here was that Frank pick at last. Really good into the Grey Comp. Jessie in the end shines in both the DPS and the kill department, though. I guess KDS, you proved to us that Jessie might just actually be, let's say, decent in the current meta. I still don't want to give it to her.
Well, you know what they say, Bobby? The toughest soldiers get the hardest battles.
Yeah. Well, he came out victorious on that Jessie specifically. It might have been a bit of a, I don't know, like a bait over there because they failed so publicly to execute on the Jessie in the monthly qualifiers. And then over here, it's like they're being tempted with the 8-bit first selection. Please go Jessie. They do. They also ran it on Out in the Open. It did not do so well there. This is one of the maps that they lost. Is this another Jessie map into 8-bit?
In the end, both of these teams have won their own map picks. This is now a random map, so it just comes down to whoever has prepared every single map. And we see from our stats that KDS has done a bit more prep into the map. Let's see if that also means they're gonna win it. We have a Bolt band here on the right-hand side, a lot of aggression band out here. Mina as well as the Jaeyoung out of the picking. Here we have Brock band as well, so Brawler 2, we don't have anything really anymore to open up the map. They're gonna go with the meatball here, just a little bit of range. I don't mind it here. Both gadgets can come in super handy on the left now. I would love to see. Now, if this is, I said it before, if the other one was the last map we ever see Bobby and Patchy play, it would have been a Jessie, which I would have hated. I want to see Bobby one last time on Piper.
Yeah, on his signature pick.
How poetic.
Pretty reasonable, actually, on this map. They don't have the ability to go for the Meg here, which has been a really popular choice for KDS here. And the Charlie, we saw it earlier on, looks very good. A connected Cocoon, especially on an opponent that's a little out of position, basically guarantees the round. There aren't too many supers that win the round on their own. I think Cocoon can certainly do that. You've also seen a single-shot brawler, so you know that the Meeple's going to struggle to maintain any ground against Spiderlings. And this makes Homeless think about whether or not they can afford to draft more single-shot brawlers, like Angelo, for example, who doesn't really like dealing with that kind of thing at all.
I was thinking Jean has really good spray and making sure that you can always see your opponents in the bushes, especially if they have nothing to break open the map. To actually get into the map quicker is definitely an advantage. Jean is one of a very often banned brawler for that reason on this map.
Yep, he's going to give you good vision. I'm still fixated on this Meeple first selection because a lot of times out in the open, something like Angelo would be prioritized. You're able to float over the water quite easily. It's going to be more difficult to get into mid with some of these options out of the way, like Mina can't be considered. Jaeyoung is going to get you up. Now taken by the enemy side is the Piper, looking to diff the sniper battle. I'm just looking at this Meeple because it seems to indicate that they do want the option to play something aggro, and KDS have to respond with this Charlie to account for that possibility.
Can KDS not just play Angelo now themselves, though?
It's possible. They can. They totally can. Do they want to into this final pick from Homeless is going to be the question answered in just a few seconds.
Oh, okay, what could it be? They, could opt for something.
The awesomeness.
Okay.
Triple range here for the side of Homeless. I don't mind it. Again, we have nothing really to break open the map now. The Piper can, of course, once she has that super developed. I don't mind the comp on the right-hand side. They're just a bit wide open for anything aggressive now on the side of KDS. They still have one last pick. Are they gonna opt for something with a bit more punch here as their last pick, or are they gonna play it safe, pick something like a Meg or something to benefit of that team heal? Nani. Another long-range brawler, and pretty good into the single-shot brawlers on the other side, I'd say, thanks to return to sender gadget.
Yeah, good in that Piper 1v1 because she's going to come in with a homemade recipe to try and two-tap you. You're able to reflect that and even get a kill on her as a result. So it should be pretty good in these sniper matchups. The 1v1, you're able to fire shots around the barrel as well. It's going to be utilized a lot by the enemy team to position their snipers behind it. And Jean is going to be the spotter. He's going to get the vision on the snipers so that Nanny can line up those shots.
I wonder if this isn't a bit of a greedy drafting here from Homeless. I think they've sort of hedged themselves into this Nani matchup now. It's going to be Bobby on the Nani, Sans on this Charlie. Now, you're going to be outranged a lot of the time, but you can use these Spylings to get close enough to potentially fire off one of those cocoons. These are all single-shot brawlers, so Sans will find those windows to be able to get forward. Just got to be careful not to get tapped down like that.
All of KDS is going to be playing around those cooldowns. So far, it's been tough for them to gain any position since they didn't play anything aggro. Meeple doesn't have to take Rage Quit. He can just go for box and break open the bushes. Rafiki going to go for the punish on Sans. Vengeful Spirits out on the right side, by the way, from Patchy to get some additional damage. Hopefully they're able to pressure the enemy team out of their spawn. Once more, the box down splits off. Sans, he's not really able to make an impact now. All of KDS has been pigeonholed into this back right side, and they haven't really earned their supers that they need to win around.
And honestly, one of the effects of that mansions, it was the grass break. So now Sans and Patchy revealed as they try and move into the map properly. Rafiki's got a super, but Tyrant doesn't have a chance to heal here. He might just get tapped down. He might just go straight into the gas. Ducky's able to dive down, and that is a pretty timely super. I'm not gonna... Oh! Sans with 148 health wins the duel anyway, with an increased fire rate at close ranges. What a come from nowhere victory.
KDS went from being turtle up into their own spawn to now being able to make a real shot at it. Perfect timing on the Nanny super to come in after that first round, and what a clutch from Sans to finish things off. No one has a way of disturbing Sans on the left side. They're going to go for the pinch, and Sans knew it. He saw it coming from a mile away, but do they have the ammunition to line up this final shot? Yes. Ducky immediately deleted. It's a 3v2 now, and KDS have a massive advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrant and Rafiki have the map, but what are they supposed to do with it here? Spiderlings are going to get KDS back in after they fell away to heal up, and that is a very cut and dry match.
So many times, Homeless, this team that Tyrant has commanded, have gone to double match point against top teams in the region, and they just can't finish the job there. Set number 5 is where they most often falter. Here they would be the gatekeepers for KDS towards the postseason. They did a good job of denying the Nanny supers in the early game on the last round. Do we see a difference in the approach? Yes, they actually put Sans on the left lane instead of the right. He seemed to be getting some aggression over there in the last game. So far, much better for KDS as they're able to pressure back Tyrant in the early game and wrap Sans around the left.
Ooh, I like the comp from KDS, I'm not going to lie. I really dislike this Angelo Piper double look from Homeless. Hasn't paid out for them so far. They're going to give some ground, but again, Spiderlings can always get you back into the match should you need to use them. Mansions of Meeple. Patchy in a bit of a weird spot, and a Magic Hand is maybe not well apportioned for that scenario, but still plenty of firepower for KDS.
Completely worth the pull there for Patchy. They're able to finish this round off painlessly, and they have the Nanny ahead to get in the left side so Sans can get into position much earlier on. But a well-aimed shot from Rafiki anticipates that exact wall break. He's also running ambush to get 2 taps. He wants additional damage. Homemade Recipe is not going to be enough to shut down Bobby, and they just kind of plug the hole on the left side, taking the opportunity to gadget forward and to get into that same cozy position they were in game 1.
Slow and steady for KDS. No need to over-aggress into the middle of the map, especially not at a cost of taking a large amount of damage. That shot from Tyrant's going to definitely put the fear of God in Patchy, who backs away, but the Homemade Recipe was outranged by the Gene, and a Piper Super just to avoid the shot from Nani.
Still waiting to see utility from either side. Tyrant knows that he has survivability in the end. As he pops his super, he'll be able to heal up. Has a respectable matchup against Bobby. Has this hypercharge too. Got to spring into action immediately onto Patchy. It's going to be difficult to deal with. Singing Flight over to the left side, and Patchy backs into the poison. On the left side, Sans full box. It's an easy kill for Ducky. Did he really need to commit that hard on it? You still got one more to win. Bobby trying to put on the performance of a lifetime, but it's just not going to happen. Ducks into the poison one more round. Another chance for KDS to finish the match here.
Interesting, yeah, choice to go for the super there, but again, I mean, the map's already kind of opened up anyway. Ducky's not going to have a use case for it until he gets another Mansions of Meeple down, by which time he might have another super developed anyway. Here's that Mansions. But again, without super, Sans is big chilling. Nothing can really be done about that. Ducky gets a parting shot and now gives up even more of the map. Tyrant can always get back in, traverse that waterway, but Bobby is threatening, and you certainly don't want to run into that return to sender gadget as Tyrant prepares another arrow.
And he's just threatening to get around the wall on the right side. Bobby actually backs up as a result and gets a return to sender. Cheeky on Tyrant. But still, KDS, they're just going to pressure here as long as they can, pretty much stay pressed up against the wall, get some super if they can. Homeless, they're getting a little bit feverish. They need to break out now for their tournament lives.
Okay, there's Tyrant. Big hit on Bobby. Didn't have return to center available. Now super thrown down, but the pull is good. He's dragged out of his own healing field. And that's going to be it. Sand flashes the pin as KDS realize the stories of Bobby and the story of Apache are far from done. Another chapter still to be written as KDS advance.
KDS are still alive. Vatic, the ball's back in your court. And it's not going to be any easier than your quarterfinal where you already went to set number 5. They've got to take down Team Electros, an unreal matchup in our first semifinal in order to take the place of KDS at the last chance qualifier. And even then, it would only be temporary as KDS can still control their own fate with the second semifinal.
I mean, all they have to do, right, is to tie or outplace Vatic. That is looking more and more likely now. It would take Vatic winning in their semi and KDS losing in order for Vatic to get past them. It is hard to see that happening. In terms of probability, the raw stats, odds are looking good that we'll see KDS at LCQ.
12 points is all that separates KDS and Vatic once again. And as you already stated, they only need an equal spot at the end of the day. So Vatic has already put it right. The ball's in their corner now. We have our top 4 for this last monthly final for NA, but also the entire summer split. Homeless played really, really well. And just like Legacy, they take this team that is so hungry for an LCQ ticket to the final set. Where in this one, I think we kind of saw it coming. A really juicy comp here for the side of KDS. There was not much that Homeless could do to win this one.
Yeah, it was basically the Charlie that was their undoing because they're playing a bunch of single target brawlers and Sans is able to push them in pretty much a trivial fashion. He has 3 spiders. It's going to take 3 ammunition from a smattering of brawlers on the opposing side to deal with it. And every single time he was on the left lane, he pretty much walked forward. There was so much pressure radiating off of this guy. And then it came down to Bobby to finish off the job. Patchy also to establish a radius of pressure around him with the possession of the pull. But it was the Charlie and the Nanny that stood out to me more than anything else in the last match.
Yeah, and they played that one perfectly, picking up the Gene first. That would have been a really good answer into Nanny and the Charlie, both really good counters to the 3 snipers on the other side. Spoo, we get you back. We now have both of the teams that are still in LCQ contention in the top 4. And also both of the teams that are still fighting for that number 1 seed in the top 4. Those teams that have still something to fight for really won it today. I'm not too surprised to see them all standing here.
Our 4 main characters from North America. Keep it alive and keep it spicy for the viewers at home. Every single match from this point outwards is going to carry some kind of stake here. If Vatic beat Electros next, that's going to be a chance for Tribe to take that seed number 1. If LCQ is lost there from KDS and Vatic win, then that's going to be Vatic going to LCQ. I mean, so many permutations.
Every match could have been KDS lost today as both Patchy and Bobby have announced to retire at the end of the year. So let's listen in into those final moments in Set 5.
Just don't get tapped, Bobby.
Yeah.
You're good, you're good. I'm covering mid. They literally don't know what to do. They're waiting for a box, okay?
Okay. Got it. Push out on me here.
Got him?
Nice.
You got one? Yes, sir.
Nice. Holy fuck. Nice, bro. Holy fucking shit, bro.
You see Sans and Bobby very relieved, and then Patchy's just like, there's the jersey, you can still get it. Really, really well played, guys. You move on into the top 4, and with that, they now again hold the LCQ spot for a top 4. Let's see what the casters believe will make it through and to the grand finals of this August monthly final. We all 3 say we keep the dream alive here for Vatic. Nobody's going for KDS here. What's that about?
Is it for the plot, really? I think
not for, well, for Vatic, it's for the plot. On paper, Team Electros are absolutely supposed to win this. This is supposed to be the end of Vatic season and semifinal number 1. But we're all in agreement for this match with Tribe. They've just looked consistently better than KDS. And KDS, I think that, not to call them short-sighted, but they're really fixated on just this first quarterfinal. In theory, it's all that they need to win as long as Team Electros actually is a lock.
I think it is really just a head versus heart decision in both of these semi-finals. As you put it, the 4 main characters playing in our semis. For the first one, we have Team Electros versus Vatic, the current #1 seed, versus the team that is currently 12 points behind the LCQ tickets. Team Electros, by the way, also only 12 points ahead of Tribe, so this is the golden number of the evening.
12 points, indicating 1 placement ahead is all that will change the equation. And what a storyline it could be for either way. I mean, if Team Electros meet Tribe Gaming in that grand final, whoever wins will take that seed #1. If we have KDS up against Vatic in the grand final, which is completely possible, whoever wins that goes to the last chance qualifier. I mean, either way, I'm just here for the plot.
I voted for Vatic in that first semi-final because I believe third time's the charm. And we had this topic earlier as well. I just want to see them finally break through. And again, it wouldn't be the first time where we see a Team Electro surprisingly lose if the other team just really wants it. And Vatic need to win now that KDS have made it through to the semis to still get LCQ.
Not to throw anyone under the bus here, but I just want to point out it was never a 3-0 for Team Electros. You know who has gotten 3-0'd by Team Electros in the grand finals? We saw it literally last month. Tribe Gaming got 3-0'd. The second place in the entire region in that 1 monthly final was not able to get further than Vatic. This is a very good team that absolutely can get into the top 3. It just came down to brackets and overall performance. They didn't make it to Brawl Cup. Those points have not gone in their favor.
By the way, in Vatic's case, of course, it's 4th time the charm now against the Team Electros. Let's see, finally get a win under the belt. And as you already put it, they took them twice to set 5 already. They were just 1 set or 1 game away to turn things around. Goldarm Gulch is going to be our first map in this one, so we haven't seen that map before from them. Ring of Fire, Safe Zone, Crystal Arcade, and then Triple Dribble as our random decider. Spoo is shaking his head. What did you see?
It's spicy. Whenever you see Goldarm Gulch or Pit Stop being selected by a team, it basically says we want to keep the margin of error this small. And up against the best team in North America, undoubtedly that takes some really big cojones. They have some drafts that they're cooking up here. I hope that they'll redeem themselves for a sort of shaky performance there inside the quarterfinals. And looking at these global bans coming in, to be honest, I mean, with the Ashe and the Bolt taken out, this kind of is a little bit favored to Vatic because that's what they suffered against in Legacy earlier in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, they don't want to be playing against that again. Also, Vatic are going to be going with some fairly standard bans over here. Star Nova, Max, really problematic in the current meta. They are leading.
Seriously?
You got to be kidding me.
You guys. Dude, I think 4%, Sunny's 1%, I'm 1%, you're 1%, and the rest of the community is the last 1% because what am I looking at?
Let's see if they can keep the dream alive. For Team Electros, they need to win in order for them to keep that seed #1. And for Vatic, this is now do or die for their postseason. Let's watch semi-final #1 here. And we are on Goldarm Gulch, Vatic's map pick, and the first pick already flies in here. Side of a Team Electros going with that. Jean mentioned it on Out in the Open already, how good he is. When you have bushes against you, just scout out those bushes and figure out where your opponents are. Already have that slight advantage. On the right side now, usually what you want to go against Jean is anything that can dodge the pole because it can be such a good playmaker. 8-bit would be a good answer to it. Is banned out here with Pearl. They can jump out of the way with the Piper. Sorry, they can jump out of the way with Pearl. They just try to open up the map, I guess.
Wolf was still open. I mean, the Demon Dog was still in the pool. I thought surely Vatic was just going to go for it as the immediate answer there to the Jean. Instead, this Piper Pearl core gives them everything, right? Anti-tank is there. Long range from the Piper gives you that pop-up potential. But this, ironically, has given the dog over to Team Electros. And this is a team that really likes the Demon Dog. They like playing it pretty much a little bit more passively. They're going to opt to go for this Edgar instead, in straight into this Pearl selection. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Team Electros, I mean, they're the one leading the meta. in North America, I don't have the place to question them.
You wouldn't want to jump onto a Pearl that has super. You wouldn't want to jump onto a Piper that has super. It can just jump away. But with a hypercharge, Edgar is able to operate at a bit of a different range. You know, he has that extra projectile that travels a little bit further, so there is potential there. Also is going to control around what Vatic can go for last. By this measure, it appears that Team Electros do want to go for control, and they're pretty safeguarded against the thrower last.
You and I can usually kind of predict what is getting picked up. Team Electros today, I just can't. I definitely did not see that. Edgar, a very bold pick. Bold is global ban, but a bold pick with D. And then Squeak as last pick. Really interesting to me. And both of them I did not have on my bingo card for today's Golden Gulch.
Did not just pick Grip here, open up the map. No, the Darrow. They spot a different weakness inside the comp, and I like this one a lot more, actually. It's got great matchups into the Squeak, into the Gene, and crucially gives them this little passive timing that they can kind of get. Just wait out that roll inside the late game, trade it out against that Edgar. You already mentioned, Reddy, you wouldn't want to steal a car, you wouldn't want to download a illegal program, and you wouldn't want to jump into a Pearl as an Edgar. So that basically, I think, gives Vatic a very stable way to enter that late game, and what a comp.
Edgar now has nowhere really to attack. The Daryl also not someone you want to jump onto. First map here for our semi-final #1.
As we said earlier, Ball is back in Vatic's court. They're going to have to do something that they've tried 3 times and haven't been able to do yet. Take down Team Electros, but now it's the postseason on the line. This is their only way now of making it to the last chance qualifier.
Noise kicked this one off really, really spicily, opting to take that long-range shot on that Squeak. There we go, firing it out once again. It's strange. I mean, he's not opting to go for Residue, getting that scouting power. I think, I guess, between him and Doyen, they've realized that scouting is not really an issue. It's the end game that they're struggling with. They want to just allow the late game to come in and use that additional damage you get from that wind-up gadget of the Squeak to maybe change some of those matchups. But really, I mean, you see both teams, they are very happy to wait for the late game.
Gosh, Sonoy is just absolutely shooting dimes over at Belong. He's able to get additional damage. The end game for him is getting his super, but he doesn't have much time left to do it. Probably just 1 shot away, and no pull yet for Gene either. Springing into action, Ducky now on top of both Sonoy and Duin, as Livy's not able to get a kill either. Team Electros completely swarmed the mid. Vatic had no point of entry.
That was pretty ugly, as Livy held his gadget for the entirety of the game, and that so long as you have that active on you, you don't have it on cooldown. You can't actually save it and actually use it for when it matters. I mean, now we see the full gadgets revealed as well. Lamp Blower is going to be committed there from Dobin, and that's the way that they're going to be dealing with Ducky. So effectively, there is also a pretty poor target there for him in this endgame. I still believe Vatic have a better lead here going into that, but now the Gene Pool online is going to be really sketchy for Vatic.
That's going to interrupt Ducky when he decides to roll in, and he's flashing it. He's just threatening it. Also, keeping an eye on where the rotations might be. An attempt at predicting for Snoy over towards the right side, but we know that it's going to come down to when the poison closes in, unless Vatic decides that they're going to take this position on the right side. They have a hypercharge for Ducky too, but no action just yet.
Oh, Bilal needs to hit some of these shots before that pre-endgame. I mean, once the smoke comes in, the Piper's the weakest brawler on the map, and Ducky smells blood. Hypercharge going in, hits the entirety of the team, and the Pearl's going to be following up here. Burns onto 2, as Livy needs to come in there and get that super online, blow somebody up. Man with a beautiful dodge onto him, and that's just so confusing. Sunny's throwing fists, I'm throwing hands, Reddy's looking confused. All of us just wondering, how did Vatic just let that one slip out of their hands?
They just don't really have a point of entry. It's what I said in round #1, where they roll in with this Daryl, thinking that, well, maybe it'll create a screen for Pearl to be able to do something interesting with her burn. It got TE pretty low, to be frank, but it didn't get any kills, and Piper didn't have any play either. He's going to be checking that right side in case anything cheeky's happening, and now everyone's settled into position. This is how Gold Iron Gulch is played.
Bilal now with a homemade recipe. He had a super earlier, could have opted to tear apart some of this map, maybe give some better sightlines there for rolls. Ducky. Ducky's gonna find one though, goes in and out the long roll there to bait them, and that's a good interaction for them, but after the skirmish is over, they really couldn't just get anything more than that.
Yeah, it would be nice if he could get a hypercharge with him this round. It would be quite difficult for him by the time that he's in charge of his next super. I would say that he's going to be pretty close to his hyper too. And note also that Duin has the Gene Pool charged. Scouting the right side. A pull would be amazing. It's just more important for him to threaten that it exists to begin with, to deter anyone from getting the jump on them on the bottom side.
And the end game, a push-pull combination from Guin could be what they need, as Livy's going to be the target there from Memon. You wouldn't jump a pearl, but you've got Snoy to back you up. Now Ducky going in, 2 rolls to him. Lamb blow out once again, just to push him into the smoke. Bilal's just conceding this one, jumping in there. It feels like Vatic are throwing everything at Team Electros, but nothing seems to stick.
Not really much that Vatic can do by the looks of things. Oh, are they going to check the bush this time? Hopefully they don't forget. No, they've completely decided to abandon and go for the left side. They know that Team Electros would try a trick like this. They have all the walls on the left side as well, so it's going to be a little bit easier for them to defend. Buy some time to get supers, hypercharges to assist Ducky, because he's going to have to go on pretty much an expedition here. He has the hypercharge in the super, a couple of rolls up his sleeve. He's into the CC from Gene. And he knows that Memon's going to try and dive the backlines as soon as he abandons his post.
Snowy's landed so many wind-ups this game. He's actually almost always had super before going into this pre-end game. And that's the thing. I mean, now they've got this slightly open map here where Bilal can kind of do something and play. But I'm still just scratching my head. Like, what's the order of attack here? Oh, Snowy, come on. I mean, you're just bullying this guy at this point.
Yeah, he's pretty accurate with these wind-ups. That poison's going to be closing in soon, by the way. And Ducky knows he's going to roll into action as Livy looks for a kill. No super to deal with Memon, going for 1 and 2 to clean up in set number 1. They make it look easy.
It was easy. You swap it out to Spirit Slap. You don't even run any of the defensive things from the Gene. You turn Gene into pretty much a CC monster with that Lamb blowout. And, I mean, they were toying with Ducky the whole game. I think, this is a hot take, but I think there were more Squeak gadgets landed than Bilal hit shots that game.
Wow, that is a bold statement. I didn't really like Vatic's approach to this one. They waited it out every single time, waited for the smoke to come in, whereas clearly Team Electros had a game plan for that exact moment. And then they tried the same thing 4 times in a row where Ducky rolls in alone. Then as Livy comes up, tries also to go in alone, and then Bilal is always the last man standing and can't really do too much as a Piper in a 1v3.
Like, Bilal just wishes he was a Byron at this point. I mean, he's just looking at his brother like, guys, I mean, we had this Pearl and this Piper 2-3. Are we just not really good on wall break? It seems like there may have been some internal discourse that wasn't really on the same page, picking up this Darrow at the last pick. I mean, we were excited by the pick. I think there was some promise, some potential there, but I think it's the execution for me that kind of fell short.
I'm afraid for them now as well, as this was Vatic's map pick ready. We're going over to Ring of Fire. Team Electros loves this map.
They're quite good at it. We've seen them pick it before. It's a comfort one for them, and they have their eyes on the prize, on making it to the grand finals. They're not focus firing Vatic over here by any measure. Ducky's trying to find the comfort in that spike. They know that this is everything on the line. They lost their own map pick. They might have to depend on that wild card map for set number 5. Seems to be how things go anyway in this matchup. Or do they finally get 3-0'd by Team Electros? It's anyone's guess. Anything can happen here in Brawl Stars in what has been quite a volatile matchup over the year in terms of how many sets are earned by Vatic, but not in the eventual outcome. It's Team Electros all the way, and it's been true for the entire region.
Just watching this matchup unfold here, Team Electros looking so calm and collected, very nonchalantly how they won this set. Memon also just hanging out on that couch, just a normal Sunday afternoon for him, I guess. Winning another grand final, why not? First have to make it there though, and Vatic still has something to play for. And they're known to take this team into a set 5. So even though it's 1-0 now, we could very well still see a couple more sets from those two.
And historically, Vatic, as you mentioned, they've been in this position so many times, 3 times in total, and every single time they've gotten 1 set closer. I don't know if historically they've always lost set number 1, but regardless of which, they've always managed to at least pull out 1 set at the very least. Will this suddenly be a reversal of that trend where Team Electros just suddenly 3-0 them? We're gonna have to wait and see, but for the time being at the draft, I'm seeing a certain monochrome brawler not banned out, the kind that kind of allows for types of smelly cheese to go in, and it is something that I hate to say Team Electros play exceptionally well.
He's of course talking about the gray here. Don't forget Jesse either, guys. It's NA and it's hot zone.
KDS is not playing.
It's only
Jesse's
KDS.
not being played.
It's just them.
It's
Look,
just
they can have their
Bobby.
thing.
Yeah.
They can struggle with it. They can. Well, actually, they did pretty well with it in the match.
Actually, these two teams also did play Jesse inside the qualifiers, but they were playing against other teams that were arguably a lot weaker. So I don't think they'll actually do it. Just full disclaimer.
Okay. Lumi first selection will get that ice down. Could get people out of position in the early game. It's going to prevent getting on the zone in the early game. Glowy, do we have Griff in the mix? Yes, could be a Glowy plus Griff. Lou is banned out, so Glowy and some brawler that they try and keep alive for as long as possible. A bit of an open map to run the Damien, but it's going to be Glowy plus something with high survivability.
Finks potentially as well,
Yeah.
a really good mid pick, and since Lou and 8-Bit are banned out here, potentially the best pick you have, Meg it's going to be instead. Also don't mind it as a mid, and together with the Glowy, she's going to be able to stay in that mecha for the longest time. I believe Finks could still be a very good pick here now on the right-hand side. Meg is kind of a decent counter to it though, with that widespread shot. The super from Finks doesn't do too much. With the Lumi, they already have a lot of control. I would like to see a bit more aggression. Could even be a Crow here, just to make sure that Glowy heal doesn't come through at max.
I'd love to see Griff here come in from the side of Vatic, and they are reading my mind. I think it's the only thing that can really out-team fight a Glowy. You chain off a bunch of supers, and Vatic in scrims at the very least, they've got a 100% win rate with this brawler. I don't know if they'll lean back on the Crow as you mentioned though. I mean, they do need some staying power to get inside the mid. Business resilience is pretty good here, but I don't really think you want to just hold down the mid and trade up against it. I'm gonna go for the Meeple instead. This is something that we did see earlier in the quarterfinals there. That Manchus and Meeple just gets you superior positioning, and together with the hazards from that Lumi, Grim and Frostbit could really make it very awkward for Team Electros.
Deals also with the risk of something aggressive last. You're going to be able to get them with the rage quit. Also, Mansions should block against any kind of sharpshooter. This is a pretty serious departure from what we saw them running earlier, though, because Vatic actually opted to go for something aggressive. They wanted to get a Kenji into the left lane, so now they're pretty much going to be triple stacking mid. Yeah, Pierce in spite of the Mansions, so this is going to be important for Mimin or whoever ends up with that Pierce. They're going to be operating on pretty specific timings between the Mansions being active.
You had Slivy in an interview coming into today. He told you somehow the teams are just not scrimming this month. They don't want to give away their picks, and Team Electros is proving a point here. Not a single one of these brawlers on the left they have ever played in scrims leading up to today. So they're confusing not only us, also Vatic. Whereas Vatic is playing an iteration of what they really like to play, and actually themselves have played Glowy and Pierce quite often. So I really feel for you out there, Slivy. I'm as baffled as you are.
And TE, in theory, should know how to unmake this. What do you do against the Glowy? Well, they're playing with themselves. We'll see what Vatic can do, as Livy going to take some early damage, and the ice is down from Bilal. It's one of his most comfortable brawlers on the Lumi. They completely swarm the point at first. Ducky in a forward position on the left side, but TE are looking alive and healthy in spite of all the damage that they've received in the early game.
Entry Has is going to be going inside the mid. It's Snoid is playing hyper aggressive there. Almost gets down that Meeple, but just a little bit short of damage. Memen is going to be in this tiny form here. It should be quite easy to charge up a mech form here. And somehow, despite all the efforts that Vatic have done, Team Electros are still maintaining a very healthy amount here on the point.
Great stun there from below, but he's going to get bodied by that gadget from Memon. Now double stuck in the box, and the access inside of it threatens to take down Memon. Ducky's assessing whether it's even worth it. Going for the hypercharge, wants to. Going to go aggressive for Memon, thirsts the kill, and isn't able to get it in the end. No! Wow! Chains another hypercharge for it, and Ducky is on fire.
So much hazards back inside the mid. The Grim and Frostbit will catch out Doan, but it's Man coming out. Almost got a double hypercharge over there, but it's Livy now with his own to counter it. Almost brings him down. Snowy is going to be trying to go forward, gets the fear online, but doesn't connect with many. And on all said and done, it's just Doan that's just chilling between two maces.
Well, he's expecting the Grim and Frostbitten to come in, so he's not inclined to move at all. He knows he's going to slip around. There it is. A double slip there for below. He's going to get one and look for two. Snowy dashes out of the way. Excellent counterplay, and he has the super if anyone gets too close. But Memon closing around the left side will claim a kill, and this is a troublesome position for the Meg. Vatic are going to have to dedicate a couple of brawlers to get it out. Memon doesn't even care. He's not even going to give them that opportunity. Now in with the super for his Livy, but it's a big commitment for what ended up being a nothing burger.
And Snowy now with a hypercharge surely will connect over his Livy. Doesn't manage to bring him down here. Balal's got a hypercharge of his own. Doesn't catch anyone with that Grim and Frostbitten, but just temporarily forces them off the point. Ducky though has that hypercharge online, and that's going to signal to Team Electros to really back off here.
Is Livy still ready with the counterplay? It's going to be a super from Duin that claims 1 kill. Ducky in once again with the chained hypercharge super, looking for more. He's almost got it. The next super, Ducky expires, and TE have the control of the point, or do they? As Livy wants to come in with this hypercharge, but the kills aren't there. Pierce just needs to stay in the zone for a little bit longer. It's Ducky and Bilal to save the day, but they just can't get rid of Memon on the left side, and TE take it in the end.
Oh, I need to get my heart checked watching these games. Vatic. They played so well. Ducky chained off so many supers, and I just want to point out, in my opinion, I mean, they've got all these hazards, but this Pierce last pick really puts a dent in their plans. If he taps so many times, they just have that range advantage. And Memon on this Meg, I mean, it's so difficult to bring him down there. I was just surprised that Vatic made that look so competitive.
TE know how to play around these timings because they're so accurate with their brawlers. See what Pierce is able to do here, forced to slip forward, Bilal lured in, but no damage is going to result from it. Snowy's just going to keep him alive. Meanwhile, on the left side, Ducky is looking for the aggression for it, but he's just baiting it out of Memon. So far, pretty healthy lead for Vatic on the point. They've got about a 22% lead, and the next use of the mansions will give them a little bit more.
They're buying a lot of time, 30% now and counting. As Livy's even got a super online. Snore just over-aggresses that. Goes down to his Livy and Bilal here. It's Doin that has to try and close the gap here. Manages to snipe down one onto Bilal. Goes for a second, but he's lasered down by Ducky on the left. You got a lonesome Glowy though going in there trying to get down one. Team Electros, they're forcing themselves on the point, but no, Ducky will come in with that hypercharge. And now it's a cycle from Vatic. They cannot be broken.
Amazing dodges there from his Livy earlier. Bilal is actually going to box Duin on the point, and Ducky doesn't have a play around there, but on the right side, he can go for the kill on Memon. Gets him pretty low, but no kill. Memon now takes the opportunity to venture over to the left side, and it's a familiar position with the hypercharge for Meeple to advance through the left, and everyone from TE decides, you know what? Maybe we should turtle back onto the right side and make a push around there. Memon's trapped in the coin shower on the right side for now. Is going to take a couple of brawlers to pinch him in. Abandons the entire mech. Meanwhile, the left side is completely collapsed for Vatic. A 1v1 at mid. And Bilal isn't able to get Memon before he dashes back into the mech. Still, Vatic have the lead as everyone brings things back to mid for a slow and controlled advancement after the mansions come down.
Just hang on a knife edge. We've got 8 hypercharge available, but Bilal catches out Snore yet again over aggressive, but he just has to do so to get back on the point. It's now Doin once again trading it out there with the mid there, but Bilal still stands tall and strong, pinching things out with Ducky, but him by himself can't stop this Meg and Snore to force themselves back on the point.
12% to go. All Vatic really need are a great box. They're going to pop Memon out of position. They should be able to get a kill here. Ducky with a hypercharge for it, but it's not going to cycle the way that he wanted. Still, all that has to happen is for Bilal to stay alive. He even looks for the kill on Snowy, and Duin falls on the left side. Vatic count up to 100, and they may be able to take this set. They made game number 1 look really competitive, but it was a battle back and forth, through and through. Big difference for me was that Pierce did not make as much of an impact in game number 2.
It was already that close in game number 1. I also want to point out, lesser teams here piloting the Team Electros comp might just fold here to Vatic, because honestly, between Coin Shower, between Grim and Frostbitten, between these Mansions of Meeple, it is one of the easiest comps you can pilot. You can see you're just trapping the Pierce here between there. The Coin Shower, Ducky gets so much value, and yet Snowy just keeps him alive there. It's Vatic now. They get first blood there onto Memon, who finally goes down to Bilal. But it's a slightly better start there with that tap there onto his Livy.
And Ducky's going to be the next to fall on the left side. The synergy with Glowy plus pretty much any brawler is ridiculous, but now they'll actually put Snowy aggressive on the left side. Means that he's going to have to be scouted out. No one was looking for him. No one seems to care too much. They're just trying to fight for mid now. And they'll deal with Snowy when they absolutely have to. Ducky has a super to delete him. The fear from Snowy, but it doesn't win him the 1v1, only by the breadth of 40 HP. There will be a trade at mid, but it's favorable for Vatic. They have the brawler advantage. Coin Shower down. Also, we'll get a bit of additional damage onto Memon, but Snowy is now ready to assist once more with the survival of Duin, who has a hypercharge in his back pocket too.
One of the best of starts there for Vatic here. Living going to be committing the mantle before plus the super, but just doesn't really connect with anything. I mean, they're just using it for the zoning potential. I don't know if this is really the best call. They do get a spawn trap that starts to emerge, but Snoy and this Pierce on Doing will force it back mid. There's the super there from Duckido, catching out to 2, chains out to another, just patience for him from now. Launches it off there to Mem and slices Dyson into half there, and it's starting to look like Vatic might run away with this.
30% to go, and it's counting up. Will the synergy between Glowy +1 be able to do enough? Snoy is able to get his super, but the hypercharge is wasted, and Mimen's back out of mech. It should be an easy kill for Bilal. An emergency hypercharge popped in. It's not going to go anywhere. This one's in the books. It's going to be Vatic tying things up at TE, just throwing in the towel. And my friends, we have a very competitive match on our hands. Vatic have never gotten less than 1 set victory against Team Electros when they have faced earlier on this year. It will not be anything different, but will they make it to set number 5 as they have in the past? Buckle up, it's going to be a long night.
Vatic showing real promise here in this match. And on the side of Team Electros, I mean, they don't look unbeatable. I think they played really, really well here, but as, you know, the set went on, the thing about Team Electros is they were making so many rapid adjustments. Lane swaps, swapping up Snoy to be a bit more aggressive, getting Doin to basically fall back and try and play it, you know, differently, save the supers in a separate way. I saw so many different ways that, you know, Team Electros were playing, but Vatic, they literally just stuck Ducky on the left the whole game and kept doing the same thing over and over again until it eventually worked.
Yeah, and also with the hypercharges that he cycled out, really well played, just incredible discipline. There was an interaction that he won by literally only 40 HP. Glowy's not a brawler that you get to pull out that often, so the interaction was just barely off, just slightly misgauged by Snoy, and played excellently. As you saw, the Glowy actually was up next to the wall. Look at this. Look at this from Ducky. 525 DPS. Meanwhile, across the way, Duin's actually getting a lot of his own.
Ducky definitely stood out in that one, pulled so much weight on that left lane. In the first one, Memon looked almost unkillable. They end up losing the first game here. Vatic, they already dropped the first set as well, but they strike back. And this is the Vatic I love to see. Even if they're on the back foot, they just strike back even harder. They have so much to play for, and it shows. They want this win so desperately. Demon Dog, as Blue likes to call him, comes out here from Team Electros. They love to play that little trick in the book of Foot Esports. On Safe Zone, in total, you just want either a lot of damage or you want to play for control and then just trickle in some damage every now and then. Both are going for the trickling approach, it seems, just coming in with those mid-range brawlers, trying to get that mid control in.
And it's crazy that neither of these teams have prioritized Colt here on this map. I mean, it's the only wall break, the only clean wall break with Silver Bullet that's left inside the pool. And that is something that I think EMEA and East Asia is a little bit more confident to pick, but not here in NA. The Americas, they're just getting inspiration. This wasn't as Livy pick, and the insane thing is they're picking it into the roughs. I mean, they know that there's bags that they have to contend with, but they just have so much belief in this brawler, in the setup with this team, that they just pick it up.
They also don't want to let Team Electros have it. I mean, we haven't seen them play it yet, but it's a strong possibility that we see it in the upcoming matches, given what we've observed in SA and now today in North America. Now, into this Bonnie, the counterplay is often quite straightforward. You want to go something long range that can outrange her. Bell has been a popular option in the past, but it feels a little passive for Team Electros' playstyle. Yeah, and they're going to go basically the most aggressive thing that you can go, which is Chuck. I don't see that much potential for Vatic to, as a team, defend the Chuck. The base race is going to be quite difficult because Bonnie is a brawler that goes aggro off of timings, off of supercharge. It's sort of the clock that determines your push, and she doesn't have that much in a Chuck, but she should be able to get some supers off of them, possibly.
They need to outpace them somehow. I mean, get a Colt in here, break up the walls, run in, get a Kaze, just dive that safe as much as you can. You need to basically build a one push. I don't really see Vatic defending.
Wow.
What?
Bonnie and Crumb in the August monthly final. Not a comp that I would have personally expected. I don't know how good it is into Chuck either. as we stated so often, against the Chuck, you want to outrace him, you want to do more damage than him in a short amount of time, or you want to defend him. They have nothing to defend him, so they need that Grom on save, they need the Bonnie to do as much damage as possible.
And that's pretty genius. Grom is known as the cult of throwers. I mean, it's literally the lowest brawler on every tier list. You can ask any content creator, say Grom is absolutely terrible, but here it actually was. Good matchups into the Otis, good matchups into the Ruffs, and as Livy is the one piloting it, he literally just needs to run up here into Mem and get to that unbreakable wall and just rain damage constantly.
This is why people haven't been scrimming. They've been holding these pocket picks so secretive from each other, as Livy is going to fall, however, on the aggression. We'll see Bilal go for the defense. The dodges from doing are actually just ridiculous. How has he managed to survive even that long? But the cracks are going to come in at just about the same time. For Vatic, it's just about keeping the control on the opposing side and gradually raining down the artillery in the 3v2 matchup, outpacing this Chuck whenever they respawn, try and get a little supercharge off of Chuck.
Radar check is constantly being committed there on the safe. And every time it goes down, that's another 20% of the Team Electra safe. It's still tight 1-for-1 at the moment. They are starting to look like they want to one push and outpace the Chuck. Ducky commits there with the hypercharge, but it's a nothing burger. Doesn't land onto anything. It does open up for his Livy to do something, but there's the mute there from Snowy. This base rate just has gone so awry for the side of Vatic.
Chuck pushing in, and the contributions from Memon bring it down to just 188 HP. It's an easy finishing blow for Duin, but it was a close one as well. I think as Livy going down in the early game, he got pinched around the 2x2 thing of boxes that blocks your passage into mid. Just gotta be about keeping that survival on the opposing side and getting whatever you can in terms of super off of Chuck. But the defense, it doesn't seem to be paramount. I wonder if that's going to be Vatic's changed approach coming into this next one, because it was a quite close game.
Yeah, just don't defend. I mean, it sounds really weird to say, but Vatic, they just need to allow Livy to do his thing. Just run in there and just chuck bombs on the safe. Vatic, at the moment, you know, that they're kind of trying to do that. We see Bilal chasing up the Join on that left side, and Ducky, he is being perturbed there by the bags a little bit, but this is the position that you want Grom to be in, that as Livy position now doing so much damage. Once again, one more shot should be able to get the crack here. He's just going to trade this out with Memon. Another shot will be going on there. Every shot, 3,000 damage to the safe. It's a decent start, but is it enough?
Vatic ahead for now, but they are blocked into their own spawn. It's going to be tough for his Livy to hit any shots. It's one of the easiest brawlers in the game to dodge. Grom still gets the opportunity to push around the right, has the assistance from Ducky, and Bilal throws down the time warp at mid. He's kind of asking for Duin to go for the super, and it's going to be additional damage for TE on Vatic's side. Now, once more, keeping a wide berth from mid because they don't want to be hit by this Chuck. They've set up the Grom bomb down and the second crack for Vatic.
50-50 on both teams. Ducky's got the hypercharge here, gets the stun, mid-jump, catches up the Chuck, but not the kill. Opted to go into the backline instead of defending it with a Slippy going down there. This has all gone so wrong once again for Vatic.
It's going to take a Hail Mary play, but that was not the one for Livy. He needed to stay alive longer than that. He could have gotten 3 shots and actually dropped that shield off of the safe. It's going to be an appropriate defense from Vatic, however. They have the hypercharge for Bilal. Snowy's ready. Slow down hypercharge Starfish. This could be the move as Livy going to give some super back to Duin. He's able to come back, but he didn't want to. Additional damage onto the safe. It's going to have to be a huge move. Ducky just needs a super to get on top of this safe, and they need a little bit more damage beyond that. They can't afford to ignore the Chuck, but they're going to go for this anyway. 2.5k HP on the safe, and Snowy finishes it off from the right.
It would have been so brilliant. It would have been Giga Brain, and it would be such a great storyline, but no, execution just fell short there. I love it, though. I love how bold Vatic are bringing this to Team Electra, literally bringing the brawler that we've not seen, I believe, in a year. An entire year since I've seen Grom played in competitive, and wow.
As much as I love a creative craft, I actually have to disagree with you here. I do not think that was Giga Brain at all. I don't think...
Well, that's outcome-centric because they lost, but like...
It's not the worst possible option, but there are better options in the end. both the Bonnie and the Grom can work in a niche draft. We talked about it yesterday. Loud brought in that Bonnie, right? And it worked out for them because the Colt just couldn't really play against her. He was taken out every single time he tried to do anything, and also didn't hit his shot consistently enough to take out the Bonnie himself. Has a big HP pool. But that Grom, he can't defend himself even against the roughs just walking up to his face. He did do a lot of damage, as we can see here, 94,000 to his name, but that Chuck will do more damage. And you have a Chuck against you, so just don't pick Grom. I don't know. I didn't love the pick, let's put it that way.
I love the pick. I will support you all the way as Livy, and I think that was a stroke of brilliance that just didn't work out. I don't think he was the problem. I felt Ducky was the problem. I felt the way that this Bonnie was playing out, there was a couple interactions with hypercharges that he could have stymied some damage. He could have gotten a better jump there and all these good matchups, but I think the pressure kind of got to him there, and now they've just got to reset going into this Crystal Arcade matchup here.
Season on the line. We said this a bunch today, but it really matters now. One set away from all of their hopes and dreams that they fought for the entire season, thrown by the wayside, all the grinding, the hours and the sacrifices that they have made in real life. Heck, school's starting back up. There are real-life commitments that have to be put on hold for professional level Brawl Stars, and it might all come crashing down here in Crystal Arcade. Will they meet the same fate in the face of Team Electros as they have every other month?
I'd like to see some wall break with roughs out of the way. Grave could be an option once again. We saw Ducky pop off on it before, just to make sure that 8-Bit doesn't have many walls to hide the turret behind. 8-Bit already a brawler that is super scary to even leave open. One of the best gem carriers because of that turret. He can always just teleport back to it. Just like I called it out here, they need some wall break. Make sure that 8-Bit turret isn't gonna survive for too long. Now, we still need a mid pick also on the side of Vatic. Could leave that open for the last pick. Usually the answer should be Max here, but she's global banned. What do you go into an 8-Bit spoon?
I mean, everything is banned out. It almost looks like Jessie is kind of decent here. I mean, even Janet is kind of taken out. I mean, it's going by order of operation. I mean, it's going by order of elimination here. They do pick up the two, I think, best side laners in the entire game here for this Rico and the Grip. And with Max and Stu both banned out, there is not really anything that can kind of deal with this Rico on side lane. Is Team Electros going to GG this? I mean, maybe GG could be good here.
It's going to be challenging. It'll depend on what those picks are, their HP also, because Gigi would love to get an assassination. She's going to be very quickly in and out if she even comes in. With Grom being selected earlier, I would say really anything's on the table for Vatic. But Surge comes in as a fairly consistent selection. Now, it's going to take a skill diff on one of the lanes to get that value early game, because you're pretty much guaranteed that one of the side lanes is going to be broken open pretty instantly. Wonder if you'll try and play aggressively around some of those blocks that are near you as you try to open up into mid, maybe get a cheeky super there. But since this is gem grab, there are going to be plenty of opportunities for him to gain a super. The game drags on for quite a while.
My question's still unanswered. What is there still for Vatic to pick as the gem carrier? So many brawlers that usually are sitting in that position are global or regular banned here. Against the 8-Bit, it used to be the Piper strat that can work out here. That is like, you know, the back in my days comments once again. Piper could potentially work out here. Maybe even a Grey, but yeah, both aren't really satisfactory. Team Electros has done a wonderful job at making sure that they pick up the only decent mid. Meeple coming in here, yeah, it's fine. Again, they don't really have any other option.
Checks out. I mean, you've got Mansions of Meeple or Rage Quit both kind of viable here. But I think Crystal Arcade, something that, you know, the pros have alluded to is this is a map that you don't really focus too much on that mid matchup. You really just want to be able to win out those side lanes. So I don't mind actually this midless comp. Like, you know, just pinch out side lanes, make this Rico absolutely monstrous, and then kind of collapse into some kind of spawn trap in the mid. Not a bad shot from Vatic, but not one of those inspiring.
It is the hardest map to get back into once you're pushed out completely, so that must be Vatic's game plan here.
Set 5 or bust to make a postseason for Vatic. It's LCQ, that's what they're targeting, but they're struggling to get the control on the right side. Memon on one of his choice brawlers, something that he's impressed the entire world with. In fact, a lot of people in North America have said that he's the best Mina in the entire continent.
Let's see if he lives up to that title. So far, hasn't dropped a single death to his name, despite being pinched out by 2 matchups that are absolutely difficult to play into. Bilal can't seem to land the shot, but Ducky on the signature grip, just really pulling his weight once again. He will go down to Snoy, but they keep it competitive in the gems.
Bilal looking for number 4 and the super forward for doing it as he occupies the left side, completely uncontested. So it's going to have to be a choice for Ducky. What is he going to do around here? With a super, could get some damage. It's really slowed down a lot as Livy's going to be sticking on low HP for as long as he can. On the right side, try and dip that. Long range beam onto Surge. Mimmin returns to the Brawl once more on the right side. As Livy's only 1 tap, now down to just a sliver of HP. Marking up is only 30. Mimmin's going to take some damage from his Livy, now down to 20 HP. Snoy tries to get aggressive on the right side, but he knew that he had a get out of jail free card. The teleport back to the beginning, and the pressure continues to mount from Ducky on the left.
As Livy finally goes down after a stray shot from there for Surge, but it was really a masterclass for him there, piloting that robo retreat, that 60% additional move speed, just so annoying to deal with. That's going to give them a slight lead in the gen, but as Livy is going to get caught here by Memman, and so does Bilal. It's disaster for them as Memman's going to rob them of the gems. Ducky can't stop this one. How did it go? Oh, so wrong for Vatic.
The rage quit was just a moment too soon. They tried to get doing the moment he came down, and it completely went sideways. 5 seconds to go as Livy still can make this happen with a super. No, but the gadget is down from Mina. 1 second to go, and not a chance for this to be taken by Vatic. It's match point for Team Electros.
The pressure has to be getting to Bilal here. This is the second time he's been caught out in this game. Up against, yes, I mean, it's the best Mina on the continent, as you said. But nonetheless, I mean, you've been playing it so stable the entire game. They just needed to hold on there. Bilal's got to dig deep here. The rest of the roster must rally together to keep this postseason dream alive.
Brawl wants to help out versus that Surge on the left lane early on. Wants to get a pinch with Ducky, who's dodged all the shots so well. And with the pinch at mid, it just looks beautiful. As Livy's also staved off Memman for now. Snoy gets to retreat with a couple of gems, and Ducky just wants to keep Bilal safe for the next timing of the gem spawn. He's going to have to back up just a little bit here. Memman on the right side would love to have a pinch on the Meeple. He went for it, but his Livy is too troublesome on this Rico on the right lane.
Surge is going to be going down here, just running it down to buy a little bit of space. And this is what I envisioned the Vatic comp to be good at. Force Memman off that right lane, as Livy should have total dominance here. He does even almost lasers down Snoy there. And if the slow there onto the Surge, he will force him out of the point once again. There is no brawler in this game presently that can lane against this Rico in these side lanes.
It's a challenging one to play, but his Livy is one of the best in North America. Look how much space Ducky's taken up on the left side. Gonna get some return damage onto Snoy. No pinch there for Bilal and his Livy. Dorn's allowed to march forward with the level 2 Surge inside the bush. He gets so much speed, and his Livy actually has to back off. Meanwhile, on the left side, Ducky's conceded a bunch of room, taken down by the Mina super. All of a sudden, Team Electros are in full control of mid.
Beautiful dodges there from Doan just to buy so much space there, and that's much needed breathing room the Team Electros needed to get this 8th gem. As Livy will take back the point, and he does have that hypercharge online, but a single tap from the Surge could end his run here on that right lane.
Got a little damage on Snoy. Hypercharge out from left field, quite literally, but it's going to be blocked quite literally too. Ducky now establishing position at mid. It needs to push back Memman. He's done it excellently. And the coin shower onto Snoy. He's far out of range. It's fine. Another victory for his Livy on the right side. Will hold back Team Electros for just a moment longer, but it's important to play for yet another gem here. Otherwise, Team Electros will interrupt.
Time is not on their side as Snow pops the hypercharge here just to run up the mid. Should be able to get the reset unless Livy has something to say about it. Lasers him across from the right field, and that is the Vatic that we know and love as Livy steps up to the plate to give themselves yet another game.
Still alive. Everyone from Vatic looking cool as a cucumber, but they're under tremendous duress. Too much pressure right now. They know that it could come crumbling down. Everyone played so well during that. There was a push and pull between Team Electros because, folks, they're Team Electros. But as Livy on that Rico is looking quite comfortable on the right side, Ducky pushing up quite confidently. Now they send Memman mid instead of the lane, and it's absolutely obliterated the backlines for Vatic right off the bat.
Is that North America's best Mina player just doing Mina things, because how can that be allowed? That's a rage quit on the meeple, and Memen literally just ran up to him, ran him down. That's going to give him such a big early game lead, but I love the adaptation. They realized, you know what, we're trying a little bit too hard to dip Livy on a lane that in theory is unwinnable. Let's shake things up.
Yeah, they're going to keep him busy now. Memen still on that same lane. Laser attempt from Livy, just trying to keep tabs on Memen. Gem Carrier down. It's going to be June's responsibility to deal with this. Ducky was ready, even flashed his super, but decided no, it's not really worth it. Now Surge is going to have to play really carefully. They want Surge to die. They would rather have these gems on Snowy, who can TP away, but he's going to get some assistance with the plugged in on the right side. It'll allow him to speed into the right. Note also that he's a level 4 Surge. There's a lot of potential for him to make a splash on the right.
Livy almost overextending there, but the Surge, Doin, is still playing so aggressive despite the fact that he's got 4 gems to his name. He's not really that concerned. Yeah, he's just so confident in his mechanical skill here. It's going to come down to the last few gems here, but also the Hypercharge online going to be committing it on that left lane. So going to stand inside that, should be able to get Memen here, but the best Mina in the continent just gets away with it once again.
Volskan completely ignored. He's also going to send it at Memen, pops a Rage Quit to guarantee the kill. Did that earn that much for Team Electra, rather for Vatic? Looks like Ducky should be able to make a big play on the right side. A victory for Surge. Countdown imminent for Team Electros, unless Ducky somehow upsets him with this Hypercharge. He's going to pop it now, but needs a super to combo with it. It's 10 gems total for Team Electros in 15 seconds to go for Vatic to interrupt. They won't be able to do anything with this timing. They just need a kill on either Surge or 8-Bit. There's escape mechanisms for both. 5 seconds to go, a jump away for Surge. Not a kill in sight as Livy goes for the kill, but it's just not in the cards. And that's it, folks. KDS on to the last chance qualifier. Team Electros in the finals. And Vatic are down and out. Season over. Their 4th time facing Team Electros this season. And it's the last chance they're gonna get in 2026.
Team Electros, they make a statement here. They're the best in North America for a reason. And Vatic on the precipice of greatness, at the precipice of making a generational comeback in this season, will not be able to bring them to a set 5. They will not be able to fight for a postseason. My heart goes out to them. I think they played beautifully throughout the series, but I think the pressure is what really got to them in this series. There was innovations that we saw, there was outplays that they attempted to make, but Team Electros are the undisputed kings of NA for a reason.
No doubt. They'll have to put an exclamation point on that with a victory in the Grand Finals. They would be able, or rather, yes, with the victory in the Grand Finals or Tribe Gaming going down in that second semi-final, they would be able to secure their spot as regional #1 and skip a match at the World Finals.
It's still going to come down to whether Tribe can break them in the Grand Final. If Team Electros maintains this lead, if they go all the way to the Grand Final, only Tribe can stop them to attain that seed #1. If Tribe loses in this next one up against KDS, then we all know how the stakes are going to go out. We know that Team Electros will lock in that lovely seed #1 position.
My heart goes out to Vatic as well. They fought hard. They showed us some creative drafts today. Brought back a couple of brawlers into the meta I did not expect to see today, and oh, I wish it would have worked out for them. Vatic drops out of LCQ contention. KDS moves on and still has a postseason to play.
Oh man, I mean, that deserves a button. That deserves a button to me. I mean, now that we've crowned KDS, I mean, not in necessarily the most dramatic of fashion. I would still like to have seen Vatic fight out KDS in the Grand Final, but not in this timeline, I guess. I mean, the Vatic today that showed up, they had really brilliant ideas. I mean, that Grom, to me, I think still gonna go down as something that had potential, but this didn't come together. I feel like if Vatic were in better form, maybe it could have worked, but just not today. Team Electros were undoubtedly the better team.
This is what happens when your region is unable to earn extra LCQ or world slots. There's always a heartbreak story where a team like Vatic, who frankly probably deserve to play more on that international stage, have their season ended here. It's kind of brutal stuff, but I want to shine a light on the other side of this. Something I'm very much looking forward to now is that the battle for #1 seed is very much still alive. It's very much online for that potential grand final matchup.
If Tribe Gaming makes it into the grand finals too, it comes down to whoever actually wins it. Who will take this #1 seed? We will only find out in the grand final unless Tribe Gaming now drops in our semi-final #2 already.
Can we just celebrate real quick that KDS got LCQ? Bobby the LCQ, he gets another postseason. Yay, I get to see the Unk again.
And whenever we press that button, everybody over at eventtheprocess.com gets 200 points on top to secure our rewards. At the end of it, a profile icon that I hope you get to grab this week. And we also have 3x multiplier on your points, just as a little catch-up mechanic for everybody who couldn't follow along all year long. And yes, KDS is going to China after what we thought could already be their last match ever in the quarterfinals. They were pushed to a final set 5, was so close. They now still have a postseason, yet another LAN to play in.
LCQ is brutal though. I want to point out that there are teams like, EMEA, East Asia that always send very dangerous squads out to that tournament, and there are only so many slots to qualify through. So, Bobby talked about finding balance in extremes, right? Taking long breaks, but then coming back to grind the game. These guys still need to shape up. They still need to improve, I think, if they want to guarantee that spot at the World Finals. Because, yeah, LCQ is great, but you're always looking ahead of that. This is just a stepping stone along the way. But, Bobby, you've gone from thinking the season's over to now having to think ahead for the next couple of months. You're still a Brawl Stars pro, like it or not, bro.
See you in China, Bobby. You're going to be going up against these guys on your screen. We've locked in 7 of those teams, and there's only going to be one more crown from the Challengers final happening next week. But yeah, Uber, you mentioned it. I mean, EMEA sent some pretty scary teams. Looking at Heretics, looking at Na'Vi. East Asia, we've got some Young Tigers in SK Kalalas coming. We crown Loud to be the last member from South America to be coming in. And don't forget the 2 new Chinese dragons that are emerging from the East. No toxic loaders anymore. It's a new generation that they have to contend with. And what an LCQ we're going to have to watch.
Coming into today, we had 2 main storylines. Who will go to LCQ and who will get that coveted #1 seed in NA? It could be Team Electros now. They're already waiting in the grand finals, or Tribe Gaming if they make it through semi-final #2. For that, they now need to beat freshly motivated KDS, I believe. They're already celebrating. And we had a very similar image yesterday, actually, where we had Loud playing in semi-final #2. Their LCQ enemies got beat in semi-final #1. They were super happy, motivated, they were celebrating, and they ended up winning it all yesterday.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny little narrative thread where when the pressure is off, you finally can just sort of relax and play your best Brawl Stars, right? It's also a gift for us that we are getting to the literal last 2 games, the last 2 series of our monthly finals for the year, and they matter. They have stakes, especially for Tribe Gaming. The focus, though, has to shift to them. They need to breeze past these guys. They don't want a close game. They don't want one that's going to tire them out. They want to make an example of KDS and say, there's levels to this. We are still a step ahead.
And this is such a stacked semi-final #2 with some of the oldest players in the game and also the oldest org here. Tribe Gaming has been playing in the World Finals since 2019.
That's wild. I got to see them in the flesh competing there in the moment where, unceremoniously they got eliminated because of certain spins and BMs, but they've come a long way since then. Top 8, top 4 performances throughout it. They only had 1 year that they did not qualify, and I'm glad that Tribe are back on top here in 2026, regaining that consistency at the top of the region.
On the other side, as I mentioned before, we have 2 players who have been standing at the grand final stage and fell short in the end. The only thing that is still missing in Bobby's record is an actual World Finals win. They only came 2nd, and now they can still fight to make it into the World Finals first up at LCQ, and then also to get that last big thing under the belt.
Is it crazy that I'm already thinking about a potential rematch versus Humble? Because we waited years for Bobby's team to go up against Semantic's team, and when we finally got that matchup at Brawl Cup, it was a non-game. They got absolutely clapped. So That's kind of a side goal for me. I'd love to see KDS make it a World to take on Humble yet again, because it always felt like that perennial NA versus EU argument. Even if KDS aren't the best team in NA, it might actually be these guys after today. It's fun to see those rivalries play out, and some of our most compelling storylines are still intact, including the fact that Tribe might end up qualifying to Worlds without winning a monthly final.
The oldest player in EMEA versus one of the oldest also in NA. Bobby already also said he will retire no matter what. So no matter if they get stopped now in LCQ or if it is a World Finals win for him at the very end of his career, it's going to be the lost. Global bans in as well as the map. We're going to see Kaboom Canyon first, a map we've seen a couple of times today already. Is Chalk going to be banned out?
I mean, this is not the best of the maps for it. I mean, you have to set it up, and I think it's pretty telegraphed. Both of these teams don't really like it in their repertoire. I think they're much more Kaze enjoyers in general. On the side of Tribe, obviously, RBM is literally, I think, the best Kaze possibly inside North America. And on the side of KDS in general, they just really like playing aggressive comms. So I expect both teams here really like this map.
The two new brawlers slid through the global bans once more. Starnova and Bolt both open as well. So let's head straight into our semifinal number 2. Let's find out if Tribe still gets to fight for Seed 1. Global bans were Mac, Lumi, Max, and 8-Bits. Not potential picks here, really, for a map like this one. Mac and Lumi could have come in just for a little bit of control. But for that, we also still have the Finxes of the Worlds, the Lose. Other than that, we still have a couple of damage dealers open, slit through the ban here. Also, Cold would still be my pick here.
Double glowy bans from both sides.
I hate that, yeah.
I'm glad for that.
What?
Yeah, I mean, after
so
seeing what Team Electros did with it previously, I like the respect that's being shown here. It's kind of a modern-day approach to team play. I mean, it works really well with Max, but as you mentioned, with Colt still wide open, it's something that's really good. And yeah, the battle of the Kazes has begun. KDS, they do not want to give it to RBM and snatch it up immediately.
I mean, try to play some Boomer stuff on this map. They play Lola, Amber,
Sorry, did you just call it
Bonnie.
Boomer?
Yes, Boomer, bro. It's like years ago. Bro, you are a Brawl Stars Boomer. You referenced that you were watching the 2019 World Finals. That is extremely Boomer.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, you're over the hill, man. That's crazy. But anyway, so they do play some of those, more classic brawlers on this particular map. Kaze would always be hotly contested, so seeing him go first pick is no surprise. And there is the Bonnie first pick now, guys. This is the world that we live in.
It's America's. Nobody else is picking up the Bonnie. Stage on Nime didn't show her once. I'm here for it, honestly. Didn't work out for Vatic, unfortunately for them. Maybe don't pair it with the Grom here. I know Spoo's coming in right now.
Not here.
I'd love to see a Grom, actually. Really good pick. By the way, coming back to the other topic, I think it is extremely boomer to call someone a boomer. These days, we just say unk.
You know what pick will be built here? A boombox, baby, as the Brock comes in here from Tribe. I think has to be that. Nah, it's the other. I mean, I think Brock is better. Tribe thinks that Colt is better. That's going to give KDS the boombox instead. Surely you trade it out here. Get some kind of that mid control. Get some of that wall break priority. I think I would be shocked in Kaboom Canyon if you just completely ignore it.
Yeah, I think a controller brawler would have been nice here. The Finks ban by Tribe also denies that as a potential option for them to stamp their authority on the middle part of the map. And Crow, both these teams, like I noticed Lola actually gets banned here, so this is very well read by KDS, but both teams just really heavily banning out these control-esque brawlers. So Colette finds herself a home here. She obviously has Gadget that can apply some CC. She's pretty good at winning 1v1s for that particular reason. However, actually, we have a larger health pool here for the Bonnie, so she probably gets some decent value. We just know how good that super, the Hyper, is running up on the safe if you can get a cycle.
3 to 4 months back, Colt and Colette used to be the best brawlers on every single heist map. Colette kind of fell off a bit. We didn't see her too often, but into Bonnie...
This is good here. It's Kaboom Canyon.
But into Bonnie, I really like to Colette. If Bonnie can make a comeback, Colette has a place to stay her. Very HP heavy Bonnie is going to struggle against her. Jessie coming in here now as last pick. It's a KDS pick. through and through, and they did win today with her once. So far, the monthly finals with Jessie are going better than the qualifiers were.
You lose to Edgar, you lose to Melody, you lose to anything aggressive, you lose to
Calme-toi.
Daryl, you lose to Charlie, and now, yep, you pick Charlie into Jessie. It's absolutely fine because guess what, guys? You don't hit shots. You're playing into Tribe Gaming. Colt's gonna run speed loader and run you down. Bonnie can just pop a gadget and run at you. I'm sorry, Sunny. You weren't a believer in the in the Gram. I am seriously not a believer in this Jessie. I think it's a Bobby-centric pick, but I want to see it get punished here so badly.
I mean, there aren't many good control brawlers left after all those bans, frankly. The Charlie was also a great answer as well to the Kaze, which is something that had been left out of the draft by Tribe for most of it. I want to believe in the Jessie here.
Let's see, we have conflicting beliefs here on the desk on just how good this little girl can be. Patchy's going to be piling it here, not going to be Bobby. But Sanzia is going to take first position here, dumping in there onto that Kazi, just straight apart. And this corner is unbreakable once you get into.
Yeah, very, very difficult to dig Sans out of this spot, especially if you're Luffy. So I wonder what Tribe are going to do if there's a different arrangement they want to make here in terms of defensive brawler. Sans, it's going to be a nuisance here, and RBM's going to be careful. If he gets hit by that Jessie, there will be bouncing shots onto the turret. That's also one of the areas where she shines. Normally, you treat her like a defensive option here, but on offense, she's actually a real pain in the neck.
We've got parity on both sides. Base races at the merger between a Kaze and a Colt. RBM on the Bonnie will be able to bring this one down here, and it's 50% on both sides of the aisle. Luffy should be able to clean up here on the Tribe safe, and that's going to be giving priority onto RBM. KDS's defense is still in progress here. They're a little bit behind on that tempo.
All right. Scrappy going to be thrown down in the bushes of the hypercharge variety, and that going to be allowing KDS to use this as a vantage point to spring from now. It's a very close game, but there's a time to collect being cycled onto the safe. RBM, though, is still alive and kicking, and would have been in a position to free fire where Sans not coming straight back off the respawn. A nice little lead for KDS, and I'm going to be honest with you, Sans has been almost perfect this game on the Kaze so far. He's going to have to defend as RBM's hit with that gotcha gadget, but there's Bobby going for a super.
The hypnosis there, full commitment there from Bobby there to try and bring him down. So much resources have poured out to bring him. And KDS now 25% on that save. Diego Gamer just gonna laser down Sans. It's a little bit over-aggressive there. They can convert that to so much damage onto this save. They're throwing everything to just bring him down here. But now RBM's gonna be jumping in there. Luffy's just trying to end the game here. He's with a hypercharge super there. Should be able to get this one onto Bobby. And that's gonna open it up there. Oh my goodness. Surely they end the game here.
Close, 4% on the safe. Diego Gamer stepping up now. Bobby is quite low, but has a hypercharge ready. It's RBM, though. From a safe distance, he should be able to pepper this safe down and be done with the round. Pretty close for most of the round there until Tribe eventually break through. They got the premier long-range options. So once the Scrappy turret is cleared from mid, they can set up with the Bonnie. The war of attrition, it's hard for KDS to win.
Both teams have also revealed their cards here. I think it's quite clear that the Colt just wants to get onto the safe, and Sans is the opposite here. But what's interesting to me is that Sans, in theory, should be getting on that safe so much sooner than Diego Gamer, and that's why we're seeing a little bit of a change here with Diego Gamer opting to play this defensive role, scout out Sans inside the mid and take full mid control. Good luck, Jessie. You're absolutely worthless into this Colt.
Yeah, it didn't look very good there at all. Still, Bobby able to take on the Bonnie in the 1v1. Unfortunately, it's going to take more than that. Patchy has to find a way to be relevant on this map. Unfortunately, the Jessie's look middling at best here. There's Sans. This is the Brawl starter dash through RBM. Still the mark detonates and guarantees the posthumous elimination.
Not a good push there from Sans, though. I mean, as trades go, just feed out RBM a full supercharge. And meanwhile, on the back, Diego Gamer is unanswered, just continuing to power pressure onto him. You got RBM jumping in off screen, gonna delete that Jessie, and that's the first layer cracked open.
That is not good. Diego Gamer was 1v2 and got hypnotized by Bobby, who's still able to stay alive and ultimately win it out. Win that 1v2 and get some safe damage. That's before RBM even became a factor down here at the bottom of the map. Hypercharge being popped. RBM fancies building up a super here, but Sans are going to look to run him down. Still, the damage has been done. KDS is safe down to 40%, and their momentum appears to be flagging.
KDS need full control to take this one back. The mid control is good, and they're going to lead the charge with this super Scrappy going in there, but RBM got plans of his own. Goes to the backline, stays alive, changes it back, just buys more time for it. And where is the turret? It is gone, deleted there by Diego Gamer.
This is starting to become a little bit degenerate now. Diego Gamer has developed his hypercharge, putting a lot of pressure down in mid, and Patchy was there one moment, gone the next. Diego Gamer hit by that time to collect, but Bobby cleaned up by RBM, and Diego Gamer can now tuck himself in this corner, find some more safe damage before he heads on out.
He has to expire there, but 33% is all that's left outside of KDS. RBM inevitably going to get a super here to jump onto the safe, but that's why Sans is trying to answer one of his own. Fanstorm's going to be going down here. RBM flashes the super, threatening it over, gets the kill there, jumps on the safe there, gets the crack there, transforms back, just buying time now for Diego to get the pan now, even more damage onto the safe.
Yeah, that safe knock is actually pretty important. KDS's safe is down to its last stage now, and Tribe will be able to sit back and defend. KDS don't have enough time to actually put the damage down on the safe, especially with the easy body block, the invulnerability shield, and that is a nice little cocoon to catch Bobby out. 24%, and kicking is Tribe's safe as they take the set.
Should I say it, Uber? Should I say it?
Is that the Jess was bad one?
Should I say it? Great cult pick there from Tribe Gaming. I mean, there's an amazing selection from them identifying this pony cult pairing that was absolutely good. It's totally not because KDS picked a really, really weird last pick here. I mean, I don't know what else I have to say about it. I called it out as I see it. I think this cult was such a big problem there on the Tribe roster. Diego Gamer piloted to such a degenerate level as you called out there, running that speed loader and the ammo steal just wins so many matchups.
I mean, I think that's a position in which Diego Gamer can shine. Put him in a, set him up to take the game over, and he'll deliver with 348 DPS and an absurd amount of safe damage, Sonny.
RBM also did a really good job at just defending. Look at the amount of kills he did there. Sense almost matched it, but still not enough on this side of KDS here. Now, I kind of think KDS should have seen that Colt coming. Even us, we said Colt has to be a pickup here. It is the most played brawler for the side of Tribe Gaming, and they must have thought Jesse just better than Colt. I don't know. But the mouth was behind there. In the end, Tribe Gaming, it takes that first map. It was KDS map pick. We're now moving over to Pinhole Punt. And both of these teams have actually played the map in their quarterfinals already. KDS played a Lu, Poco, Damien comp and won with it, whereas Tribe chose Meeple, Ash and Mo and also won. So we'll now either get to see a similar iteration of these two comps, or they're going to show us the real comps, as maybe in the quarterfinals you also don't want to give away too much.
Wow.
Tribe even banning out one of their own brawlers, whereas KDS bans the Ash. They know RBM is just too dangerous on him.
And now it's going to be a contest for the Damien, right? For sure, it has to be in contention for both. All of KDS's brawlers that they picked, that Lu you mentioned, is still very, very highly contested between both Tribe and KDS. It's just a comfort pick for both teams, and it is very, very strong here in Pinhole Punt. Yep, it's picked up by Tribe immediately. They just don't hesitate on it. I think it's to deny KDS that same role. It's the same thing that KDS tried to do with the Kaze.
The Ash ban, I think, for KDS might be quite telling here, though. So, do they run a potential Damien into this red light? Or do they try and go for a bit of a different approach? I thought the Meeple Mo look from Tribe was really simple, really straightforward. It was a very clean win that they managed to get. Like, they just waited on mansions to isolate players. The Mo dove in there or dove into the goals, was able to clean up multiple players. The KDS don't feel like they've seen enough here to make a decisive play in terms of their draft. So they open with the Otis. Standard control brawler, a bit of an analog in some ways to this Lu.
They could go very safe here, just play comps like Mech, Otis, just have something against tanks if your opponents decide to pick that up later on. It would be a really safe 2-3 turn here. Meg also so good at holding on to that mid control. Really good damage dealer now with the get. Oh, she's actually global ban, never mind. Yeah. Well, then onto that Lu.
My calculations
they
are
could
correct.
come in with Meeple, I guess. We just saw that one from Tribe Gaming in the quarterfinals. It's now Tribe picking up the Lu that KDS was picking in the quarterfinals, and Meeple picked up by KDS that was previously played by Tribe Gaming. They're just kind of taking some inspiration from their opponents.
Inspiration, thievery, stealing, drafting from the other person's pool, big brain plays from both sides. I mean, it's very historic, right? Bobby and Tribe have just gone way, way back. It used to be the old El Clasico when it was STMN in this region.
For the show.
But coming back to this draft, Tribe are now drafting from the KDS pool. They're snatching up this Damien. They're not convinced, by the way.
Whoa.
There's a Meeple and an Otis on the side of KDS, and they're still thinking to themselves, they're not convinced. Are they going to even rob the Poco and just say, you know what, KDS, you know what would be real funny?
Tribe is getting all the brawlers the casters have mentioned. Is that a good or a bad thing?
Bad thing. Bad thing. I mean, again, like, I
It's
think
me drafting, dude. I mean, it's so washed. You shouldn't say, no, it's good, it's good.
if you see double control brawler, though, you often do think about trying to run them down. Like, you want to try and play like some hard engaged look, but if it's just the Damien, then, you know, he does fall foul of like mansions or maybe even rage quit, less likely, right? More likely mansions and also mid button. So there's a bunch of tools to stop this Damien. But remember, Damien's got a really powerful gadget. The wall of sound that he can throw down is going to allow him to really close the gap on this kind of composition, right? These single shot type brawlers. So, and I think having a Lu here was just a good deterrent to sort of deny the Damien and make sure they
Let the weak be crushed.
Series coming in instead. We've seen him a couple of times today already as an answer to that Damien. Don't know how good he actually is into him. Yes, the Damien shadows are strong,
knock him back, yeah.
but the thrower itself will struggle a tad bit if Damien comes a bit too close. I was hoping for a Jesse at that point.
No, you would not. That's not
I was not. That is a fact. Well, heading into that map number 2 now, it is Tribe Gaming's pick. And I also believe they have a bit of a better comp here. It just seemed to me like KDS is just trying to react and didn't really get the brawlers that they originally wanted.
KDS now going for control comp, something that they haven't really practiced that all much, but it is that creativity that's brought them this far. Let's see if they can make it work. A big push out from them, almost getting a full team wipe here already inside the back, pushing Tribe to their last layer of defense here. It's just Luffy left. That should be an open goal for KDS to take the first one.
I'm scared of this serious damage, frankly. This guy hasn't had to use any of his shadows quite yet. There's also 2 brawlers to copy with on-hit abilities, so be very careful of those. Fat Splatter also is going to force Diego at the left-hand side. Mantis of Meeple used in theory to create a little bit of space. I suspect that Sand wants to push him with that super, but a nice little Winter Wonderland will freeze Bobby stiff.
The strength of the KDS comp is that early game before the Tribe Gaming comp gets this utility online, gets the treats there on the Luke as well, makes this Lu a pretty potent damage dealer. But this is what Sans can do on himself though. He's got that super online, RBM's gonna be jumping in. He's just trying to secure the ball though, and I don't know if that was intended.
Sans is getting so much damage done this game. That was such an early hypercharge to have built up here. And we have another super beam cycle because Damien is feeding the Meatball all the damage you could ask for. There's a mute button, basically unavoidable there by RBM, and eventually his health will expire. That's a lot of shadows. We are trying to fit a lot of people in a very small space.
Doesn't really work out. They just crammed them in there. The serious last pick was kind of genius, to be honest. I mean, it just breaks this Damien dynamic, and with no real answer to the shadows on the side of Tribe, it just might smell like an outdraft from KDS. Man, I think there was some promise from the side of Tribe that RBM needs to pick his targets a little bit better. This Meeple is not running Rage Quit. It is a good target to jump on.
RBM getting peppered as usual. Bobby threatening the shadows as always. And yep, RBM gets done in by the good knockback there on Luffy. It's going to give you a lot of space to work with. The Sirius is taking over the game.
Yep, he's taking over the game. He took over Star Park back in 1976, and he is here to take over Pinhole Hunt here and break Tribe Gaming out of this one. 2 shadows going to be going down here on the right. The army from Bobby has been summoned, and it is sending in straight onto RBM.
Keep an eye on Patchy on that left-hand side. Been a nuisance for Luffy to deal with. He just has better output in general, and RBM can't get anything done on this map. He's constantly at 20% or less health. And Diego Gamer, I believe, sees the writing on the wall. It is in plain English as Patchy scored that second goal to secure the set.
That was a pretty anticlimactic set number 2, not going to lie there. Tribe, they had a logical comp. On paper, if you don't look at what your opponents are doing, then it makes sense. You know, you got a bit of control, got a bit of damage, got some goal-scoring potential. And then you look at KDS comp, and it's a pure hate comp for the Damien. You've got 3 impossible matchups, and that's what I was afraid of. I mean, when I saw this Damien, I was like, you got Otis, you got this Meatball, and now they put the Sirius on top of it. RBM had the most, I don't know, devastating kind of game to play that.
Yeah, it is pretty easy just to see a Lu pick with an Ash Band and say, we just take Meeple and Otis, the most unassuming control brawlers here that are very powerful, to dissuade a potential tank pick. Oh, you've picked the tank? Oh, okay, well, we're just going to play serious, and we're in great shape.
RBM on a 14 DPS round. That is not something that happens very often. And I kind of have to take back what I said earlier. I said Tribe got exactly the brawlers they wanted. They seem to have a really good comp here, but they just picked it up despite their opponents having already 2 really good counters on their roster. Yeah, the Damien just didn't really do too much and didn't have any good matchups in this one. So yes, Tribe got the brawler they wanted, but they kind of picked him up in a really not the greatest matchup here. Tribe, therefore, also loses their own map pick. Both of them, though, so far, didn't really succeed in picking the maps they can constantly win. We're now moving over to Gem Fort, and KDS can try to now extend a lead or build up a lead on their own pick.
And this is a very dangerous map to be selected. Among the 3 that you can pick here, Gem Fort is arguably the one that has the most cheese potential. It's also got the most bushes on the map, which is just sheer chaos that it adds to that element there. And there's a lot of different types of brawlers that can just steal the game at the last second if you're not careful. And I think that's kind of what KDS are signaling here. They don't want to play a long, drawn-out, skill-based game like, for example, on Crystal Arcade. They want to be able to play really aggressive, make this game super chaotic.
Yeah, we're seeing like much less of the Lily on this particular gem grab map, but we're seeing, you know, like obviously the rise of Ashe and Damien. Mortis, when he sneaks through, can be pretty impactful. Ali definitely has plenty of run here. Much like Undermine, right? You've got those bush strips along the left and right sides of the map, so you can cover a lot of ground there and also abuse the bushes inside the middle. We saw Buzz earlier on tonight on this map as like an answer to give you some stopping power against some of these other tanks, and it looks decent.
Don't mind the stew here, already with a speed turret on the way. You have an easier way into mid. And in Gem Fort, you want to hold down that fort, make sure that your opponents can never really push into it. In this one here, Ashe could also have a showing. Both sides have played him in the past, and I wouldn't be too surprised to at least see RBM on this brawler again today.
It's interesting to see that, you know, both these teams have just ignored the new brawlers of the patch as well. Starnova not seen a single time, neither has Bolt. This could be a potential Bolt map, and it is left wide open. A lot of the counters to that brawler also has been taken out. In terms of gem carriers though, I mean, KDS, one of their favorite was the Janet. They did play it a lot, and here, you know, Tribe just read them perfectly, just kind of banned it out here, taking them out of their comfort zone.
Sandy. Again, this is a pretty KDS-coded pick. This is very emblematic of them. The problem for Sandy sometimes is they lack the damage, right? You have stopping power in terms of their Sweet Dreams gadget, which is great. It's got to be great against the Stu, for sure. But usually 3 shots isn't enough to account for the entire health pool of enemy brawlers. You can't guarantee an elimination of that gadget. You're very much hedged into a support role here. You want to cycle as many of those supers as you can, but being a short-range brawler, that game plan usually puts you in harm's way.
We have the damage now, though, on the Ashe, also really good into Stu thanks to the super. On the left side now, Tribe Gaming could pick up something tanky themselves now. Damien is still left open technically. You already mentioned the Bolt as well. Should have a showing here. Definitely one of his best modes overall, gem grab. We have Rico come in here, also a really decent pick so far. A lot of the old picks once again between the 2 of them. Sandy didn't have many showings in the last couple of months. If he's good, then probably on Gem Fort.
I don't know if Tribe will just, you know, pick up Buzzy as their last selection. They're still looking for an RBM brawler, but it's kind of bad. Honestly, into the Sandy Ashe core, it just might be a comfort pick for them.
No.
Yeah, I agree.
I said don't do it. Don't listen to this dumb caster on the desk. Don't do that. I mean, now KDS though.
They just lean on comfort picks. Boss is something they played very often. They played them before. I agree with you though, it's probably not his best matchup, especially into Sandy. The gadget will just get rid of the super.
And it leaves Grey open as well. I mean, this Grey Ashe combination with the Sandy is still definitely something that KDS could pull out of their back pocket here. It's a very cheesy selection. And with Janet banned out,
Yeah, Janet, so the reason why we're talking about Janet here is because she's normally like the safe mid pick for KDS. They like to go in that direction, and her being banned out is pretty disruptive to them. They got to build most of their composition before this Grey comes in, but now you have the ability to sort of drop this Ashe or the stun of the Sandy right on top of your opponents, and with a Sandstorm in play, it becomes easy to actually obscure your intent with this strategy. It's like really hard to telegraph it. So it's a pretty good pivot here for KDS, I think, to ultimately get them a comp that should function reasonably well.
It will function reasonably well, but it's still very skill testing. The Grays got strange matchups up against this Stu. But on the other hand, RBM there on his signature buzz just gets deleted, and that's the problem with this buzz select. He just gets Sweet Dreams up and cleaned up there by the trash compactor.
Yeah, we don't want to feed Sandy Supers. That's going to be a real problem. You find yourself falling further and further behind when those sandstorms continue to come into play. The first one can often feed the next few because you can get easy damage in those situations. So good recovery here for Tribe. Patchy tries the walking cane, and Luffy barely walks away from that encounter.
Breaks up a little bit for the map as well. That's going to allow for Luffy, though, to just easily chain things off. Yeah, this is why this buzz is his favorite brawler, isn't it? I mean, on a map like Gemfort, it's so hard to predict when those point-blank stuns can come in.
And there are no matchups that the Sandy really wants to fight. Sandy's not trying to play 1v1, but if RBM runs down on Sands, they're cooked. Bobby's able to avoid a lot of Luffy damage, but talk about matchups you don't want to take. It's Sandy versus anyone. Don't do it.
Oh, Luffy got that double kill there completely. This is really Tribe just skill dipping this matchup, and there's already 9 gems inside the Tribe pocket. Yes, KDS, they've gotten the utility set up, but RBM has got something to say about it. They're starting up Bobby inside the back, and Sands with no pinch there to stop him. There's nothing there stopping this man.
Not enough damage is being put down on the buzz as he approaches. RBM, in an open map, is still able to get to the gem carrier and wrest a lot of those gems away. Diego takes a ton of damage here, but most of those little helpers have been cleared, and now KDS need to go after the Stu. I like this Sandstorm now, but Sands has taken a lot of damage in trying to get there. He'll at least have a reset on the count, and Patchy might be able to sneak away with all of them.
Just gonna be an easy teleport out. It's gonna be Tribe that has to come for the retake. But you can see Patchy's already running for the hills. Bobby's gonna be coming in there, just speeding it here, just to space things out. And Diego Gamer, he has found the target there with the hypercharge. Should be able to reasonably get this reset. Who's the gem's gonna be going on there? Bobby's just kind of walking away from here, knows that RBM can get that reset in. And it's Patchy that has to catch RBM here, opting to hold it back here. But half the gems extracted there by Diego Gamer, and we still got a tie game on our hands.
Still the great TP4 with the hypercharge now means a shield for KDS as they try and go for the throat, but RBM is untethered. He's not carrying any gems, and he's free to cause chaos. Sands is trying to come forward. Might have a catcher available, but doesn't have the range. And I think it's just nice for him that he might have been able to jump on in. Patchy at least gets a reset, dives in. Sands here down to 7 gems, though. More need to be scooped up by KDS, and it's going to happen about now. But what are they supposed to use to close the gap? That TP. Bobby tries to get there, but RBM intercepts him and stuns him up straight away. And now we're chaining supers one after another. The Tank God himself has issued the challenge, and KDS have been found wanting.
What a game number 1. Both teams just fully demonstrating why they picked these comfort picks. I mean, it isn't the best of matchups, frankly, for RBM on this buzz, but when you're piloting it to such a high pedigree, it doesn't really matter. You're always going to find those good interactions up against that Gray, up against the Ash when he's caught by himself. And it's KDS now that I think have to dig deep. They're going to find a better way to utilize this comp.
RBM is able to get close without taking too much damage. It's a good sign. The map, though, is going to be broken up. This favours KDS because Patchy needs to farm as much damage as he really can. That's going to get them back into the fight quickly. And Sands has built the Sandstorm up already. We'll be deploying here to make sure RBM cannot sneak up on them, and that's a gadget that is missed.
There's a problem there with that Grey comp. I mean, there's no way to reasonably take these gems. I mean, this Grey comp is a robbery comp. They are designed to just give up that mid control and then try to make a comeback. I mean, it's not a critical position yet. 5 gems now taken up by Tribe Gaming. Bobby's even going to scoop up a gem by himself. Doesn't really care about what he's picking up here. They are just setting up for that perfect endgame to get that steal.
Yeah, map control here for KDS, and Bobby knows that he basically can at best trade here, but that trade forces Diego out of the map, and that's a perfect Sweet Dreams gadget from Sands. And we talked about it. Cycling these supers can give you the feeling that the game is getting away from you, or having to play against that strategy, rather, as Tribe haven't had a chance to get into mid in quite some time.
And Sands is literally blocking RBM. This is the role of that Sandy 2 times now that RBM has been rebuffed. And triple hypercharge online for the side of KDS, but a single hypercharge from Luffy has something to say about it, pushes it back, and Diego Gamer on the hunt. There's no damage for him. The Sweet Dreams goes out here, almost gets down Diego Gamer, but he manages to get out in the nick of time.
Diego, though, up to 6 gems still. It's a very close game in that regard. Sweet Dreams gadget has been huge for its stopping power. It's a bunch of hypercharge little helpers there for Bobby on the right-hand side of the map that gets the elimination. Luffy is down, so Diego again has to give up this map control. His natural predators are those little mice.
Bobby's got 8 gems, now 9 to his name, and RBM with that whiff of the gadget will be taken down immediately. The Sandstorm is getting so much presence inside the mid. KDS will kick off the countdown here. There's no reset inside for Tribe.
Yeah, Ordinary in this Grey comp wants to try and get in and steal that Horde.
No,
They've so
Bobby.
much map control so far as RBM diving in. And look at him run! Roughshod over them. Luffy and RBM, Diego all walk away with the horde of gems between them. And RBM knows he can play interference now. Catch Bobby, stun him up, prevent him from even being able to sleuth out where Tribe are waiting with the horde.
It's crazy to me that I describe the KDS comp as the one that is going for these endgame pushes, the one that will try to corral them in the base, maybe with Sandstorm, get a pick off, steal out with the dimensional doors. But no, it's Tribe that does that. RBM has a similar weapon in his arsenal, and Hypercharge Online catching out Bobby in the back when he's just completely vulnerable. Without Sands there with the Sweet Dreams to protect him, there's just no way to stop the damage that comes in afterwards.
I think with the advent of Lily in Brawl Stars, modern gem grab strategy requires you to have an element of your comp that lets you dive the enemy gem carrier, right? That's why Janet's banned out, because she's the brawler that can really avoid this for the most part. So bringing the buzz in here gives you stopping power against the Ashe, but also the ability to challenge a gem carrier from across the map. Especially between you and Stu, you can go from the bottom of the map to the top of the map very quickly. You can traverse that space. You can close the gap with those hypercharges that allow infinite mobility for you. So this ends up being a great look. Luffy, sort of behind the scenes in a way, just does an absurd amount of damage, and it really adds up over the course of the set.
This is the strength of the Rico. I mean, there are no matchups in the game presently that can deal with this S-tier plus brawler. And that's just been established. I mean, with Max banned out as well, that's one of the few matchups that you try to trade against him, but you know, he's global banned. And Stu is the other matchup that I think Tribe already identified. They paired it up early. They got this Rico selection. And I didn't mind the KDS comp. I mean, I called out the pick because I felt that this was the weapon that they were going for, that they were comfortable with. It really was an execution problem to me. I think one death too many there by Patchy transferring the gems there to Bobby made their game basically unplayable in that endgame.
Draft wasn't the issue there. KDS still has a chance. Just like in the quarterfinals, they can now prolong into set 5 and keep the dream of making it into the grand finals today alive. Now, heading over to Open Business, this is actually Tribe Gaming's map, but it was the only map they lost in their matchup against Momo. They have been playing Grey, Ashe, and Clancy, a very similar comp that KDS now actually just picked up in this Brawl Ball set.
What? Yes,
Many of the brawlers,
Let
as
it
mentioned, would
burn.
actually still be left open, so they could go for a similar approach here, could bring in the Ashe together with the Grey, and I think it would also work out great into a Jessie, even though, of course, Jessie is the best brawler in the game right now. We know it's set.
I need KDS to win. I really need them to win for educational purposes, to show to the rest of the world why Jessie is first pickable on Open Business. There is no 8-bit, there is no matchup, there's literally no draft coming up on the side of Tribe Gaming. And guess what? KDS, they still believe in this brawler. They believe on this map it is that good, despite the fact that Shade exists, that Throwers exist, that you can tear up on the whole map, that Frank exists.
I think they're still really deep in the Grey comp source on this kind of map, right? I also think like that.
I love how you just ignored Outbreak over there.
It really does feel like it's pretty standard at this point. But look, Stu and Finks being banned outright means you've got to look to some other options here. I don't want to see, Tribe craft some kind of composition that gets clapped by a Frank, though. So hopefully they can build something here alongside this Ashe to really set them up. I think already picking up the Otis just for that potential Frank pick or a counter tank option, given that Damien is available, is pretty heads up.
Yeah, they're hesitating so far to actually pick up that Ashe Grey comp.
Good.
Still, they're showing kind of their cards with the Ashe first pick. It could still very well be a Grey at last, but let's see if KDS will also preemptively pick an answer against it. Ems is banned out on the side of Pride Gaming, otherwise they could have just themselves go with a Grey comp now, actually. Finally, we get to see one of these newer brawlers have a showing. Both of these teams didn't really seem to rate Starnova and Bolt and all of these newer brawlers too highly. Starnova comes out now, doesn't bring the most range, doesn't love her into Otis. I don't actually know how decent she is into Ashe. How is that matchup?
It's kind of 50-50. We saw it a little bit in EMEA. You do just trade with the hit scan out, so you will get some of your supers online. But if Ash catches you a single time down without the gadget, he can run you down. It's also when you go into Xing Xing mode, you can't actually bring the Ash down. I mean, Xing 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 works against a lot of things that are pretty low HP, but Ash trades fairly well in that matchup.
Yeah, your fire rate, or rather like your attack speed, I guess, during that mode is extremely potent. As obviously, there's like a bunch of cheesy ways that you can use your gadget to close the gap and be untargetable for that short window, which against this tribe gone here and on this kind of map type isn't really that important.
Oh my god, it's over.
I like this out of left field. The Edgar comes. You are like very clearly signaling like a grey comp, and now you have something that is really dangerous for both Sirius and Jesse to reckon with.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Grey would still potentially work out here, but I think Edgar is just a must-pick almost. 3 really good matchups for him. KDS has one last hope. They need to win the sets to keep their dream of a grand final alive. They already made it to LCQ, but come on, you want to celebrate twice today, right?
Both these teams have yet to win a grand final this year. Actually, KDS won once this year, but that was in the past. Now with new technology, the newest of the old, the Jesse first pick to prove me wrong and send us to set number 5, or will try be able to get to that grand final.
First and foremost, it's a fat splatter rather than put Patchy out of range, and then Luffy just simply scoops in and plucks that kill away. Sans knows what's coming, but with the gadget cleared, he's going to be brought back down to earth. Gravity. Yeah, it's rough.
It's rough. Total team wipe there for the side of Tribe Gaming. They're in full control. And I'm going to keep my finger up here to count how many times this Jesse has died here, as Luffy is on the hunt with a full team wipe yet again. There just seems to be 0 counterplay out from this KDS comp.
Now it gets even harder to play into this, right? Diego Gamma again pops the gadget. Now there's not an easy way in. Luffy pops the hyper and says, I wonder what I can get here. There are a little too many shadows, though. Well, we were on 3. The count is 3 right now. Bobby here. Mindful, of course, of the little helps, but does have a couple of shadows in reserve being built up. Luffy is slowed by the gadget on Scrappy there, so as he dives in, he's waylaid somewhat, but this really doesn't prove to be much of an obstacle for Triumph.
There's just no way to break into the mid. Patchy has gotten turrets this game. He's managed to get some presence. Xing Xing is online for the side of the Sands, and he will be able to push them out. But it's just a minor reset there for Triumph. They just need to wait for the team to get back inside the mid. Luffy just needs to get a single super, and it's going to be so difficult for KDS to stay on the point.
All right, Scrappy throwing down to the hypercharge variety. That's going to be enough to deal with RBM, but now Sands is flashing a hypercharge. Diego has got to respect this, but he can stop any of these KDS brawlers in their tracks. The problem is that few of them are going to be planning to step up. Sands will be able to out-trade the Edgar in that moment, and the mute button finds a gadget of all things. Sands is somehow still alive, and he and Bobby have gotten his team back into the game. Starnova needs to put that damn sword away. It is out of control.
That is perhaps the most value I've ever seen a Starnova get here, and it just might be enough to save KDS here, but it's only 3% left that Tribe need. Luffy just needs to get on the point. Diego with 5 HP gets back on. And that's Tribe Gaming. I mean, they were so dominant, 82% up before KDS could even get on that point, and just by virtue of this Thanos with a sword, they managed to stay relevant inside that mid-game.
Yeah, it just comes a little bit too late. The KDS can get that map control. Half of the issue for them is playing into this Otis, which is constantly keeping their Jesse out of the fight, and if KDS are forced so far back, Luffy has been able to get a lot of value.
And he's going to be jumping in there onto 3, and there's no damage to bring him down. How can he be allowed to do that? This is his Tribe doing the same thing as game number 1 there. The focus fire from KDS is not sufficient.
I mean, hard landing is a hell of a star power, bro. Luffy is clapping him as soon as he touches down. The amount of burst damage here is just a little bit too much to deal with there, as the little helpers are actually going to body block nicely for Luffy, denying Sans the chance to take a trade.
Patchy now on this Jesse really wants to get that turret online. It's the only way that he can come online, and there's going to be a 7 death for him in this set. I'm still counting, ladies and gentlemen, of how much impact he has. His Starnova is the only win condition that I can see KDS feasibly having here. I think Sans really needs to get that hypercharge online and just put the whole of KDS on his back to stay in this set.
Another nice fat splatter there from Diego Gamma, and here comes Luffy running it down with that hyper. Sans going to be brought back down to earth, but the swing of the sword, it's about as good as it gets, folks. Sans has a hypercharge, and he clears Tribe off the zone.
It's a familiar situation as that game number 1 there. Hypercharge goes out though, but he chooses to go on to RBF. That's a lot of commitment there just to bring down one brawler. He will be able to cycle down this super though with this Jesse turret out there. It is answered by the fat splatter, but now Sans has no hypercharge. Can they keep themselves on the point?
Luffy lurking, waiting in the wings, but he is revealed briefly. Zan's trying to ward him away, but Luffy is going to find his way to his target one way or another, I suspect. And in he goes. Hard landing connects there. Still Scrappy slow and good. But Luffy gets another trigger of that AoE damage, and he takes the whole backline down himself. Zan's, strong as he is not going to be able to salvage this situation now for KDS, and Tribe have done enough. Great showing here in this semi-final to keep their dream of finally getting a monthly final win in 2026 alive.
We're back to the new El Clasico of North America. The old guard Tribe Gaming against the new kids on the block, the new prodigies in Team Electros in this grand final. But here, though, commiserations, we have to give it to KDS, who did make it this far. They kept it competitive up till this Jesse selection. And what's the counter here? This is a 9, right?
Oh, you cannot deny it. Yeah, wow. Yeah. You used a whole other hand for that. I was wondering if you're going to use both your hands for counting or just like do it back to the next one. I didn't want you to have no hands left. That would have been tough.
I would have borrowed yours, but...
Okay. Didn't have to, though, in the end.
Was that really refuting that from Tribe Gaming, or was that KDS just bowing out here? I mean, we talk about this Jesse as a NA flair here. This, to me, is, you know, definitive. You don't first pick Jesse.
Yeah, it does open you up certainly to any of those compositions that want to close the gap. I don't think it's so egregious to sort of pick 2 control brawlers out of the gates here, but these two are particularly susceptible here to getting dove on, and having that last pick, Edgar, I think probably came at KDS from out of left field. In general, though, if Sans is at the helm in terms of the drafts, I'd be pretty happy about that. I also think KDS are good enough to make it through LCQ, but the amount of growth we need to see from them between now and Worlds is pretty significant. We need to see those old dogs get back in the saddle and find a way to thrive amongst, you know, this uprising of young blood.
The next test for KDS is going to be the global stage in Guangzhou at LCQ. They're going to face 7 other teams from all across the globe. And if they, you know, can't even beat a number 2 or number 1 seed in the end of their own home region, they're going to struggle potentially against all the other regions. They still have a couple of months, though, to prepare for it. And now that they know that they are in postseason contention, I'm sure even though Bobby and Patchy have both already announced that they will retire at the end of the year, they want to end on a high note. They already take Sans here with them into an LCQ. Why not go all the way to the World Finals, you know?
Yeah, that would be incredible. I feel like the ranking here in North America is getting quite clear. You have a team that hasn't been able to touch number 1 for quite a while in Team Electros in the Grand Finals, waiting to do the same thing all over again.
Yeah, I've got to say, we've been hoping for a little bit more fire between these two teams, but when Team Electros takes on Tribe, they usually look like they've got them downloaded, got them figured out. And Tribe, from what we understand, haven't actually been able to figure out what the issue is. They have not been able to diagnose the problem against this team, and it might be because every time they play, it's something different. This Electros team have such broad brawler pools. They can play so many different styles. They can throw you a different look every single time you play. So you've just figured out the last look that beats you from them. Now you've got to deal with the new one. Tribe have to be ahead of the curve, ahead of that game, and ideally maybe working on their own style that is quite successful. But they struggled against KDS. Electros have been waiting for them, and they've been watching.
Coming into the North America August monthly finals, we had 2 major storylines. On the one side, we wanted to figure out which of the 2 teams is actually going to go to LCQ, and we now know we send a KDS there. On the other hand, we have to figure out who will be number 1 seed of the region. The finals will decide if it's going to be Team Electros or Tribe Gaming. One of the 2 is going to get to skip day 1 in Tokyo.
Phenomenal weekend of esports, and welcome to the Brawl Stars World Finals!
Renew their rivalry one last time, not remotely enough from Humble. Crazy Raccoon crowns King of Brawl!
Stop right there! You've got this!
ワールドファイナルが日本にやってくる。日本で会えるのを楽しみにしてるよ。
The best players in the world under the same roof.
This is the biggest world final we ever had.
ブロスター世界一決定戦がついに日本へやってくる。
The Japanese crowd is going to be electric.
The fans are going to show up in the thousands.
I can't believe it's actually happening in Japan.
This has been years in the making. Japan deserves this.
We cannot wait to get out to Tokyo. We are preparing something awesome for you.
So if you're thinking about going, do it. You won't regret it.
世界最強の12チーム
Battling for the ultimate prize.
A massive $1 million to be won.
そしてブロール e スポーツの歴史にその名を刻む永遠に
And I'm finally going to get to see you all in person.
そして東京はブロスタの熱狂に包まれる。
I'm going to Japan.
Hope to see you in Japan.
See you in Tokyo. 東京で会おう
See you in Tokyo.
スターパークの一部が東京に上陸します。現地にいる人しか手に入らないゲーム内報酬も用意されています。
11月20日から22日、東京で待ってます。
日本での世界大会は待ちきれない。
All of these players and people and more will be live in Tokyo. So if you want to root for your favorite teams live in a Japanese crowd, you better get your tickets still. There's only a couple more left. You see it over here, a QR code to scan for you to grab those coveted tickets. The players had to play for them. We can just buy them. Kind of a blessing.
Yeah, money's a cheat code, honestly.
Yeah, easy. Pay to win, by the way.
I'll be there. Super excited, I think, to see what the Japanese fandom has for us out there in Tokyo. It's been a long time coming, and East Asian teams are still darn good at Brawl Stars, so expect to see plenty of pride for your hometown representing teams out there in Tokyo.
Since this marks our last monthly final, not only of the summer split, but also of the entire 2026 regular season, before we head to all of our wonderful LAN events later down the line, we have collected some stats across the last 6 months of competition. We're going to start out here with the most global banned brawlers across the regions, and it paints such a nice picture how different the meta is in all of these different regions. Really stands out here that EMEA has banned Mortis the most of every single brawler on this list, actually 20 times in total.
Yeah, I just look at the most banned brawlers across the entire year, and I see pretty much like the first couple of batches of buffies, okay? Buffies are still quite fresh in Brawl Stars, and Mortis and Edgar have persisted in the meta for quite a while as a result. They were just so strong on release that you had to get rid of them, and as global bans, they make a lot of sense to stabilize the rest of the game.
Funny enough, it's also, for each of the regions, the most banned brawler, the brawler that I don't want my ranked randoms to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I also think, though, the brawlers with the biggest gap between skill ceiling and skill floor, or at least like the maximum or minimum expression on those brawlers. And that's why they look fantastic in the hands of our pro players, because they squeeze every last ounce of value out of picks like Mortis and Damien. We saw Pierce as well, heavily targeted by South America especially. And then, like you said, a smattering of those brawlers that are just amazing control brawlers like Crow and Ruffs in the mix. Ones that benefited pretty greatly as well from Hyperchargers and also, in Crow's case, especially Buffies.
We had 3 months of competition in the spring split, and now 3 months also in the summer split, where we didn't only get to see more global bans, but also a map draft. So these are the most picked maps across the board for each of the modes. It actually paints a very clear picture. We look over to the left here, Pinhole Pond, way more picked, way more often than Pinball Dreams and Triple Dribble. Interesting to me also that Heist Set Ready, we talked so often about Pit Stop. Our players seem to love a base race.
It's a weapon. Also, it's quite a good map to pick if you know how this map specifically flows. I also feel like this is very validating because I think to myself, I feel like I've seen like a lot of Pinhole Punt, a bunch of Out in the Open, and when do we ever see New Horizons? 4 measly picks for New Horizons, the yucky map that people don't feel like playing. Out in the Open is by far the favorite though.
Yeah, I'm surprised also to see Crystal Arcade actually eclipse Hard Rock Mine as like our go-to gem grab map. That's definitely a more recent development, as Hard Rock Mine feels so quintessential, right? Such a classic, look on that map. Layer Cake also did start to climb in those rankings as the year went on, but Hideout for me, as far as bounty, it's pretty synonymous, right? It is one of those longer range maps. We see teams prefer to play sharpshooters or those longer range brawlers on those looks. Kaze's also been picked up a ton there. Those high mobility brawlers that can go after the blue star.
I would love people out there to take these two screenshots and theorize also online. I would love to hear your theories out there, why a certain map has been picked up more often than another. Pitstop has been a topic here on the desk, and then the Crystal Arcade development. Many players that I spoke to actually say, oh, it's so hard to come back. This is the spawn trap map. Is that why they picked it in the end?
It's totally possible because you're able to really flex your muscles on those kind of maps where you're able to spawn trap. That's where you can win harder, basically. You win that initial interaction and then you're safeguarded against the rest of the
I also think that you're rewarded more for winning your side lanes on Crystal Arcade because it's much easier to pinch into mid as opposed to maps like Gem Fort where you've got to do a bit of extra legwork to take that advantage from that part of the map into where it matters.
But yeah, let me hear your theories. I'm excited to read them later tonight. Maybe not anymore, it's 2 AM, but
yeah, we're going to be sleeping. Seriously.
Maybe next week. First up now, we have one last grand final on the line for you. It's once again Team Electros versus Tribe Gaming. This just seems to be the story of the summer split here in NA. 3 times in a row, this is your grand finals, and twice in a row now, Electros has won it out 3-0.
It's looking that they might actually be able to 3-0 Tribe in the most epic way by taking 3 grand finals victories against them and conceding 0 times. Tribe did look quite good against KDS earlier, and Team Electros looked quite strong against Vatic. I think you have arguments to make about how Vatic should be putting all of their preparation. They should be looking so strong in that semifinal because that's their season on the line. And for KDS to dump everything into the quarterfinals just to stay alive, eke out ahead of their competitors for the LCQ race.
And again, this match matters. The very last game of our BSC has some extremely high stakes. Yes, both of these teams are going to be at Worlds, but only one of them gets to skip that group stage and make their way straight into the bracket. The other team has to reckon with Crazy Raccoon in that group, which is pretty intimidating. They are improving drastically. Obviously, been a while since they've maybe been highlighted as the team to beat this year. There's been a lot of back and forth there, but I'm still scared of them, and I wouldn't want to be going up against them in a potential elimination scenario. I do, of course, think that the honor of being the top seed out of this region matters a lot. The fact remains that either of these two teams can do damage at Worlds, and maybe they're positioned to give North America their best international showing yet.
I love in that graphic, by the way, the brawler choice fits so perfectly. Pierce for the side of Team Electros and then Boss for Tribe Gaming. We have the map draft here. Tribe Gaming got to go first here with Pinhole Punt. Another pick of the map. Let's see if we actually get to see many of these favorites. Golden Gulch was not the favorite in Knockout. Picked up here, Pitstop, Crystal Arcade. So at least 3 out of 4 maps are our favorite maps, and we get to close out on those. Hideout is going to be a random decider to end it all out. Do you think Tribe Gaming will be able to finally push Team Electros to a set further than just set 3?
I would wager that, yes, I think they've evolved in their approach to draft over the course of the last few months. They've targeted really hard how to approach Team Electros. You see in the bans already. This is actually quite standard for Tribe Gaming, just eliminating some of the more consistent options. Something they don't want to face is that Lumi. It manages to sneak its way through draft a lot of times because it's just not really worthy of a global ban. This has been a big point of conversation around global bans, that they've allowed Lumi into the meta.
Yeah, look, and she's been pretty impressive in a lot of cases when she has been able to land here, right? We get to the point in the game where it's kind of tough to ban out all the most impressive brawlers in the game. I think the Bolt ban is pretty heads up there for Electros because I don't think you want to deal with that level of volatility. Just don't worry about it. Not in a high-stakes game like this.
It all comes down to this now. This is our last chance at writing history for Tribe Gaming and Team Electros, at least. They want to grab that #1 seed. We're going to start our grand finals on Pinhole Punt. Last grand finals of the year. Pinhole Punt picked up by Tribe Gaming. It marks also the only map they lost in the semis. Played Lou, Damien, and Ruffs. Now, with a couple of these brawlers sliding through the bands here, actually, we could see a similar iteration of that comps. Team Electros with the first pick here is going to go with Ems. Now, Tribe with an answer. Is that Ems just target towards RBM's tank picks already?
Yeah, also, I feel like movement brawlers should be able to close the gap versus this M, so this is going to be something that Team Electros think about with their 4-5. Really, the priority here is just getting into mid, making use of speed gear to fill that gap in Ems' kit, which is that she just can't close the gap between herself and enemy brawlers.
It's also the least telling pick that Electros could make because they basically take Ems in every single one of their comps, right? They often try and get the Lu. That's been banned out here. We've seen the Ems paired up with that. They also try and get the Stu. That's been taken away from them here. But Ems says very little about their look, right? We might see, them try and index into healer. Poco is quite often where Electros try and go on this map. They happily pair it up with Ems, right? And then they can play something a bit more powerful to sort of round out their look. But remember, both these teams like to play the control brawlers, but Electros really like to build their comps from them.
Tribe Gaming, I don't know if they just didn't learn from their mistakes against KDS, picked the Damien into something that just was not a good matchup against him whatsoever. But now with the Meeple and the Otis ban from Team Electros, they take those two brawlers that worked so well for KDS out of the calculations. As you already mentioned, could pair the Ems here with a Poco. What we've seen also very often is just a Leon, once again, to enable the Ems to get into mid quite quickly. And mid control is everything on this map.
Gonna need a little bit more damage here. Ems is pretty good, but she's probably gonna want to run the pushback into the Damien for when things close in. And so she won't really be able to slow things down too much. It's going to take quite a bit to prevent Damien from one-pushing you and getting a goal off the bat.
I don't like this pick here necessarily, but Electros have been known to, that, like I told you, they love control brawlers. They will play Gale on this map as well. Yeah. They have done that on occasion. I don't know if you like it here. I think that the most powerful thing about Damien right now, honestly, is Gadget. So picking up the Frank here has been pretty heads up, and he makes great use, of course, of that Poco healing.
And on the other side, RBM must be scared of that Frank. He's a good counter into his Ashe. He's also working quite decently into that Damien, but still overall a better matchup for him than it was against that KDS comp.
Gonna be hard for Damien. He does come with a lot of knockback in his kit, so he can knock back the Frank in close range. Griff is going to pretty much crap out damage. I mean, that's what this guy does. He has so much with the use of his first star power that shoots a big coin now. And he'll also be able to throw down a coin shower to impede the progress of the Poco and Ems that don't have movement on their side. They're going to need that bush pretty badly. No movement brawlers is really what I'm getting at.
Coin shower is actually a huge pain in the neck if you want to heal. It feels like getting hit by the Crow, because if you often need to stand where the coin shower is, especially on Brawl Ball, and that means you just take a little bit of damage, but more importantly, your heal gets delayed. So if you're like Damien, for example, you're still going to be waiting around for a chance to play the game properly. It is time to jump into our grand final. Team Electros versus Tribe Gaming. The latter looking for their first grand finals win of the year, but they're up against their perennial nemesis. Electros have had their measure almost every time, but Tribe get off to the better start here on Brawl Ball, and they'll punctuate that point with an early goal.
This was the concern from the outset. In the draft, it didn't look like Team Electros were going to be able to offer enough of a rebuttal for this aggression from Tribe. Once more forward with RBM, if he gets a super, that would be incredible. Going to go for it onto Duin. Needs to receive this pass, but the defense is quite good enough. Now Tribe with yet more defense of this mid. They got it practically for free with this Damien marching forward. Luffy looking for even more value with the use of the hypercharge. Cycles it 1, 2, and 3 times, but still cannot hold off everything on his own.
Yeah, pretty insane amounts of damage there from the Griff, as we expected. Going to be causing Charisma now to hold Diego Gaming in place for the time being, but Snowy can't actually get to the Stu and clean him up. Even with a super available, and now he's in trouble. Okay, Tuning Fork, he comes out, try and keep that Frank in play, but it's a dirty little gadget to break up that pull-in gadget from Frank.
Yeah, but a bit of miscommunication as RBM decided to abort onto the right side. The pass did reach over to the left. It was an opportunity for Tribe to score. Now the ball is on their side, but everyone from TE is so weak at hypercharge forward for Memon to get additional damage. They want Snowy to pack the punch that will eventually get this goal. Excellent synergy, and the wall break timing is perfect.
And to some degree, Coin Shower almost helps Snowy because he stays low health, which means his rate of fire is really high. That is a gigantic Damien Super that we're looking to try and waste no time in trying to get towards the objective. But Memen stands in Luffy's way right now. It's Hot Potato with the ball here as Luffy is going to get it past the M's and slot through for a tribe game.
What now can be done for Team Electros to slow things down at the beginning? Because they got absolutely run over. It was obvious from the draft that that was a major concern. The M's in close range isn't going to offer very much. He has to run push. And Poco's not going to have any damage either. It comes down to whether Frank can hit a pretty respectable stun on the beginning. The first interaction is totally crucial for defending against a free goal for Tribe.
Yeah, Frank is tough on this map because it's full of unbreakable walls as you get out of that midfield. So for the most part, Snowy has to be pretty creative to find connection on this damage. Notice he tried to tie that gadget there to catch Luffy out unsuccessfully. And Diego is going to be able to stay clear of this Frank damage and thought to walk it in and slot it through.
Nicely done. Just timed that shot really, really well. As he was expiring, he just needed the distance a little bit closer. Wall break and super stun for Snowy. And this one's death falling up the left side. Could it be, though, a little bit slower? Yes, the heal that we needed to see from Poco, and a stun, and once more, wall break into goal combo. It's been a goal for either side so far, and only 40 seconds into the game.
This is a battle between Luffy's damage and Duin's healing right now, and the latter won out in that last encounter. However, when a Damien Super gets added to the mix, all of a sudden, things become a little bit harder to predict. Nice showing here for Tribe Gaming, winning that first set against Electros, unlike last month where they couldn't put a scratch on them. This is just the start they're looking for.
Yeah, this is the first crack starting to show for Team Electros, is that Tribe actually did manage to get a draft advantage over them, which is the common issue that they've had in this matchup. They just get outdrafted repeatedly. Tribe have the individual skill to best Team Electros, or at minimum to fight toe-to-toe with them. But the draft has not been there, and this one they practically walked it through for the entire set.
Yeah, like I thought the draft for Tribe here looked great, just being able to mix grit in there at the end. Yeah, you knew you were dealing with a Frank here, but your Damien can do his thing. Whenever RBM's able to find a super, it's a goal. It doesn't matter if there's a Frank there or anything else, because the damage simply isn't there. And they can send their Griff forward. He gets a lot of value off of those supers. We saw so many of them cycled. And a disgusting 742 DPS here for Luffy.
I just want to point out here that whatever happens next, Tribe Gaming already did better than in 2 consecutive matches against Team Electros. Faced against them all summer split long in the grand finals, and both times they lost 3-0.
It's a healthy lead to have one set advantage. Team Electros knew that this was going to be a tougher Tribe Gaming this month. You saw him just a moment ago. Evidently, he's decided to vaporize for the time being, but Roledu in the background, he joined Tribe Gaming last month, if I recall, and he's been helping out with the drafts. He drafted the first couple of matches in the last monthly final, and now I assume he's going to be making some big contributions, because I think it's outdrafts galore. Anytime Roledu is in the room, he has been such a great player, or rather coach, to revitalize this roster that struggled so much into Team Electro specifically.
I do think this is such a fun matchup. I don't know, thinking back to February, we had Team Electros come in as a complete rookie team. We didn't really know much about them outside of their absolute Matarino merchants. They are demolishing every single tier 2 and 3 team out there, but we've never seen them in a monthly final stage, and they come out of the gate swinging with a monthly final victory in their very first showing. On the other side, we have Tribe Gaming. Luffy's already training, playing standing for the World Final since the beginning of the year, and then look at Memen.
Yeah, it's not exactly giving dress for the job you want. You know, that's what standing up playing.
Can we put a couch on the stage for him at Worlds?
There will be a special accommodation specifically for Memen.
I was going to say, Semantic's been asking for a chair for years. Do you think this guy's going to get a bloody couch? No way.
And maybe we weren't asking for enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, ask for forgiveness, not for permission. Bring your own couch. You know, have it winched onto the stage.
That's a great idea.
Again, if you literally sign up the couch as one of your substitute players,
they'll have to.
They have to allow it.
This is true. Well, I mean,
if OG can stand around behind the players, behind Stamina at Worlds, then I can put a couch behind me.
Is there anything preventing a coach from kneeling down and becoming a player's chair?
No, actually, that's true.
I think getting a ticket to Tokyo to hang out in Japan with all of these players, I'm sure there's someone out there that will be playing couch for Memen.
This is true. Y'all, I will be a couch in exchange for the pins. I'm just going to put it out there.
I think we should still get him a proper leather couch.
He's not feeling the joke ready.
Well, no, because, I mean, again, I was super down for it until we started talking human couches. Then I'm like, okay, like, no. Listen, look at Memon. Look at his posture, right? Now look at us. We've been standing all night. Now look
I've
back
been
to
screaming
him.
standing up.
Who is having the time? This guy's having the time of his life right now. He's comfortable. He's in his sweatpants. He's dialed in, and he's been playing control brawls all evening. Must be nice. Get this guy back on the mortars. Get this guy back on, some of these nasty assassins. Yeah, get him back on the Mina. That was an insane run from him. He hasn't really had to show too much of that part of his skill set yet.
Well, let's see if we're gonna get to see that on Gold Arm Gulch. Our next map here, it's not the favorite of all knockout maps that we learned now, looking back at the last 6 months, but has shown up quite often today already. These teams know exactly what they want to play here. Naja, for example, the most played brawler here from Team Electros, banned out by Tribe Gaming. And on the side of Tribe, they love to play Rico, banned out by Team Electros. So both of these teams did their homework. They're banning each other's favorites. Tribe, now with the first pick, are we going to get to see Dean again? No, Max so far would be a great synergy. Dean actually banned out on the left. Max still picked up here. What else would you pair with her?
Alongside the Max, I think just any aggressive brawler would benefit greatly. You don't want to play around too much control. We'll also keep our eye out for some wall breaker stuff that can rebuff last selection. Bolt has been banned, but there are all kinds of things that can get up in your face towards the end. Edgar has been a major consideration on this map.
Yeah, if you're going to play a control comp, you need to open the map because you need to find a way to pressure some of these aggressive brawlers on the approach. And Gold Arm Gulch provides so much cover that you can basically get within spitting distance of your opponents without even being, in their line of sight. So seeing Pierce picked up here could allude to that strategy, but we've seen sharpshooters picked on Gold Arm Gulch without any wall break potential. They just play the top lane of the map mostly, just try and trade out until things start to get a little bit closer. Obviously, Pierce gives you that extra element in being able to impact people from behind walls, and a super that can almost guarantee you eliminations as the gas starts to close in. People, again, also someone who can thrive when we have a large density of walls being set up.
Not too shabby from the left so far. 2 long-range brawlers. Kind of reminds me of a comp we've seen earlier with that Angelo Piper. We didn't love it. It also did not work out. Let's see if Team Electros is going to go in with that triple sniper themselves now, or if they have another answer. Something aggressive maybe still for that last turn. On the side of Tribe Gaming, you already mentioned, Reddy, you would pair up that Max with something aggressive. They really like the Ollie, sometimes Kit or even Doc. And some of these cheesy brawlers are actually still left open.
Daryl.
Now with the Brock pick, though, I do not believe we get to see any cheese here.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like it. Brock is going to be able to break these walls. It'll diminish some of the value for the Meeple. I feel like as soon as this Meeple comes up, you got to abandon the idea of getting in close range because he's going to punish you every single time with Rage Quit. It's such a deterrent. Now, with Brock specifically, this goes beyond just wall break because he is one of the best brawlers in the game right now because of his range. He, with the Buffy, will get extended range, can play really nicely around the diagonal. Edgar is a loopy special.
God,
he has been farming this brawler repeatedly. It's going to be into the Mem and Mina. I'm here for it.
Oh man, it's about as good as it gets. So we were asking for this coming into this map. RBM, obviously on an aggressive brawler, is always going to be a sight to see. But both of these teams have drafted compositions that can thrive either in broken wall circumstances or if the map remains pretty much untouched. And it's only the side of Tribe that has the capacity to open up the map anywhere.
This one is going to be a closer match than we have seen in the last couple of months. Team Electros already down 1 set versus Tribe Gaming. It's more than they have in the entire summer split thus far. But this is a different Tribe Gaming that we're looking at today. And yet, it looks a little bit familiar. Seeing that Edgar come in, it's something that enabled them to succeed so much at the Brawl Cup. They're going to be playing a less traditional Gold Arm Gulch here. Usually the thing you would do is go left lane immediately. Team Electros opt to try and storm Tribe at the gates on the right side so they don't get pressured too far, as they are operating with less range overall.
And man's getting dangerously close here, getting a lot of damage on towards Diego, who has to make use of that gadget, and now Tribe need to bide their time and get healed back up.
Everyone cornered for Tribe. At least they should be able to get a max speed out of here if the emergency calls for it. They also want to get Luffy in the ideal position. as he does have his super now. Memen's going to be able to dash away quite easily. They also know that Meeple's going to be blasting people away with a rage quit, so Doan would be an ideal target. But really, it's just about survival until the last few seconds. RBM will be able to rocket rain down. Luffy can jump in. But if they can get that rage quit out of Snoy beforehand, it would be perfect. Poison's closing in, and now the action's kicking up.
And Rocket Rain coming in. Memen able to throw a gadget down, but Diego Gamer clears him out. Doan inside the gas, needs to take a second shot here behind that Flask pickup, but doesn't have the damage to bring RBM down.
Great aim there also from RBM in the final few seconds. It's really difficult to land those shots as Brock, in spite of his long range, the rockets are pretty slow, so they're difficult to hit in mid-range. I feel like Doan, there's a world in which he could have won that, but this was executed really wonderfully by Tribe. They struck at the exact perfect time. A different rollout from Team Electros this time as they opt to just go for the left side, don't try and corner in Tribe. It didn't achieve anything for them, and now they want to split Tribe apart if possible on the right side.
Electro is looking for a way to close this round out while still rationing these available supers. They don't want to be at a disadvantage in the decider if we get to it, but Tribe are showing nothing. Staying inside this grass as long as they humanly can. Doan can only speculate as to where Diego is playing, as he's only revealed for a brief window in between each set of these shots. So, Team Electros are simply going to wait for the gas to force Tribe inward.
Yeah, the only issue, though, is that Snoy has to play really defensively. He's not, like, even shooting a single shot here because he knows if he gets killed by RBM, then it's all over. Diego Gamer tossed up into the air on the top side. Meanwhile, on the left, Luffy rushing in. He's on just a shred of HP, but this was clinical from Tribe. They knew every single target to hit in the correct order. Flawless here on Gold Arm Gold.
And Memen looked pretty good there in some of those moments, just mechanically, but the Rocket Rain starts the fight there for Tribe, so they get a bit of extra free damage off the rip, and they immediately force Electros to react, to respond, to try and come back. We saw a wind wall gadget thrown down by Memen, but Team Electros didn't know whether to go forward or to pull back.
Once more with a different approach for TE. They commit 2 on the right side. Doan checking out the left. Memen on really low HP, punished for his aggression. Tribe were ready for that, and Snoy's forced to pop this gadget now. Since he popped it right before he died, he's not going to have it off the beginning of the next round. And all that Tribe can do now are try and milk this Pierce for as much supercharge as he is worth. Doan, of course, would love to get a super of his own. But it's a dead round. All it's going to mean is who gets utility for round 2.
But that is huge, though. There's like a 10-second gap where there's no rage quit available for the Meeple, and Luffy has super ready. So if you're Tribe, it would be a little surprising to see them throw caution to the wind like that, but they've got a round in reserve. They're going to have a buffer in order to try and win straight off the rip. Would be one of the more exciting, one of the quicker rounds of Gold Arm Gold you'll ever see. Doan retreats into the gas to run it back once more.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Tribe to execute on that now because they don't have the max speed to get the Edgar forward. You'll see everyone from TE playing really safe, all sticking together on the left side because they don't have that get out of jail free card that Meeple typically has. On the right side, Tribe doing the same old thing that's worked for them for the past 3 rounds in a row, playing at long range, waiting for RBM super to get up. That's when they'll target Snoy, get him down first, and then unleash Luffy and Diego Gamer on the rest.
You see how potent that empowered shot from Brock is. Can cover that entire diagonal. And Doan was forced off that sight line entirely from that encounter. Now, Luffy has Hypercharge. Everyone on Tribe has their supers ready to go. And we might just be seeing RBM waiting for Electros to move into the map and then going for that super, which is why Electros may be playing a little bit slower about this. They don't want to set up in that open area and be easy targets.
They just know that they have to get rid of this Brock, and Memen's the best person to do it because he's able to juke these pretty slow rockets at mid-range. Has the super at the ready as well. The speed in. Time to get into position. RBM just looking for at least 1 kill. Luffy is going to get hit by the rage quit on the bottom left. Now TE get to stay alive. Memen and Snoy just on a shred of HP, and Diego Gamer won't be able to do this alone. This is what happens when you can't get rid of the Meeple. He wasn't disarmed at all. The hypercharge Edgar jumped on him, and it wouldn't have made any difference if the Edgar hadn't hypercharged at all.
Yeah, Luffy got absolutely rolled. Fortunately for him, Diego Gamer has a hypercharge ready, so he'll be able to feed Luffy's, which will accrue over time. And time is something we've seen that Tribe have had in these rounds, but for whatever reason, Team Electros are trying to play a bit more proactively now, especially with the map broken up as it is. They get Tribe corralled here onto this right-hand side of the screen, but they're going to go for it now. RBM throws that hypercharge super down. Diego Gamer trying to advance on them now. RBM shots are empowered. They dodge away from the Pierce super. Luffy into the backline, but he's going to be brought down by Doan. And now Diego Gamer and RBM have to turn tail. Soy has super, not so useful out in the open like this, but these Brock shots are forcing the Meeple south.
He's going to have to play at max range, RBN, and he's looking down the barrel of this Pierce Super that threatens to get a 2K the closer that Diego and RBM stick together. They don't have an option, though. They have to go aggressive. Now, attempting to punish Duin on the left side, going to nail 1 and 2 shots. Snowy on the right side with a desperate gadget in the last seconds, but Tribe will now be able to stow away a second set with a 2-0 lead in a match they have not been able to win this year.
There are a lot of permutations that this series could have taken, but I don't think many of us expected it to be seeing Tribe on match point so early on. Team Electros, frankly, who've looked perfect, near flawless. The Vatic game surely was a tough one for them, but outside of that, they look very cool, calm, and collected. Have been giving ground to Tribe in every round, every step of the way so far. Tribe are dialed in. You can see just how much, not only the monthly final win, but the #1 seed in this region means to them. They've been the very description of consistency over the course of this year in the Americas, but they've decided it's time to buck the trend and go for gold.
Tribe Gaming has reached the Grand Finals 4 times before today already. And 4 times they came out as the second place. They finally want to shake that silver medal curse, and they're on the best way to it. 2-0 already up against Team Electros, a team that they've faced a couple of times this year already and only bested a single time. Now in the summer split, as mentioned already, 2 times a 3-0 against them. They're about to return the favor.
It's entirely possible, but it's not over until it's over. They were reverse swept in one of their second place appearances by Only Realm in March, and that was just devastating. Tribe struggled to make it to the top in that month. Of course, Team Electros made it to top 2 in the first month of the year. Tribe went out in the semifinals. So Tribe know that they have to stay dialed in for this last bit. Team Electros, though, they look really shaken. Mimin, in every single match that I watch him play, he slowly sinks into the couch the longer the match goes on. Yeah. And he's just sat up. His head has cleared the top of the couch.
All right, so he's adjusted his gamer posture at the very least, but he got to play that Mina finally, and it still wasn't enough, as flashy as he looks on that pick. The drafting for Tribe Gaming has been a rough approach today so far, especially in this series. Now we're heading into pit stop. Talk about volatility. Will Tribe opt into some kind of all-in strategy with the monthly championship on the line?
Boss is coming out first. A Tribe special, very early giveaway of their hand. They want to base race this. Boss can act as a defensive measure or also just go all in. On the left-hand side now, we see a lot of Barry, usually Kaze also still left open. 2 of the favorites from Team Electros still wide open. Barry, by the way, on both sides, their most picked brawler.
Yeah, and Barry, one that was actually target banned into Team Electros earlier, pretty much just because Duin is so darn good at the brawler. Surge is going to be coming in as a defensive selection. He has counterplay into Buzz. He's straight up not a brawler that you want to grapple because he's just going to jump up and he'll hit a couple of shots on you on your way over, depending on the distance from which you grapple him. He's also one of the top brawlers in the game in general right now, and here comes Barry. Now, the concern with this Surge is that he doesn't really get much safe damage. He has to win his lane pretty hard in order to get contributions onto the safe, and he doesn't have much HP, so he doesn't have staying power on the lane like some other brawlers would.
Feels like anti-personnel. I also think that Griff pick has gotten a lot of mileage for both these squads today. You could sort of opt to bring that one in here and just have like a pretty potent, like high damage control brawler occupy the middle part of the map and make it hard to advance. It's also like oh, what is this? The Sam, one of the least picked brawlers we've seen in quite some time, has now been adopted.
We just talked about it yesterday in the car.
In the drive over, I was talking about guess the brawler that I'm thinking of, and no one got Sam. He's such a forgotten brawler, honestly. The last time I think I saw him play in this region was by second best on Safe Zone, and it fell completely flat on its face. The Hypercharge is pretty good, but do you really think you're going to get it?
By the way, yes. Your casters on the desk are this nerdy. We're playing Guess the Brawler in the car.
No, it was
work. Dynamite. I absolutely love this.
No, it's because Reddy was making us guess voice lines, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. In your face.
All right, there you go. Thanks for the rendition. We have Dynamite now here added to the mix. So 2
Crazy.
tanks, Dynamite.
What is going on with this region today? We get the Bonnie, we get the Chessie back. We're back in 22.
Roledu, bro. He comes on in. He's got the secret sauce. And now if you're Team Electros, you think you've seen everything. You have played So many officials.
Is this really your best?
You're just going to try and craft the best comp you can and try not to pay this one too much heed. But let's theorize. What is the gameplay loop supposed to look like here for this tribe?
I mean, theoretically, how do you want to beat these still rookies, the newer players here on the block? You just play brawlers that they never had to face before because they've been out of the meta for such a long time.
That's so true, actually. I mean, Team Electros do scrim a lot, so they should be familiar with some things that are off meta. People do like to experiment in scrims. Not every scrim has to be a, well, let's play against the brawlers that you are guaranteed to face in every monthly final because everyone's trying to get the edge. It's truer this month than any other.
Led by Sam, Tribe Gaming craft a pretty kooky composition. I'm going to try and run it down on this safe. And already Diego Gamer is starting to go to work. You can see the damage from Tribe's composition begin to take hold. It's going to be tough to dig this Dynamite out of position, but Doyen's able to put down some ice cream fields and even up the race.
How often do you see Fidget Spinner used for Dynamite? A lot of times Satchel Charge is just more useful for the stun, but he just needs the evasive capabilities that this gadget gives you. It gives you more speed. RBM fakes out Snowy. He will be able to get to level 4, so that it is advantageous, but for the time being, it looks like this base race is headed in the favor of TE.
Yeah, they're ignoring Doyen. I don't know if that is necessarily a good idea because Snowy can actually fight and defend here on his own. It's the Dynamite damage over the top, though, that might be a little bit of an issue. Very quickly, Tribe have taken the first game in this last set. This comp is absolutely disgusting.
I want to point out that RBM, uncharacteristically, is not on the tank in this composition. It is Luffy. And so many times, it's actually been one of my criticisms of the team, is that Luffy tries to be the hero. He tries to put the rest of the team on his back. He wants to play the new stuff, the carry brawler. But now, it's working beautifully.
Oh, Memin might be in trouble. He was able to slip away, though, but it takes Doyen's help to do so. And Diego Gamer, again, is going to go back to damaging this safe down. Snowy can defend, but not against two brawlers simultaneously. He's got to deal with RBM first. We already have a knock on this safe, but Doyen and Memin are doing much the same, and Luffy can't defend.
We also see Dynamite have to go backwards. Diego Gamer doing what he can. Even gets the crack. It's just perfect. But it's going to be equaled by Team Electros on the opposing side. Tribe now get to move their momentum forward. Sam trying to get around the left side. Going to be able to. Snowy's ready to just jump on him. And this was anticipated by Luffy. As much damage as possible. Not going to get the stun that he looked for, but Diego Gamer's in position. Meanwhile, it's equaled again on Tribe safe.
It's going to be a close game, but Diego's in a free-firing position. He's just not nearly fast enough. Doyen and Memin combine beautifully here. Able to put more damage down. And now Tribe have to respect the raw output of this Electros comp. Maybe just opting into a straight-up base race might be inadvisable.
The deal with Pit Stop is that since it's such a brief map, you have to make a bunch of impossible plays, but it's condensed into such a brief window. If you want to flex your ability to do something to absolute perfection, this is the place to do it. But so far, Team Electros are going to have to do this with no errors whatsoever. Tribe Gaming have been absolutely devastating on this map.
Yeah, they lose in the neutral big time. Memin with a Fist of the Brawl Star to actually win that matchup against the Buzz and use a gap closer to move further up the map. This is nice looks for Team Electros, and they are holding up under the pressure. Diego Gamer has to heal up. He can't constantly be putting damage down on this safe because he'll get dominated by anyone coming back off respawn. The damage has been good, but it's not enough here as Tribe Safe is struggling.
Diego Gamer just wants this crack. He needs a little bit more damage. Going to get it, and the safe is down to 20,000 HP. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Tribe Gaming taking a beating on this safe. It's a hypercharge berry to get the last bit of damage. Memin closes around from the right to knock this one down. Tribe Gaming threatened to finish this match within just 3 sets. And now the reverse sweep is possible. Memin so aggressive in his plays on the opposing safe. Everything is starting to come back. You see the relief on everyone's faces. That's Hobbit in the background, by the way. That's the whose house everyone's playing from on TE. And even he looks relieved.
Here's how it went down here. You can see that Luffy and Diego Gamer are trying to pressure this safe down, but Doyen is consistently getting good damage down, throwing those ice cream fields at the safe, and that really adds up, especially when there are multiple of them that are overlapping. Memin again displaying his prowess on one of those, like high skill cap brawlers by just running through here on this Kaze. Tribe thought that they could put Team Electros out of this tournament with a bit of a cheese composition, but these guys seem like they're ready for anything, and perhaps An honest victory might be the best approach for Tribe.
Very creative draft here for the side of Tribe Gaming, and they were on match point. It looked like it can actually work out. Diego Gamer looks like he didn't do much if you just look at kills and damage, but look at the damage to save. That Dynamite actually played out wonderfully. On the left side, it was Kaze and Barry kind of evening out that score and making sure Team Electros finally gets a set win on the board.
162,000 damage for Diego Gamer. He was even making use of Fidget Spinner to get additional damage, helped him bring that down to 20,000 HP, but it just wasn't possible for Luffy to defend in the end. Also, some of the stuns went awry. Like, it wasn't a perfectly executed Sam, but it was a really, really good effort and super inventive.
Snowy actually with 723 DPS. I think that's the highest number we've seen all night.
Yeah, I mean, one of them, I think we did see another, like a 700-odd Griff game as well, but that is pretty extreme. That means that you are going to work on enemy brawlers for so much of that round. And I've got to say, like, doing on the Berry, 138k damage to the safe, plus like over 200 DPS. That guy was kind of doing a bit of everything. That's the difference maker.
And both of those teams would have loved to play the Berry on their own. Tribe Gaming tried to go up against it with a very creative comp, and I commend them for it, but in the end they dropped their first set to Team Electros. Now, don't lose to momentum. Team Electros have reverse swept teams before, and Tribe got reverse swept before, so I hope for the sake of Tribe Gaming sanity, that's not what's about to happen.
Well, Tribe Gaming definitely planned for longer than a 3-set series, so we'll see what they had in store here for Crystal Arcade. They're going to be going into this Griff first pick. It threatens to destroy some of the side lanes, but now also keep in mind that all the cards are in your hand. You can choose whether they're broken or not. We saw Coin Shower run here earlier by Vatic, and the Griff Hypercharge was such a major consideration in upsetting the enemy gem carrier there. Ruff's now taken by Tribe Gaming. They want the capability of breaking the side lanes by themselves. Also takes this valuable selection away from Team Electros. It's one of their most comfortable brawlers.
Yeah, you don't want to let them play Griff and Ruffs here. I think you're just giving far too much over to Electros. We have the ban of the Janet. So the most safe mid option has been taken away, and you'll note here that Tribe Gaming have tried to ban out as many safe mid options as humanly possible. This tells me that they're probably looking for some kind of aggressive brawler that can threaten, that can close the gap. But without Stu and Matt, it's going to be kind of hard to find that pick.
They pick up a tank counter here, kind of also hints towards potentially playing into tanks later on in the draft. As you already mentioned, many of the safe gem carry options are out of the way. One that still sticks out to me could be a potential loot coming in here, would also serve as another tank counter on the side of Team Electros. With that Griff first pick, they have started the draft as beautiful as you really can. As Reddy already pointed out, they have it in their hands now to break open the map or to play Coin Shower. We saw a Griff being played on this map earlier. He's so strong with both gadgets. Mortis comes out now, a very early pick at that. Now, yeah, I don't know. Does a Mortis in August 2026 still work into Surge?
It does. Well, because he's not going to be targeting the Surge. He's going to be avoiding that Surge like the plague so that he doesn't feed him. And then he's going to be going for the Colonel Ruffs, who is most likely to play on lane, is also a flex pick. Like, you can play him around mid if necessary. Yeah, so this is a threat for that gem carrier. They know that they're not going to be playing into a Janet that can get away easily, and they're going to be taking away Meg as a high health selection, something that's actually really good into Mortis because of the stun capability you have.
It is something that Surge can feed off of, in fairness, but you've got two fairly strong side laners here. They're just like laid down like suppressive fire with their primary fire and make it hard to gain ground. Surge does need to get up a little bit closer and more personal here. And now we're going to see what the aggressive last pick is supposed to be, right? We have an idea of who the mid's going to be now, and Damien will be the one to close the gap to walk it on up.
Interesting. I would have bet on either Damon or then Lou or Pearl to have a secure mid that can go up against that Mortis on the other side. Also both really good into mech. Damon comes in here, tries to battle it out here with the aggressor on the left side. Ready, gut feeling after you know the draft now. Is it going to be a 3-1 or an even round?
I get the feeling that this would be an even round. I feel like the Damien's really going to struggle. I feel like this is a typical Tribe Gaming thing where they're going to try to force something. We'll see what Luffy does. He's on the search this time. And on the side lanes, he's going to struggle a lot. Immediately just fodder for Memon as he snapped up instantly.
I think Memon's going to carry the game from this Mortis position. I think it's very, very dangerous. Doin also going to collapse on this right lane, and Diego ceases to exist because Combo Spinner is an ability that was added to the game. Pretty brutal stuff. Memon is doing whatever he darn well pleases, and there's so much damage here with this Griff, who is playing piggy bank. So the map's going to get cracked wide open, and that doesn't seem to bother Memon at all.
And it's going to be a major issue for Luffy because he needs these bushes in order to get in range of players and also just get that first super. Going to be also receiving the Colonel Ruff's buff, gives him a little bit more damage and HP, which is going to be vital for closing the gap versus Memon, who's right now devouring RBM, going for pinches with Duin on the right side. And on the left, Snoy has gone for the second wall break of this map. It's going to make this nightmarish for RBM and Luffy.
Okay, Duin was de-suited for a time, now going to be back in and probably about to be ejected here if he's not careful. RBM tried to go for the dive, didn't work out. Memon might hope to orchestrate something similar on his side of the map here, but Luffy is dangerous, and if he has a super, he has those invulnerability frames. Memon dashes away, 2 gems to the name of this Mortis, but Tribe still lead by 2.
Every single wall is being broken. Snoy is sparing no block, no concrete, no nothing, no bush. And RBM, despite his best efforts, won't be able to crack open this defense. The advantage still belongs to Tribe for now because Luffy is a very safe gem carrier. He can't pick up that up now because he obviously took that buff earlier on, so he's going to have to work for his own hypercharge.
That surge gadget is something you've got to be really careful of. Memon was able to draw it out of him there, but he doesn't want to run into it anymore. RBM now inside the hypercharge super knows he can do Duin in, Duin in, but now he's going to try and push up the map. Back in mech, hypercharge here for Snowy. He's hitting hard, but Luffy is clear of all of this action, and he might have given Tribe aiming a way out of the series prematurely, especially if RBM is going to get in the way of the rest of Team Electros.
It's going to take time to break the entire map open for Team Electros, but you see it's such a high priority. And as a result of those walls being broken open, Surge has to retreat further and further, but it's fine because he just wants to be the gem carrier anyway. As long as he gets that level 3, he just needs that super, and he's going to have to get it early game or depend on Memon not to push him so aggressively. I expect to see Memon play much more carefully around Surge's round.
Memon trying to avoid him
instantly.
As usual. The map break coming through here. In the mech here for Duin. Memon, yeah, being a little bit safer this round and doesn't really want to fight the Damien either.
Not what you want to see if you are Team Electros. They've given Luffy level 4 right off the bat, but seems like Memon's going to throw caution to the wind. He says, I've accepted it. I'm going to be facing a level 4 Surge for the majority of the game. I just need 1 kill. And it's going to take a hypercharged Mortis to do that, so now they've adapted their playstyle. They're going to have Memon send as many possible attacks as he can till he gets a hypercharge and make that the win condition.
Whichever way you slice it, though, already, it's pretty devastating to see Luffy already at this advanced stage on Surge. No one can really out-damage him. And he has a hypercharge to work with now. Pretty bad when that is your opponent's gem carrier. And Electros basically need to build up that critical mass of supers, especially on their Mortis, to do him in. They managed to get him. That is massive. All those gems now dropped to the ground and scooped up instantly by Duin, just as you called it. It's all about that super.
Yeah, what was the big idea there? A jump forward for Luffy, left him wide open to attack from Memon. 7 seconds to go, and there's a lot of room to clear. Luffy's gonna have to be the hero. They need so much damage. Lining up the shots next to Duin, but he doesn't have enough ammunition to accomplish this. Oh, we could be going to set number 5. That was not a good play from Luffy. Really, really hurts after he was given such a wonderful start.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you sort of credit him as someone that is always trying to be the carry, put the team on his back, but he's also the one in the position of the greatest responsibility. And there, it's a slight misstep that exposes him to that super from Memon on the Mortis, and he gets cleaned up.
Luffy once again on mid, looking for early interactions. Diego Gamer will get a little bit of damage as they fend off this initial Mortis push. And RBM's comfortable around the left side just to establish pressure, but really he would love to get over towards Memon to keep a buffer between the rest of his team and the Mortis.
Here comes Memon, looking for Diego Gamer, at least some free damage. Combo Spinner does have that damage, but he's still going to be caught by the heals as he tries to escape. Only 2 gems here for Duin. Snowy doesn't really want to fight RBM, but he has some help here in the form of his Meg.
Still watching this Meg. Wants to get her mech back. It's going to take just a moment here. Needs to line up those shots. Meanwhile, Luffy is at level 4. Could take her down at long range. So being cautious around this Memon, also going to get some additional supercharge there. It is about getting the hypercharge and applying pressure to Luffy to keep him back.
Again, like many strategies on Gem Grab, it's about Team Electros getting to a critical mass and then assassinating the opponent's Gem carrier. Damien Super here, a bit disruptive here for doing. He's going to throw that mech out and try and throw some disruption back. RBM survives for quite some time, but Memon has now developed that hypercharge, and not a moment too soon, as Triber is 7 gems and counting, and Luffy is looking very dangerous there in the mid.
Has his super, it means that Memon can't really get a kill on him the old-fashioned way. It's going to take a hypercharge, and he needs the super desperately. Tribe Gaming only need a couple of gems here. Next one's going to spawn on their side. Memon has to go in now. Hypercharge and nearly made a connection with Luffy, but he managed to jump away, but now he has no defense mechanism. Hypercharge in from RBM, double stunned back and forth, but Tribe just have to play for tempo here. Next gen should be spawning on their side, but they cannot get forward. Duin's in too aggressive of a position, and they're going to have to wait.
Wise for Electros, though, to jockey back when they saw that Damien Super come into play. They've got themselves up to 9 gems here, so giving themselves a window where they can drop back, heal up, and now fight for a decider. This could all come down to this next exchange of supers. And Memon is still trying to build his up. Still always close to a hypercharge as well, but I've got my eyes on Luffy at 8 gems as Electros start the countdown for now.
Next gem is going to go to Tribe. TE are well aware. Snoy also close to that hypercharge super. Got to be just a few point hits away. And Tribe Gaming are being very mindful of the distance that they're keeping from him. Memon swipes in to steal a gem, and the hypercharge is out. RBM's here just to be a distraction. Meanwhile, Memon tries to steal the gem, but it's not going to work out. Tribe Gaming with a countdown of their own.
I don't know how Team Electros are supposed to catch Tribe at this rate. Luffy is going to be able to build those supers, and Doin gets caught by the shots from the Surge. Luffy's been out of control here. Sure, he made a slip up in that previous round, but here he's showing just how dominant he can be when he decides to simply win the game and win the monthly final. Tribe have finally done it.
It's been an entire year in the making. Forever the bridesmaid and never the bride, but no more. They finally get it done. Team Electros absolutely devastated. They felt invincible up until this point. It's getting lonely at the top. It is tough to stay ahead of the rest of the region. And they've finally been made to grapple with that. It looked like they had solved North American Brawl Stars after the last couple of monthly finals victories. But Tribe Gaming have finally broken ahead. Does this look like a weakened TE, or is this a strengthened Tribe?
I think the game's evolving, and Tribe's take on the game right now is really heads up. They're leaning into a lot of the picks that are really powerful right now, prioritizing, the Surge, for example, in this last round, who seems like he poses a real problem for Electros to go after. Invulnerability frames, extremely high damage. Luffy also, he makes a misstep, right? He overextends, he gets caught out by a Mortis, but outside of that, his gameplay has been pretty much immaculate. And RBM's deep pool of tank heroes has also served him very well over the course of this series.
And now it's official. Tribe Gaming, #1 seed from North America. It was a battle for that seeding here in the grand finals. It's so fitting. It's so poetic. What great television. And it means that they'll get a huge advantage at LAN. It's quite unfortunate for Team Electros because as many times as they have led the region, as widely agreed as they've been to be the #1 team in the region, they just can't seem to do themselves favors when it comes to international events.
And Team Electros completely turned the year around in the summer split, winning June and July. Now finally bested by Tribe Gaming, but still #2 seed, and they get to go to the World Finals. Didn't make it to Brawl Cup, so this is gonna be their very first LAN event ever. As we know them as our Meteorino merchants. Insane performance still. They can still be so proud of themselves. Imagine you're turn 16, you get to play in a monthly final for the first time, you immediately end up winning it, and at the end of the year, you're not the undisputed king of the region. In the end, that's Tribe Gaming, but you still go directly to the World Finals. How insane is that?
I mean, it's just an awesome story for both of these teams, right? Electros, I think, really deserve this, and we were heartbroken to see that they weren't able to attend the Brawl Cup. But also, Tribe has shown us that it's not about how you start, it's not about how you look midway through the season, it's about how you finish. They've been in the conversation this whole time, right? 3rd, 4th place finishes, or 2nd place finishes, but never quite being able to win it out. all they had to do in order to get the top seed in the region was win a single monthly final because of that consistent showing over the course of the year. And there are so many teams in Brawl Stars that struggle to find that level of consistency, and now they've been rewarded with that spot in day 2. They're going to go up against the top seed from Group B, but before that group's resolved, Electros have to tangle with Crazy Raccoon, Novo Esports, and the top seed from the LCQ.
Sometimes consistency really pays off. It's actually something we see in many other regions too, where even if you are the team that has won the most monthly finals in your region, if you then not qualify for another monthly final or drop out in the quarterfinals already, you're still not going to be that number one seed. And Tribe, they have made 5 out of 6 grand finals in the end.
Yeah, we say it a bunch, but I think it's not going to be taken as a consolation prize. Consistency is key. They've proven themselves to be the best in North America in the final month with the closest proximity to LAN. It could not be a better finish for them, and it might not actually be that bad for Team Electros because, like you referenced before, they get the chance to, get their LAN legs.
Now, I have the huge honor, all of us here on the desk, after a year of waiting for this moment, we finally get to talk to Diego. We only ever get to speak to the winner of it all. So Diego, congratulations.
Hi, thank you.
You spent the entire year playing the bridesmaid, finishing second in 4 separate monthly finals and constantly just falling short. You need a win also here today to snatch that number 1 seed from Electros. How massive is it to finally break this curse, take home the gold and head to Tokyo as North America's seed 1?
I think this was literally the only thing I wanted at this moment. I was grinding so badly. Me and the team were all the time playing, all the time drafting. We talked a lot of time for some things that on the finals, we didn't play it and drafted like a team on the finals for some reason. On finals, something happened. So we were talking a lot. And I'm glad finally those talks are paying off. And personally for me, I'm happy to win again another monthly final because I got second place not only this year, the last one too, all the time second place. So I think it's a good boost of motivation for Tokyo.
It's a personal win for you too, Diego.
Yeah, and I have a massive appreciation for the effort that you put in because I've seen it firsthand. Living with Luffy, I see the amount of hours that you guys put in over the course of the year, but I've also, gotten some access to knowledge of who's been drafting over the course of the year, and you guys have had to make some adaptations. They looked wonderful today, by the way, but walk me through how Reladu and you also have contributed to the draft over the course of the season, especially here at the end.
I think at this end also, it's a big shout out for Luffy too. He was contributing a lot of for the draft because otherwise on the other finals, everyone wanted something and another thing. And for example, we pick something fierce and one of us don't like it. So we pick another thing, but it's not the 1-2 that the coach or the drafter wanted. So that was a main issue, but I'm glad today I feel like everyone say, okay, I like this brawler, I like it, everyone agree, and everyone agreed. So finally it matched too.
Now, obviously heading in towards something like Worlds, right, you've had a chance to think about where North America as a region sits amongst the world. Every monthly final's been so close. We've had some really exciting finishes here, and finally you guys have won one. Makes me feel like there are a number of teams in North America that could challenge the rest of the world. But where do you think, Tribe, your team sits in terms of the global hierarchy? Where do you think you sit amongst the other teams that are confirmed to be at Worlds, and how deep can North America go this year?
I think this year North America is doing a good job. I feel all the teams that qualified for a LAN and for Worlds are so good. The last year wasn't teams like Matic and Electros. It was only a Tribe, Elevate, KDS, STMN. But this time I feel a lot of teams working, and there's teams that show you a lot of things. You can lose to most teams than before. I think that before the region was predictable, but this year I feel the the level is so high for everyone. Like everyone playing on monthly final, the feel is really good. And I think Team Electros was a really stronger team and also can do a good job on Worlds like us.
So in that case, will you, Diego, and your team finally bring a global trophy to NA?
Yes, I want that. Like I know NA has no trophy, but we all as a team want it. We are bringing that to Tribe.
Last question here: which international team are you looking forward to the most at the world stage?
Probably, I think Crazy Raccoon, because like I like how they play. I like so much how they play, and I think it's also a personal win for the team because they have a history against Crazy Raccoon. So I want to face them and also get a good result against them.
They're also the defending world champions, so let's see if we get to see that. It's certainly a match that we would love to see at the World Final stage. So we see you next in November. Congratulations once again, Diego.
Thank you.
What a wonderful story here. You said it too. The eternal bridesmaid, never the bride. Finally, they get a gold medal. And once again, also a fat GG's to Team Electros. This concludes now our summer split, and it is the end for the regular season. For everyone that didn't get all of the rewards just yet, you have one last chance. Head over to eventthebrawlstars.com. We give you another 200 points. Who wants to press it?
Okay, man. All right.
I haven't got to press it yet.
There's always oh, you know what? That's fair, actually.
I haven't done it yet.
That's the last monthly final, so.
It's not like the first Boston press of the day was all of us together.
Oh, yeah, my hand was on top.
I don't feel like I was there.
I wasn't touching the button. Like, actually, my hand was on top of Spoos, which was really enjoyable, but it wasn't the same.
It was like indirect button press.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't hit the same.
It's like using the same straw. It's just not.
Yeah.
It doesn't hit the same.
Even though this is now the end for the regular season, it's not over yet with the BSC in 2026. We have so many lands for you lined up next. We're going in 2 weeks already to Istanbul for our Challengers final. 12 teams will still battle it out. Who will get to join 7 more teams to go to LCQ, and those 8 teams will then battle it out. Who gets to go to the World Finals? We here on the desk will see you again for that LCQ in Guangzhou, October 17th through 18th. Make sure to stay tuned over on our socials as well for further details. 8 teams compete in Guangzhou for a final ticket to the World Finals. We're going to be there. I hope you will be too.